Morning to all of you. I am Nupur Krishna, Program Manager at the India Sanitation Coalition at FICCI. And on behalf of all my teammates at ISC, I welcome you to this day-long knowledge workshop titled Why Correct Infrastructure Holds a Key to Sustainability in Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen. We open the workshop by welcoming our dignitaries, Shri Jitesh Srivastava, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, Ms. Nainalal Kidwai, Chair, India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI Water Mission, and Ms. Natasha Patel, CEO, India Sanitation Coalition. Sir and madams, we are so honored that you have lent us your valuable time today to enrich our workshop. I request you to please take your seats on the dais. Sir and madams, I request you to please take your seat on the dais. I read somewhere that global leaders seeking a way to rebuild battered economies could hold the key to prosperity in their bathrooms. This workshop was conceived by the leadership at ISC in close coordination with DDWS, led by none other than the National Mission Director himself, Sri Jitesh Srivastava ji. Today, this workshop will attempt to reiterate the importance of correct infrastructure for sustainability of the mission. We will revisit some first principles, add new learnings, innovative models and technologies through our contribution from sector experts and practitioners who have very kindly lent us their time today. And ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have amongst us a visionary who is leading the Swachh Bharat mission from the front, Shri Jitesh Srivastava, Joint Secretary and Mission Director, Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen. Shri Srivastava, a 2000 batch IAS officer of the Bihar cadre, held several key positions in the government of Bihar, including that of the Secretary, PHED, before being designated as Joint Secretary, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India. On behalf of ISC at FICCI and all our guests present here, I once again heartily welcome Jitendra sir to the workshop and request him to deliver the keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Jitendra ji.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Respectable Ninalal Kidwai ji, respected Natasha ji, senior officers from the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, and respected corporates who have come here today for this brainstorming session on how we can work together. It gives me great privilege to stand before you, amongst you, to explain how we in the Government of India, along with your support, are trying to transform the rural landscape in the field of sanitation. As we all know, sanitation is a very, very complex process. On the one hand, it appears very simple, but when you actually get down to doing it, you realize the complexities involved, you realize the scale of resources involved, and you realize the sheer amount of effort that it takes to make an area as big as rural India clean. The sanitation story, as we all know, started in a formal manner with the launch of the SBM Phase 1 in 2014. At that time, the only focus of sanitation was on toilets. At that time, in 2014, India had a coverage of roughly 39% toilet coverage. But thanks to the visionary leadership and the detailed administrative follow-through of Government of India, as well as the leadership shown by the various state administrations and district administrations, the country declared itself ODF in 2019 on the 150th anniversary of the birth of the father of the nation, as a fitting tribute to his personality. Thereafter, the Honorable Prime Minister set forth a new agenda. He made it clear that just reaching the ODF stage is not the end of the journey. It is just a padav, as what he said. It's just a padav, and now we need to move from an ODF to an ODF plus India. So, after a lot of brainstorming, the vision of the ODF plus India was conceptualized as a village which sustains its ODF status, as a village which has adequate or which ensures saturation of solid and liquid waste management arrangements. And the third part was extremely crucial. It needs to be visually clean. And visually clean was defined as minimal litter, minimum stagnant water, no dumps, no waste, no littering. So you have, for the first time in 2020, a very clear definition of what a clean India needs to be. Having looked at the clarity of the vision, we realized it was going to be a very tough task. And so, to keep ourselves motivated, because to move from 0 to 100 is a long, painstaking process involving a lot of resources, involving a lot of people. So, we realized that there needs to be some kind of a gradation step to keep the people motivated while we turn ODF plus. So, for the first time, we introduced the concepts of an aspiring village, we introduced the concept of a rising village, and we came up with the concept of a model village. So, all of us here know that an aspiring village is basically one which sustains its ODF status and has either solid or liquid waste management arrangements. A rising village is which sustains its ODF status and has both solid and liquid waste management arrangements. And a model village is sustains its ODF status, has solid and liquid waste management arrangements, plus is visually clean and displays adequate IC. So we came up with a very good conceptual gradient walkthrough as to how you need to move from a non-ODF village to an aspiring village to a rising village to a model village. And it was during this journey that we realized that we cannot do this without the involvement of everybody concerned. This means involvement of state administration, involvement of district administration, involvement of the three-tier Panchayati Raj system, involvement of the local community, involvement of the women stakeholders who have the biggest stake in this entire process. And we realized that the corporates here need to play a linchpin role. And that was the conceptualization of the LHI initiative, wherein it was envisioned that the corporates, with their techno-managerial expertise, we consciously took a decision that we will not involve the corporates in asset creation, but we will use them for community building, for providing technical expertise, for demonstrating low-cost, replicable solutions under various components, and provide technical expertise and managerial expertise to ensure that the villages move from a non-ODF stage to an LHI stage, to a lighthouse stage. And I'm very happy that this partnership, which initially started off, today is moving very rapidly forward. And all across the country, there is a buzz. Corporates are excited, the district administrations are excited, the national team is excited, the state team is excited, and there is a lot of camaraderie in the system, and the entire system wants to show these lighthouse initiatives, wants to show these 75 panchayats to be lighthouse initiatives and perfect in every sense. Now, when we are talking about this lighthouse initiative, we realize that there are, as on date, there are a lot of funding issues. But when we took a close look, when we talked to all the districts, when we talked to the states, we realized that it is a crisis of just a very few panchayats not getting the funds. The funds are there. For example, just yesterday I was talking to Kerala. So in a particular district, fund has gone to 100 panchayats. But coincidentally, the two panchayats which need to be taken up under LHI in that district, the fund has not gone to those two. So there is fund for 100 villages, 100 panchayats. But somehow, either lack of communication, yeah, lack of clarity, yeah, just simple clerical error, the funds have not gone to these two panchayats. So when I talk to the MD, he said, "Sir, I think there's some misalignment. I'll just ensure that these two villages are covered up." So if it's a very practical input to the corporates, if you are finding that there is a crisis of funds in the panchayat level, please talk to your district magistrates, please talk to your mission MDs, and please see whether it is actually a fund crisis or it is just a temporary misalignment of resources. So that is the first thing which I would like to reach out and tell you. The second part is we realize that you are here to give technical managerial solutions. We would like you to come up with low cost replicable solutions. We, as a rule matter of principle, we discourage engineering solutions because we feel that sometimes engineering solutions, while they solve the issue at hand, but more often than not, they are not scalable. They are not scalable. In fact, we had this issue in a particular state where one of the corporates came up with a very ingenious solution, but unfortunately, it could not be followed through because of its lack of scalability or replicability. So, at the higher level, when you are pushing your programs, I will request you to please look at low cost replicable solutions because, as we all know, resources are very tough to come by. Government of India has pledged 1.4 lakh crores. There's no shortage of funds at the macro level, but the scheme design is such that there are per capita limits on various components. So, for example, you will have a per capita limit on solid waste management. You will have a per capita limit on grey water management. You will have a per capita limit on fecal sludge management. So, you need to look into that aspect also. For example, in solid waste management, you can't afford to be very innovative because the per capita limit is set at a fairly restricted rate of 60 rupees per capita. But in the field of fecal sludge management, the sky is the limit. You have a per capita limit of 230 per capita. In fact, we are flushed with 9,500 crores in fecal sludge management, but we are yet to show any demonstrable model in fecal sludge management. So I will request all corporates, wherever they are working, please work with your district administrations and your state teams. Focus on fecal sludge management as an intervention that is required going forward because as we realize, this toilet story will continue. The toilet story will always form the base rock of sanitation work. So, and with increasing affluence, with increasing prosperity, people are going to move away from the single pit, from the twin pit. They're all going to move towards septic tanks. So, in the rural areas, we are going to see a resurgence of septic tanks in the days to come. And the only way out for septic tanks is to connect them to mechanized desludging and connecting the desludging operator to an existing treatment plant. So, fecal sludge management is an area which is going to be very, very relevant in the days to come. And we would request the corporates to please focus on fecal sludge management as an area of intervention as well as to devise replicable models. One point I would like you to pay attention to when you are coming up with your ideas, please look at the O&M possibility. You are not going to be there forever. You may handhold them for 3 months, you may handhold them for 6 months, you might provide a temporary infusion of funds, although it's not permitted as on date, but we understand sometimes you do it. But your intervention has to be a long lasting one. What was envisioned was you will build up the capacity of the community. You will help in identifying who is best suited to run the SLWM assets that we are creating. you will help in. I was very surprised. I had recently gone to Odisha. So there, a transgender group is running a sewage treatment plant, and it was a 75 kld plant. And the transgender group has been running it for 3 years, and they have been turning a constant profit for the last 3 years. So it was an eye opener. In fact, it was so good that on the day that I was visiting the state, I was talking to the principal secretary. He said, "ठीक है, जितेंद्र, आप बहुत अच्छे time पर आए हो. Today we have taken the cabinet decision to shift 5 more STPs to this transgender group." So I will request you to identify such groups of people. I'm not saying locate transgender, but identify people whom you think are competent and ensure and liaison with the district administration and see that they become in charge of this solid and liquid waste management assets. Going forward, sustainability of the assets which we are creating is going to be the biggest challenge. आप बना देंगे, आप segregation shed बना देंगे, आप compost pit बना देंगे. Ultimately, if it doesn't run properly, the compost pit will choke up, the segregation shed will get filled up, it will become dirty, it will get abandoned, the cycles will stop operating, the rickshaws will stop operating, the kuda will go back to being dumped on the street corner. So you need to institute, you need to identify people. You have issues at the local level. Not everybody can be engaged in sanitation. Historically, there are practical limitations on the kind of people who can be involved in sanitation activities. That is the stark reality. We have to keep that reality in mind and at the same time try to push the barriers of that reality. And try and involve good people in management of the solid and liquid waste management assets. We have to encourage the community. We have to break down their barriers to user charges. That is a big barrier. I was very, very happy just yesterday. I got a message from the CEO Jivika, Rahul in Bihar. He just sent me a small clip saying that, sir, we've crossed 3 crores in collection in user charges out of 4,000 panchayats. What have they done? They have transferred all the assets to the SLGs, and the SLGs are running. Of course, in Bihar, the Jivika model is a very strong model. It is very, very successful. So he had a ready-made solution. For him, it was a no-brainer. You did not have to think twice before handing over the assets to them. Extremely competent, extremely resourceful. You just give it to them, they run it. And they have a tremendous acceptability. But that may not be the case in other states. So identifying the people who need to be put in charge of the SLWM assets is going to be a very, very crucial task going forward. Even in your lighthouse initiative, you will have to look into the sustainability part. So that is one issue. Another issue which you will need to really think about is continuation and sustenance of the ODF story. While we acknowledge that we are by and large ODF, once in a while we run into a few villages where we come across cases of people still defecating in the open. And that puts into question, even though it is the biggest behavioral change program in the world, it has transformed the lives of over 500 million people. But every person defecating in the open calls into question that success story. And that we feel the biggest reason for not using the toilets. See, toilets have actually been constructed. It is just a question of those toilets needing repairs and those toilets falling into disuse. So, current SBM program does not permit repairing of toilets. But we have tied up with the state rural livelihood missions, and we have encouraged the state rural livelihood missions to include repair of toilets as a priority sector lending activity for the group members of SHGs. So in those states where the SHG movement is very strong, for example in Bihar, this has come as a godsend, because at 4% interest, a female head of the household who wants her toilet repaired and who requires 5,000 rupees just takes that 5,000 rupees from her internal group members. and she pays it to them at 4%, almost free. And all of us know that the recovery rate of these intergroup lendings or intra-group lendings is as high as 98%. That is the success rate of recovery. So at 4%, this lady gets her financing. She is the one who has to use the toilet. She is the one who faces the inconvenience of going out into the open. She is the one who faces the inconvenience of defecating in the open in the night or in the early morning. And quietly, they have revolutionized the toilet sector. Over 70 lakh toilets have been repaired in Bihar. Nothing stops us from replicating this. Wherever I go, I make it a point to mention this, and I hope that the state administration, unfortunately, like I said, it is a state subject. So most of our effort is spent in trying to convince the state to adopt the good practices. So I will request you, wherever you go, please push this concept of repair of toilets, extremely vital issue to sustaining the ODF status. Another area where I would like the corporates to really focus on is innovation. A few days back, I was just seeing how plastic waste can be used to make soap. How plastic, we are seeing examples. See, the traditional SBM model is you either sell it to a kabadi wala, or you use it in road construction, or you use it in cement kilns as factory, as supplementary fuel. But what we would like to encourage are innovative uses of plastic waste. You can make road paver tiles. You can make designer cloth. You can now make soap. So this is where we would like the corporates to come in and educate us and tell us, you have some of the brightest minds in the sector. You have exposure to, you have access to resources which most people don't have. So we would like you to look into that sphere and suggest कि सर आप ये क्यों नहीं सोचते हैं, सर आप ये क्यों नहीं सोचते हैं, प्लास्टिक को ऐसे भी हम लोग यूज कर सकते हैं. That is the kind of innovative linkage that we would like to establish through you. So innovation is the key to pushing SBM, and this is where we envision the corporates to actually supply us with innovative solutions. If you can do the groundwork, even if you can't do the groundwork, even if you can suggest the idea, we are willing to do the groundwork. But if you can do the groundwork, that is ideal. So how innovatively can you resolve grey water? How can you bring down water consumption? All of us must have seen that ad. एक Jaguar के उसमें वो एक छोटा सा fixture लगा देने से water usage drops down by as much as 70%. Now, these are the kind of innovative interventions which we should be looking at. We already have a standard model. We know for solid waste management, go for household composting. If it's not possible, go for segregated composting at the village level. For grey water, we know, go for household level grey water management. If it is complex or the nature of the panchayat is peri-urban, go for a grey water management structure. So the basic model is very clear. The message has now gone across, and that is the reason why in the last 1 year, you must realize we started off last year, 1st April 2022, our ODF plus in any one category was just 7% of the villages. We have 5.92 lakh villages. 1st April 2022, we were at 7%. Today, we are at 73% in just 16 months. Now, that shows the clarity of thought which has gone across. See, the biggest challenge is sitting in Delhi, conceptualizing something, making sure the person at the village level knows what is to be done. That is the game of Chinese whispers that we are engaged in. If we can get that story right, if we can communicate what we have thought in Delhi to the person who has to do the work in a small village in Assam, then we have got the story right. And now I feel we are getting the story right. We are well on the way to getting the story right. And this is right now a very exciting time to be working in the field of sanitation. We are poised on the brink of a great leap. Already we are realigning. We have seen that we have touched 73%. Within 2 or 3 days, we'll be touching 75%. I mean, I will not be surprised if we touch maybe even 100% by December. So already we are making the changes. We have now, so far we are pedaling down very hard on ODF plus any category. Now we have taken off the brakes and we've taken off that leg of that pedal. And now we have put it to the model village pedal. We still have only 90,000 model villages. Out of 5.91 lakhs, only 90,000 are model. So we have taken our foot off the aspiring category and now we are pushing it on the model category. बहुत बढ़िया, you have got your clarity right. Now push for model. And I'm very, very confident that within the next 3 months, the full clarity with regard to model will reach down to the grassroots level. And after that, work on the model will start. So right now, SBMG is a very happening place. All state administrations are geared up. All of you must have seen the SBM phase when it started in 2014. Not many people, we were also in the field. मालूम था कि हाँ टॉयलेट्स को चेस करना है, but it had never risen to a crescendo. But somewhere around 17, somewhere around 18, everybody realized yes, toilets are coming up, and we need to push it. And in the last 1.5 years, the entire country pushed the agenda of toilets very, very hard. We are on a similar foot with regard to ODF now. Everybody has realized ODF works, ODF matters, ODF has tremendous spin-offs. Everybody is getting involved. This is the right time to go for the big push. So I will request all corporates, please keep yourself gung-ho on the field of sanitation. We are actively looking for partnerships across various sectors. And we hope that the partnership from corporates is going to come through innovations, through innovative ideas which we can push. We already have a stable bank of ideas. I want the corporates to challenge that stable bank. We want you to come and tell us, कि sir ये बहुत अच्छा है, but sir इसको ऐसे क्यों नहीं करते? These are the kind of things which we want from you. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Natasha ji. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to interact with the corporates. And we hope that the initiatives that we have taken together are going to sustain going forward. And we hope to have a very, very exciting 1.5 years ahead. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for broadening our understanding on SPMG and the Lighthouse Initiative and sharing some burning issues that we need to address on our journey to ODF sustainability. Now, we understand that the inaugural session might not be the appropriate place for an interactive discussion with the audience. However, keeping in mind Jitendra sir's other commitments and therefore his availability during the workshop, we will request sir to respond to a few select questions from the workshop participants and our audience. So if anybody of us would like to put up a question to sir, please go ahead.
So while we wait for you all to think through the burning issues which Jitendra Srivastava has shared with us, I have a question for you. And clearly the success in Bihar of the SHG activity being brought in to the sanitation space is a great example actually of implementation through two very successful government programs, the SAG movement on one side, which is again often a private-public partnership. A lot of the SAGs have benefited from the microfinance movement, which is not just government. And on the other, the sanitation success story. Could you expand on that a little more in terms of how that has been implemented on the ground and how at the center, given that these are such big programs, both of them, we can actually benefit from sticking them together in every state. We also have with us Manoj, who's been one of his organization, water.org, has been one of my teachers on how the SAG microfinance movement for sanitation was expanded in the country. So Manoj, maybe after Surastaji, you can also come in on some of this. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I'd like to say that this SLG success story is not restricted to Bihar alone. Many states have done it. Immediately, West Bengal springs to mind. Bihar is one example. Southern states are doing this. Kerala has a unique model of plastic waste management. I think if you look at it in terms of an absolutely unique model and a very advanced model, I would say one should study the Kerala model of plastic waste management. They have corporatized the setup. It's a unique fusion of a corporate setup and the rural livelihood mission. The entire rural livelihood mission is involved in segregating. It's called the Harit Sena there. So the foot soldiers come from the SAG movement. The women SAG members are engaged in handling the segregation sheds. They manage the cycle rickshaws which bring the waste from the houses to the segregation shed. They are part of the group of people who actually segregate what has not been segregated at the household level. They shift the things into the compost pits. They sell the produce into the government system and they get the money from them. They also charge user charges from the households. So by and large, for example, in you have some variations, but say Mizoram, you have almost 200 rupees being levied from the households as user charge. But in other states, people are slightly less ambitious and they are taking 30 to 50 rupees. So, for example, in Bihar, it is 30. In West Bengal, it is 30. It becomes easy to sell. You can just explain 1 rupaya per day aapko dena hai. So it doesn't seem like a huge load on anybody, and people are more than willing to pay 1 rupee per day for the convenience of having the waste lifted off from your household. So SFGs are basically what the government has done is once the assets were created through an MOU, the assets were and certain service parameters, the assets and the ability to hire. Basically, government said ki any member, we will pay them 3,000 rupees. But you have to earn the money. You have to levy it through user charges. So if you don't earn the money, you will not be able to pay yourself user charges. So it was a very simple model. You hand over the assets to the SHGs. They are in full control. They levy the user charges. They pay themselves. And whatever is left over, they give it to the government account. And they maintain the accounts also. This is very simply the model of the SLG. Very simple, very effective, and handled at the local level.
Manoj, yeah.
Good morning, sir. And first of all, thank you for coming and attending for this ISC program. It encourages all of us to do more. And so thank you for that. For Water.org, we have been working with Maharashtra Umed, the SRLM. And you'll be happy to know we first worked with them in 6 districts. And we did 84,000 loans through the SRLM did it. And we just got the order for 250,000 loans that they want to do in 20 districts, out of which they've asked for 60% minimum to be on retrofitting. So the movement has really started to happen. What you were talking about was very encouraging, that people are now, the SHG is now saying, हाँ ये तो हमारी प्रॉब्लम है, हम तो इसको सॉल्व खुद कर लेंगे. इसके लिए अगर छोटा हमारे को कॉर्पस फंड भी लेना पड़े या कि बैंक लिंकेज भी लेनी पड़े तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ रही है उनके लिए. माइंड खुल गया. And this is what all of us need to be doing in all the 90,000 model districts, villages that we need to do it. We need to create that environment. I then take it to MP, and in MP again, a similar order is coming through. Geo is coming in for 2 lakh 2 lakh loans to be done, minimum 60% retrofitting के ऊपर. तो ये एक आप जो कह रहे हैं ये it's like a wind which is now coming in state by state. My request to you, sir, is that while we are doing it and with the help of UNICEF, we have also done it in UNICEF at Odisha. ये कई अच्छे एग्जाम्पल्स बन गए हैं अपन. बिहार भी एक माने is the top example for this. What we need is to now link it at the NRLM level, sir. NRLM में क्या कि अगर टॉपिक में अगर हम बिठा दें and we have the IEC material, we have the training modules, अगर वहां पे बिठा दें तो सारे SRLMs में ये बात फैल जाएगी सर. तो sincere request on that.
We have already started work, but we will take your suggestion as a reaffirmation of what we were doing. We have already started working. We are in close touch with NRLM. Anupamaji's team is working with them to draft a model MOU, which can be shared between the GVCAs and the SBMG partners as a model MOU. We have taken the example of Bihar. We have taken, I think, 1 or 2 other states are also doing this refinancing of toilets. So we have taken we have asked for the MOUs in these 3 places, and we are in touch with NRLM. They said कि आप जैसे ये तीनों दे देंगे, so then we will use that to make a model MOU and circulate it as a model practice from Government of India level.
Jiten ji, we are more than happy to come to you and show you जो material चाहिए जो हमें.
Absolutely,
we are happy to come down.
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir.
Kindly get in touch. She is the person you need to catch. Shivani.
ये नमस्कार सर, मैं रमा शंकर हूँ और बिहार में एक नेटवर्क है बास को लेकर के, विश्वास वॉलंटियर इनिशिएटिव फॉर सस्टेनेबल एक्शन ऑन वाटर सैनिटेशन एंड हाइजीन, उसको स्टेट कन्वीनर के रूप में देखता हूँ. ये 48 लोगों का एक नेटवर्क है जिसमें बहुत सारे सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जिनका वास मैंडेट है. इसके अलावा कुछ एकेडमिशियन हैं, कुछ वास एक्सपर्ट हैं इससे जुड़े हुए. साथ ही साथ एक फैंसा है, फ्रेश वाटर एक्शन नेटवर्क ऑफ साउथ एशिया, तो इंटरनेशनल नेटवर्क है, तो उसको भी स्टेट कन्वीनर के रूप में देखता हूँ. 2-3 चीजें कहनी है सर. पहला तो कहना है कि अगर ODA++ की बात करते हैं तो उसमें SLWM एक बड़ा कंपोनेंट है, लेकिन जो उसके 3 चीजें हैं, रिड्यूस, रीयूज और रिसाइकिल. आपने सर यूजर चार्जेज की बात की है, तो ग्रामीण क्या शहरी क्षेत्रों में भी ये इशू आ रहा है, क्योंकि हम लोग 3 नगर परिषद में काम कर रहे हैं. पटना से सटा हुआ है, फुलवारी शरीफ, दानापुर और खगौल में. तो पटना नगर निगम ने तो कर दिया यूजर चार्जेज को, चूंकि उन्होंने होल्डिंग टैक्स के साथ जोड़ दिया है, तो वो आसान हो गया है. लेकिन अगर नगर परिषद की बात करते हैं या ग्रामीण क्षेत्र की बात करते हैं, तो वहां पर यूजर चार्जेज को लेकर के बहुत सारे, चूंकि वो पूरा पंचायत के जिम्मे चला जाता है, और पंचायत चूंकि इलेक्टेड बॉडी है, पंचायत नहीं चाहती है कि हमारा जो वोटर्स है वो इसमें ये हो. तो ये एक बड़ा इशूज है. दूसरा है कि जो सोर्स लेवल पर सेग्रीगेशन की बात है, ये बड़ा चैलेंज है. ग्रामीण ही नहीं, अर्बन एरियाज को भी लेकर के, अर्बन में भी अगर आप देखेंगे तो सेग्रीगेशन, सोर्स लेवल सेग्रीगेशन एक बड़ा चैलेंज है. क्योंकि हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं वहां पे, तो हम लोग देख रहे हैं. तो उसमें कैसे SHG ग्रुप को अगर इंगेज किया जाए, या जो भी लोकल सिविल सोसाइटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस है उसको किस तरह से अगर इंगेज कर करके. दूसरा चीज है कि सर रिसाइकलर का यूनिट UNDP ने तो बिहार से है,
समय के इंटरेस्ट में, और जो कि सर के पास आगे का एंगेजमेंट है, तो थोड़ा
तो बिहार में जैसे UNDP ने प्लास्टिक वेस्ट को लेकर के गर्दनी बाग में ये सेटअप किया था, लेकिन किसी कारणवश वो आगे ये नहीं कर पाया. तो हमें लगता है कि उस तरह के रिसाइकलर यूनिट जब तक नहीं, चूंकि आप तो सर देखे होंगे रामचक बैरिया जो है बिहार का, इतना बड़ा डंपिंग यार्ड है कि पूरा पहाड़ बन गया है. तो उसको लेकर के कैसे मंत्रालय सोच सकती है. और दूसरा चीज सर कि अगर जल की बात करते हैं, हर घर नल जल जो है गवर्नमेंट का एक बहुत ही अच्छा स्कीम्स है, लेकिन उसमें जो क्या चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं इधर के दिनों में, कि जो वाटर लेवल है वो काफी तेजी में डिप्लीट कर रहा है, क्योंकि पानी की काफी बर्बादी हो रही है. वार्ड प्रबंधन क्रियान्वयन समिति जो है गांव स्तर पे, वो बहुत फंक्शनल नहीं है. तो वो उसको कैसे फंक्शनल किया जाए, क्योंकि पूरा मैनेजमेंट की जवाबदेही उनके ऊपर है. तो हमें लगता है कि इन सब चीजों पर काम करने की जरूरत है. धन्यवाद सर.
Thank you. We'll take one or two more questions and see if Srivastava can answer them. Yeah, to give it. So here's your chance, but please keep the question short. Anything that you would like to address to the Joint Secretary? Anyone? Okay. In which case, yeah, there is. Yeah, go ahead.
नमस्कार सर, मेरा नाम मनीष जोशी है। मैं डीसीएम श्रीराम लिमिटेड दिल्ली में हूँ और हरदोई ज़िले में जहाँ हमारी शुगर यूनिट्स भी हैं, वहाँ पर हम एक छोटा-सा प्रोजेक्ट पिछले 1.5 साल से जिला मुख्यालय में चला रहे हैं, वो है सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का। जो अभी अगर मैं 1.5 साल की बात करूँ तो बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट आए हैं। हमने 2 वार्ड सेलेक्ट किए थे, जहाँ पर कि कूड़ा सड़क के किनारे ही पड़ा रहता था, उठाने की भी कोई प्रॉपर व्यवस्था नहीं थी। जी सर, जी सर। जी सर, मैं शहरी क्षेत्र की बात कर रहा हूँ। बट उसमें सर पार्ट में ग्रामीण और शहरी दोनों मिला हुआ है, क्योंकि इस तरह का जिला है कि अगर मैं कहूँ कि पूरा शहर तो वो नहीं है, बट पार्टली ग्रामीण भी है। हमको सर चैलेंज जो आया कि हमने छोटी डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड यूनिट बनाई, जैसे आपने कहा कि भई कंपोस्ट मेकिंग और कई चीज़ें हमने करी। और अब हमको चैलेंज आ रहा था, जो आपके एड्रेस से भी मुझे आइडिया मिला कि जब हम उस मॉडल को क्रिएट कर चुके हैं और अच्छा रिजल्ट आ रहा है, एग्ज़िट कैसे करें? एक सजेशन आपने दिया कि हम एसएचजी मॉडल पे देख सकते हैं। एक बात जो मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहूँगा सर, एमआरएफ यूनिट्स बनी हुई हैं, जैसे बहुत अच्छी एमआरएफ यूनिट हरदोई जिले में, बट वो फंक्शनल नहीं है। तो जब हम जिला स्तर पे बात करते हैं तो हमसे कहा जाता है जी आप ही इसको ले लीजिए और आप ही फंक्शनल करें। एज़ अ कॉर्पोरेट हमारे लिए चैलेंज ये आता है कि अगर हम एक बार चले गए तो फिर हम वहाँ से एग्ज़िट नहीं कर पाएँगे। तो क्या ऐसा किया जा सकता है कि अगर हम एज़ अ कॉर्पोरेट एंटर करें भी, तो निश्चित 1 साल, 2 साल, 3 साल के बाद हम एग्ज़िट कर सकें? तो एज़ अ कॉर्पोरेट हमारे लिए बड़ा चैलेंज आता है। और कई बार सर अधिकारी स्तर पर भी होता है कि बहुत अच्छा अधिकारी अगर हमको मिल जाता है, जैसे हमारे मॉडल के सक्सेस होने का एक बड़ा रीज़न था कि जो वहाँ के एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑफिसर थे वो बहुत अच्छे थे। अनफॉर्चुनेटली उनका 2 साल में ट्रांसफर हो गया, तो अब देखना है कि जो नए आएँगे कैसा चलेगा। बट अधिकारी स्तर पर भी बहुत डिपेंड करता है कि कितने पॉजिटिव हैं।
देखिए, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी हैव स्टिल नॉट बीन एबल टू फिगर आउट अ वे टू गेट द ह्यूमन आउट ऑफ द सिस्टम। ठीक है ना? वी विल ऑलवेज डिपेंड ऑन अ गुड बेनेवोलेंट पर्सन एट द हेल्म ऑफ अफेयर्स। सदियों से ये रीत चली आ रही है, भविष्य में भी रहेगी, इससे तो कोई छुटकारा नहीं हो सकता। But I'll just take all your questions. The first question was on user charges. One was on what efforts are being taken for source segregation. Third was on what the government is thinking for recycler units, and how we are thinking of Har Ghar Nal Jal, and how we are planning to go forward in Har Ghar Nal Jal. देखिए, user charges is a very ticklish issue, and like I said, sanitation is a state subject. While we have the theory down right, theory mein everybody knows what needs to be done. Political expediency often rules the day. And the biggest challenge for administrators or people who are working in the sector is to convince the political leadership, either at the state level or at the grassroots level, the need to levy and ensure user charges are taken. It is very easy to say user charges should be levied. But हमने जो practically देखा as an administrator, if service delivery is first guaranteed, the task of levying user charges becomes very easy. इसीलिए हम लोग के मॉडल में भी है कि आप जहां भी SLWM assets बनाते हैं, for the first 6 months एक stabilizing time लगता है. You need to get people in, you need to start putting in the system. It will have birthing defects. You will gradually get rid of them. तो हम लोगों ने रखा है 6 महीने तक उसको चलाना है, और उसके लिए हम लोगों ने प्रोविजन किया है कि आप 15 फाइनेंस कमीशन फंड से आप इसको चलाइए, knowing fully well that for 6 months you will not be in a position to levy user charges. But it is presumed that within 6 months you will get your theory right and you will start delivering services at a satisfactory level at the grassroots level. जहां आपके यूजर चार्जेस नहीं लेवी हो रहे हैं, for all those people I have a very simple answer. अगर यूजर चार्ज लेवी नहीं हो रहे हैं, it is because the public at large does not perceive your service to be of value. I have seen it in PhD. I had the privilege of handling the Har Ghar Nal Jal program in Bihar under PhD, wherein half the state was being given water through PHED and half the state is being given water through the Panchayat Raj institutions. Without going into too much of the merits, by and large, I will talk about PHED work. We noticed that जहां पर हम लोग का काम अच्छा था, एंड वेरी सिंपल फॉर दैट वाज, अगर जहां हमारा कॉन्ट्रैक्टर अच्छा था, और वेरी सिंपली पुट जहां हमारा लोकल कॉन्ट्रैक्टर था. In the initial phases, we had a lot of big names coming in and taking up big projects. And then वही contracts, petty contract हुआ, फिर वो नीचे काम हुआ. But we course corrected immediately. We brought down the requirements, and thereafter, initial phase when I took charge, we had barely 100 contractors. But within the next 2 years, we moved from 100 contractors to 4,000 contractors. And that decentralization ensured that the contractor at the grassroots level was handling a very small area. वो 10 वार्ड देख रहा है, एक पंचायत देख रहा है, 2 पंचायत देख रहा है. So for him, it becomes a small area, easy to manage, and he would take personal interest, run around. तो हम लोग ने देखा कि जहां कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स छोटे थे, वहां पर यूजर चार्ज लेवी करना बहुत आसान था. बिकॉज वो पर्सनल इंटरेस्ट लेकर भागता था. ही वुड रिजॉल्व द इश्यूज. जैसे इश्यू रेज होता था कि भाई रिपेयर होना है, वो जाकर रिपेयर करता था. पानी नहीं आ रहा है, अच्छा ठीक है, 2 दिन बाद पानी पहुंच गया. See, the rural population is very, very liberal. अगर आप उसका इश्यू 4 दिन में भी सॉल्व कर दीजिए, he will not begrudge you that delay. Our system is so inefficient that even after 7 days we are not able to resolve the issue. And that is when he starts whimpering at the first sight. He will go up to 1 month. He will wait for you for up to 1 month. अगर 1 महीने में भी आपने ठीक कर दिया, वो कहेगा ना ठीक है सर, जय साहब ठीक है, आते हैं, काम कर देते हैं. So that is the latitude which the rural population has given us, and still we don't meet up to those criteria. So to cut the point short, where user charges आप नहीं लेवी कर पा रहे हैं, इसका मतलब आपकी सर्विस डिफेक्टिव. I have seen this in a multitude of schemes. The only option I tell them is get your service delivery right, you will get your user charges. There were World Bank projects where we have charged 300 rupees per month, and we have got it in Bihar. Whereas in Har Ghar Nal Jal, we were charging only 30 rupees. So in World Bank projects, we have got 300 rupees. Metering tha, bulk metering tha, आपका individual meters थे, we had given them tanks. It depends on the service. Second issue is source segregation. देखिए, source segregation, it takes time. If we think that source segregation will happen wonderfully from day one, it will not happen. It will start off at 40% efficiency, gradually you will build it up to 50, 60. It takes time. It takes effort. Municipal corporations have been doing source segregation for 3-4 years. Now they are reaching levels of efficiency of 70%, 80%. So this is going to take time. The good thing is it has started. So within 3 years, you will reach the level of source segregation. Yes, it is a matter of concern, but we should not get too worried about it. Because आप आज की डेट में उस waste को, you are not making energy pellets. ठीक है ना? You are using it and easily compost बना रहे हैं. थोड़ा source मतलब उतना segregated नहीं भी होगा, you will still get compost. It is not a bad option. So if you had a very high-end use for it, then yes, I would worry that source segregation is very, very crucial. But you are just producing compost that you are, and then if you are smart enough, you are using vermicomposting. I have recently visited a place in Karnataka. That one place was selling worms of up to 6 lakhs, 1 unit. Just worms. I'm not talking about the compost part. Just by sale of worms. They were culturing the worms and they were distributing worms to the entire farmers. Every month they earn 6 lakhs just from sale of worms. So these are the kind of spin-offs that you are going to get at the grassroots level. Recycler units, very valid point. I must be very candid. We have not thought of it so far. Our entire effort in the, although it's happening in the urban sector, it's happening in the urban sector, but SBMG has not yet started thinking about recycler units. We are right now focusing on setting up the baby of the recycler unit, that is the PWM. आज की डेट में करीब 2400 blocks are covered out of our 8,000 blocks. So we still have a long way to go. But yes, that's a good point. And I think somewhere down the line, we will do this course correction and we will have a policy on recycler units. Meeta just kindly noted. It's a very valid point. We need to start thinking about it. I'm sorry, John, last point. Could you just repeat your last point if I have missed out any point which you were raising? देखिए, basically, like as administrators, we also tend to take the easy way out. We see कि भाई ये लोग अच्छे लोग हैं, काम कर देंगे. So rather than go through the arduous task of selecting an SHG, educating it, building up their capacity, making sure they have the linkage, it's easier कि भाई एक आदमी को बुलाया, he takes it up. You have a plethora of resources at your disposal, you take it up. But yes, we need to have an exit plan. Taking up, I'm sure corporates don't mind taking it up, but yes, you can't run it in perpetuity. So we need to have an exit plan. I think the exit plan is very simple. You have to hand it over to some local good body. And now I think, okay, with more exposure coming in, we have sent a lot of, we are sending a lot of mission MDs across the countries to learn from states which are doing very well. I myself learned a lot in my state visits when I saw actual work happening on the ground. So I'm sure the mission MDs, once they do the first round of exposure training, their horizons will also get widened, and within the next 1 or 2 years, you will not have this issue of capacity or the issue of handing over. I think SHGs will become an automatic option very soon. We have just started talking about SHGs. Already in the last 3 months, we have seen a lot of traction. Many states, the CSs now say कि in the return, sorry ma'am, आप last time बोल कर आए थे SHGs, we are getting there. We are getting there. So the elephant has started walking.
If I may add, one of the areas we will continue to push on is to find SMEs and MSMEs who see it as a business model. But for that, of course, it has to be a for-profit model and the profit has to be demonstrated. I would just add that this user charge issue across sectors, we've found that the minute the community pays, it also makes you accountable for delivery. So the quality also goes up. So I think that the pain point of the community shouldn't be too cheap so that they demand the service and keep everyone on the toes. And I think the user charge becomes very important for that. The minute it's a free service, it becomes sloppy. Yeah.
How come in Mizoram you're charging 200 rupees, whereas in other places you're only charging 30 and 50? So they said very simply, their costs are high. The terrain is such that their costs are high. To get rid of it, to take it, transport it, there's no internal roads. So you have to hire mules to evacuate the waste out. So that is one part. But the other part is what ma'am said. The perception of quality. When you pay well, you will sit down on his head till you get that service.
सर, मेरा नाम अभिषेक भारती है और मैं भी बिहार से हूँ. मैंने BSEX में आपके डायरेक्शन में काम भी किया है. सर, जो यूजर चार्जेज है उसको लेकर के जो बातें हैं, वास्तव में यही एक हर्डल है, खास करके जब हम जमीनी स्तर पे काम करने जाते हैं. सर, हम लोग जानते हैं कि जो आपने बताया कि जो अगर पब्लिक समझती है, कम्युनिटी समझ जाती है कि ये चीज़ें हैं हमारे लिए, तो वो पे करती है. सर, हम लोग जानते हैं बिहार में या हर जगह श्रमदान का या फिर जो हमारे गुमाम का जो प्रथा है कि लोग जो सामाजिक काम है या फिर जो कम्युनिटी का जो असेट्स है उसको मेंटेन करने के लिए पहले भी करते रहे, आज भी करते रहते हैं. लेकिन सर, जो हम लोग जब लेवी के बाद आती है तो सीधे हम लोग सिर्फ करेंसी में आते हैं, उनको पैसे देने हैं. तो हम लोग उनको ऑप्शन नहीं देते हैं कि आप किस तरीके से इसको पे कर सकते हैं. लाइक कि आज भी गुमाम जो है या फिर श्रमदान जो होता है उसमें कई लोग होते हैं जो नौकरी पेशे वाले, लेकिन गांव के एसेट्स को मेंटेन करने में सपोर्ट करते हैं, जब अपना वो पैसा देते हैं. लेकिन जो गांव के लोग हैं वो श्रम देते हैं. कई घर के लोग ना श्रम देते हैं ना पैसा देते हैं, वो कुछ चावल या जो उनके पास अपने रिसोर्सेस है वो देते हैं. तो हम लोग इसमें ऑप्शन क्यों नहीं देते हैं कि आप अगर कोई पशुपालक है तो वो गोईठा ही दे दे. आज तो अमेजोन पर सर गोईठा बिक रहा है. तो जीविका को और जो इस को इन्वॉल्व करके इस तरह की चीज़ों को हम लोग क्यों नहीं, और इवन पैक्स जो है, जो डिपार्टमेंट है, जहाँ गांव में पैक्स का जो प्रोविजन है, उसको हम लोग इसमें इन्वॉल्व करके जीविका को और 2-3 पार्टीज को इन्वॉल्व करके भाई वी कैन क्रिएट ए सिस्टम। कैसे हम लोग लेवी ले सकते हैं, कैसे हम यूजर चार्जेस को इंश्योर कर सकते हैं, तो इसको हम लोग ऑप्शन हमको देना पड़ेगा कम्युनिटी को सर।
Interesting idea. I think it's worth passing on this input to CEO Jivika, and I'll pass it on. And let's see what if you are working in a particular area, maybe we can put in a word to the local administration. ये एक दो villages में करके देखिए.
And we can do a pilot.
If you can give me a small note, कि what are the possible options?
We can do sir.
ठीक है ना, कि instead of 30 rupees, मतलब एक standard अगर आप दे दें तो it becomes easier to convince. Otherwise somebody will have to think of those standards.
और हम लोग सर राहुल सर को आप बोले, हम लोग उनसे जाके मिलके इस बात को हम लोग अपना आइडिया शेयर कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, this is what the corporate and government partnership is all about. कि see, as government, most governments are absolutely open to ideas. So, and this is a new field. A lot of ideas are there. तो आइए, बहुत अच्छा है, स्वागत है आपके विचारों का।
Sir, here. I'm Anuya Bhide from Primove. Our company is basically into delivery of trainings for SBMG throughout India through the CB initiative of DDWS. So there, in the plastic waste management sessions, we are very nicely putting it front of people that disposing of plastic into the cement clink or shredder units or binding them together is not the only option. They should go for innovative techniques, as you mentioned. But can we have a central library or directory at central or state level, so that, because what happens is, as far as waste management is concerned, quantums plays a major role. And then the transport of plastic is very costly affair. So if at state level we have some kind of mechanism wherein we can have a route mapping, so that the cost is the transportation cost is, can we work on that, sir, please, so that we have a directory?
Absolutely.
I think the route mapping and logistics idea is certainly worth picking up on.
Yeah.
So it's good. No, but for rural, it's even more critical.
It becomes very difficult, ma'am.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, Mike, yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
About how the MRFs in the villages are not actually working, right? So the construction has happened and nothing is going on there. So from the SLG perspective of the MSMEs that we were talking about, is it possible that we have a capacity building or training module that is built in, right? Nana ma'am spoke about the MSME bit also. So how is it that it actually reaches the village level? I think that there is a need to actually work on that module in a better manner. If there are certain states, like you mentioned, sir, that they're already doing it, but in states where it's not happening, so at a state level, at a district level, if these conversations can also start.
See, 90% of the time where MRFs or these plastic waste management units are not working is because they are wrongly sited. There never was a necessity to have them in that first place. I'll give you the example. I went to Bihar. So they had barely started. They had barely started around 11 or 12 plastic waste management units. तो हम लोग का जो स्टैंडर्ड सजेशन है कि 16 लाख पर ब्लॉक हम आपको देंगे, और फॉर अ क्लस्टर ऑफ ब्लॉक्स. So you generally pick up the first thing, and everybody at the start level, अच्छा 534 blocks, you have to start with one in each block. So I said, why you don't have that kind of plastic? The amount of plastic you're going to generate in Shivhar is negligible to the amount of plastic you're going to generate in Patna. So you might need to have maybe 2 units in Patna in per block, and you may require not even 1 unit in say 3 blocks in Shivhar. So they realized that, and they said, okay, we'll calibrate it and we'll put up the plastic waste management units first at the subdivision level. So you have around 6 or 7 blocks having a plastic waste management unit. I went to Assam, by that time they had already built most of their plastic waste management units in all blocks. In fact, they took me to the PWMU to inaugurate it. When I go, okay, wonderful, you've got me to cut the fita. When is the plastic coming? So now we'll hunt for the plastic. First things first, we've got this building done, now we'll hunt for the plastic. So then I realized they didn't think that through. Sometimes that happens in government. When you push very hard, these kind of planning anomalies happen. So 99%, if the MRF is not working, it's because it was never needed there in the first place. But yes, sometimes it is just some other local issue which is the culprit.
Jitendraji, I have a question for you. I think one of the biggest challenges that corporates face in the field is really around who to address an issue to. So, for example, if you take the last point that you just made, it's a very live issue with lots of corporates where is this the role of the state? Is it the role of the district collector? Is it the role of the Gram Panchayat? You see, at different levels, different questions need to be asked if you want to get a resolution. And I think that's really where we get stuck sometimes in the field. Because if you're not working in the field or you're not part of that hierarchy, you don't really know who answers these questions. So if at all, I feel a library should be created. It should be created for what kind of questions can you ask the center? What kind of questions should you ask an SMD down to the district and then down to the Gram Panchayat? Is that a possibility?
There are no set answers. Our system, like I said, it depends on the human element. If the person at the grassroots level is good, you will not need to go up to even the district level. अगर आपका वीडियो अच्छा है, you're not dealing with a very complex problem. Very, very simple solution. आपको करना क्या है? एक साइकिल रिक्शा खरीदना है, एक सेग्रीगेशन शेड बैठाना है, 5 आदमियों को रिक्रूट करना है, डस्टबिन देने हैं हर घर में, और आपको अपना साइकिल रिक्शा चलवाना है. If this is not happening, it can easily be resolved at the grassroots level of even the panchayat. If the panchayat is sufficiently empowered, or if the mukhya is sufficiently keen. Like I said, the human person comes into play there. अक्खड़ होगा, वो कहेगा हम नहीं जानते, वीडियो साहब से पूछो, पैसा नहीं है. सिंपल जवाब. वीडियो साहब के पास जाओगे, वीडियो साहब कहेंगे हमारे पास पैसे नहीं है, 6 महीने से पैसा नहीं आया, अब जाकर डीएम साहब से पूछे. So you get the royal running around, which all government offices excel at. So basically, there are no, like I said, there are no direct solutions. Your ability to deliver on the ground will depend on your liaison with various authorities. Not everything should be raised at the level of the MD. Similarly, not everything should be raised at the level of the DM. You should know what things to raise where. And if you are reasonably articulate and you are reasonably networked, your work will never get affected. I have seen that.
Basically, raise it at all levels. Somewhere the penny will drop.
No, ma'am. You raise it at 90% of the time, ma'am. आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि the level of the videos, their accountability, their responsibility. हम लोग के टाइम में जो वीडियोस हुआ करते थे और आजकल के जो वीडियोस हैं, most states have gone in for large scale recruitment. You're getting youngsters, they are passing through very competitive exams. The quality of videos is generally on the intellectual plane, at least it's fairly satisfied. So by and large, as long as they are from a reasonably good service, I don't know, some states may be recruiting supervisor level officers, but wherever you come to a competitive exam, the quality of videos is generally very good. You generally don't need to go above the video for most issues.
And actually, our forum is also to help with that. So if you're getting stuck at those levels, I think escalating it to us so that we can also help push at different levels to get this sorted out. Yeah. Great.
I was surprised, no question from Sodhiji.
No question, sir. I think so. The discussion is going absolutely in the right direction. Thank you. One thing which you said, and it's very important to build, is the traceability. What I mean is measurability of how much inward coming, how much outward going. Monitoring systems, if they are put at the level, and our experience tells us that nobody shies away from them. They really can see the 1 to 2, 2 to 4 to 4 to 6, and then they start seeing the money coming into them. As you said earlier, and the lady said here in Bharat, These are not easy things to manage. If they were so easy, then we would have done it years back. But these sort of system, and they are very dynamic, sir, because the price changes for the plastics over and over again. So I think some measurability, we have created dashboards we'll share with you. And if the opportunity is there, I'll share it openly. That dashboards and these simple things, sir, these are very simple things. And the corporates are basically interested in the sustainability. And the sustainability is only going to come with two aspects. What is the cost and what is the benefit? And if the benefit is there, emerging, then more plastics will come, as you said. So, thank you.
No, wonderful. I all of you, just for the knowledge of all the corporates here, please look at our IMIS. Feel free to go on to the SBM dashboard. It's a very robust IMIS, and there are a lot of reports. Please look at those reports. We are in the process of overhauling our reports. Just yesterday, I had a meeting with all my division heads, and we are going to go through a catharsis process in the sense that we have asked them to redesign their basic reports. We have asked them to keep certain static fields and identify the dynamic fields. And the monitoring part which you're talking about, that will come from the dynamic fields. We have told them, जैसे प्लास्टिक वेस्ट में कितना वेस्ट आपके पीडब्ल्यूएम ने जनरेट किया, आपने कितना पैसा उसको बेचकर कमाया, रोड कंस्ट्रक्शन से कितना पैसा आया, सीमेंट किल से कितना आया, पेवर ब्लॉक से कितना आया, रिसाइकलर से कितना आया. These are going to be made part of the daily reporting. And we have even told, see, this is where states differ. Tamil Nadu was so quick off the mark. I just told them that you should start grading. And 2 months later, I saw that they have already classified their PWMUs into A, B, and C. And they have said that any PWMU which earns over 1 lakh is an A grade PWMU. Anything which earns over 50,000 is a B grade PWMU. So this grading system will automatically put in place a competition system. वो कहेगा क्या रे, तुम तो C grade PWMU हो, तुम क्या बोल रहे हो, शांत रहो, अगली बार बोलना जब तुम B में आ जाओ. So this grading system will bring about internal competition. I'm telling you, SBM is a very, very exciting field. I have worked in the field for almost 10 years as district magistrate and as 2 years as subdivisional magistrate. And I have never seen such a live field as sanitation. And sometimes I regret that this was not there when we were DMs. Because it would have been an area where one could really innovate and really motivate. It is as dynamic as the field of education or literacy. I mean, that's the closest example I would give to. Yeah, both.
I want to make sure we don't throw the whole program out of gear. So let me just very quickly thank you, Jitendra Srivastavaji. You hardly need any introduction to everyone here. And you leave us in no doubt that you are the right person to help lead us into these very important partnerships of the private sector and public sector. And I, of course, am very excited by everything to do in sanitation. What I was delighted to see was finally in the last CSR surveys, we finally have health as a sector commandeering more money than education. Most of my time was spent in trying to get this very boring outlook of companies to keep establishing schools and more schools and forget that there are other areas that need attention in very unsexy areas like sanitation. But the good news is that we in sanitation are seen as very much part of that health agenda now. We're also part of the education agenda, but it's not fully recognized as such. And we must continue to work away at what I think is a growing group of corporates who are joining this. And join it, we will as corporates, because there's nothing like a successful bandwagon to hop onto. This is no longer a cart which is stuck in its very early stages, still in the stables with its own horse. This is now a jet which has actually moved up and ahead. And it is really for us to all be part of this journey. I was at the B20 only recently, one whole day of the B20 was dedicated with corporates talking about everything from climate change to sustainability to water and indeed sanitation. So it lets me in no doubt that even at the global level, these areas are now right up there. And the sanitation story was India sharing its success. And you could see that some of the corporates there, not familiar with what Swachh Bharat has achieved, what it's looking to achieve, are sitting up to notice. So I would not be surprised if we now also get more support from global multinationals. Many have been with us on this journey in India, but more support there because they see the success that has already been achieved. So I would only urge you to continue on this journey. So Jitendra Srivastava, what you do, where the Lighthouse Initiative is under implementation, and how we tweak this going forward will depend on a lot of the inputs which we receive today and through workshops such as this. So please share your experiences. Also, other state mission directors who joined us for this knowledge workshop today, CSR chiefs, representatives from the corporate houses, uh, both who are supporting us in LHI phase 1, but also those who are standing in the wings to come forward with the next phase. Experts, sector practitioners, we are keen to hear from each and every one of you today. We have today representatives of the development partners, UNICEF, Water.org, you heard from them, the Aga Khan Foundation, WaterAid India, others, and of course the members of our own steering committee and advisory council at the India Sanitation Coalition. And most important, very dynamic CEO, Natasha Patel, who heads India Sanitation Coalition, and the team which supports her are all here and are documenting everything that is being shared and said, and will of course be shared back with the ministry as we shape this program going forward. I would only urge you to make sure that we succeed in this. We have India's story dotted with examples of public-private partnerships which have been pushed at different levels. Dare I say this is one which success story is already playing out. And these are examples which we can and will share at a global level. And before that, we need to make sure that we are replicating and sharing at the India level. I am still struck, but also sometimes in despair that we have so many examples. Every time we scratch the surface, there's some good idea, there's some innovation, there's some state that's excelling. And we have not yet documented these sufficiently. I know Sanjeev and team are doing a great job of picking up a lot of these examples, but there are so many more. We need you to share it with us so we can ensure that these ideas get replicated everywhere instead of reinventing the wheel. So please make sure that the good examples, things that are working, are indeed documented so we can replicate it across states and across the country. So we will continue doing what we're doing at the India Sanitation Coalition, but we can only do this with your support and help. So workshops such as this are very critical that your knowledge also gets shared with us so we can document and share it back with everyone here. So on that note, I know that we have to let you go. You have given much more time than you had originally promised. So thank you, and let the program get back on track. And we are 15 minutes off track. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir and madams. Dear guests, we are breaking for tea for 10 minutes. request you to please take your seats.
And the workshop participants who are outside in the lounge are requested to please come inside the hall. We are already behind the schedule by, I think, around 15 minutes. So we need to start as soon as we can. So request please to come inside. Thank you. मैं तो अभी यहाँ ऐसे चल गया था आइए सर छोटी साहब आगे आइए अभिजीत कमल फ्रंट यहाँ बैठिए आइए ना आइए सर वाह
Ladies and gentlemen, request you to please take your seats inside the hall for our first plenary session.
जो हमारी ऑडियो विजुअल की टीम है आप प्लीज इंश्योर करिए कि जो हम लोग यहाँ कुछ बोल रहे हैं वो आवाज बाहर लॉबी तक जा रही है या नहीं अगर नहीं जा रही है तो उसको ये आवाज वहां जाए इसका इंतजाम करें धन्यवाद Yes, and participants, please come inside the hall. Thank you. I don't know. Wait, Eden, please make sure that everybody please gets inside the hall as quickly as they can manage to. Yeah. Guests who are sitting in the middle and back rows are requested to please come inside and occupy the front rows, please. That way the audience setup would look good. But she's there only for the pulling there. Noted. पापड़ है, पापड़ ले लीजिए, पापड़ है, पापड़ ले लीजिए। Traduction. सेम तो ये लिखा हुआ है, सिक्वेंस। हाँ हाँ, very long thing. 15 bottles will take them. Slowly for the house. अरे थोड़ी बहुत अच्छा, थोड़ी देर तो
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we begin with our first plenary session on toilet access and use. Constructing correct design and putting in place sustained mechanisms for operation and maintenance of toilets are critical in ensuring sustainability of ODF behavior. The current session will touch upon these themes and attempt to offer relevant solutions based on evidences from the field. This session, we will hear from Shri Rajesh Kumar, State Coordinator, Lohia Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, as session chair. Sir may join us virtually in a short moment. And as key contributors, we have with us Dr. Asad Umar from Aga Khan Foundation, Shri Manoj Kumar from Tata Trust, and Shri Prabjot Sodhi from Center of Environment Education. Sir, can I please request you to please take your seat on the dais? This session This session is going to be of 1 hour, and I would request each speaker to make their presentations for about 10 to 15 minutes. So that will leave us with enough time towards the end for free-flowing discussion with the audience members. And before we proceed, let me quickly introduce our speakers. Dr. Umar is Director Wash and Health at the prestigious Aga Khan Foundation. He has over 2 decades of experience in the field of water and sanitation, water resource management, as well as health and nutrition. He has extensively contributed towards effective policy implementation, evidence-based research, and technical assistance to the flagship water supply and sanitation programs of the country. We also have with us Shri Manoj Kumar from Tata Trust. Tata Trust have done inspirational work in the wash sector. They employ a social and behavior change communication tool for bringing about improved wash practices. Through these initiatives, the trusts have been able to change mindsets, initiate construction of twin pit pour flush toilets, and make several districts open defecation free. We also have with us Shri Prabjot Sodhi from CEE, who has over 40 years of professional experience, and he's currently the Senior Program Director, Circular Economy at Center for Environment Education. Mr. Sodhi has diversified experience in leading and implementing projects in a wide range of areas from plastic waste management, climate change, natural resources, and land development to livelihoods of poor and marginalized in the tribal, urban, and rural spaces. To begin, I would request Dr. Asad to kindly share his work aligned with the objective of the workshop with us. Thank you, sir. So I request the IT team to kindly share Dr. Asad's PPT.
Team guest and honorable panel member on the dais. Today, if you just look at the overall objective of this particular workshop, it is essentially a sort of experience sharing, especially around the importance of infrastructure within Swachh Bharat mission. So, in fact, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude and thanks to India Sanitation Coalition, especially to giving us an opportunity to share some of our experiences around Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 1 and how we are also supporting to SBM Phase 2. Now, a couple of things which I would like to highlight as part of this initiative, as the session theme is basically around toilet usage, the retrofitting part, the infrastructure part, the sustainability part, the operation and maintenance part. If I just look at the overall global status, especially around SDG 6, then what we have seen so far, I mean, halfway we are already across, but in terms of overall sanitation access globally, there are huge concerns. Still, more than 2 billion people are actually not have access even to basic sanitation facilities. In terms of created infrastructure, what we have seen during rural sanitation campaign days or even after that, or even globally, if you look at this stage, there are huge concerns around quality of infrastructure everywhere. Now, Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 1, when it started, it actually tried to address those concerns. Of course, from state to state, from district to district, quality of implementation that varies largely. But by and large, what we have seen that there was a sort of focus and we could manage to achieve a sort of target by 2019. And then we all know that ministry realized that this still work is not finished. So there is a sort of this guideline, the 10 years sanitation guideline that was released by the ministry, that how going forward we'll have to prioritize it, whether it is leave no one behind. And we all know that how we graduated from Phase 1 to Phase 2. Now, one of the top priority that was actually decided at that point of time, it was basically to look at the basic quality of infrastructure. We all know, I mean, and then it was decided that yes, retrofitting is something that is actually needed, that is required, and that was taken in a big way. And we all know that there was a sort of dedicated campaign that started somewhere in 2022 till March 2023, and within that period, we could manage to retrofit almost 1 million toilets. When I said retrofit, so focus was essentially around twin pit units, converting single pit into twin pit. But at the same time, how we can actually link septic tanks to soak pits. So that was a sort of key priority. And some of the states, southern states, particularly Tamil Nadu, then western part, Maharashtra, then states like Goa, even Chhattisgarh, many of them has really performed well as far as retrofitting part was concerned. Now, retrofitting is one part, but I would also like to highlight that it is not a one-time retrofitting that is really important. What is much more important is a sort of sustained hand-holding support at the ground level, number one. Number two, the robust tracking system. I'll be happy to share a few slides, especially around what we did, especially in phase one of Swachh Bharat mission. So, in fact, Foundation supported Swachh Bharat mission almost in more than 1,500 villages across 14 districts in 5 states that included Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, then Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Madhya Pradesh. So these were the states where we actually tried to closely support to this mission. So a couple of things which I would like to highlight here is what has actually helped us to sustain the initiative. Now, if you just look at some of the definitions of retrofitting, so I will just read out those definitions, which says that retrofitting is an action or measures to address a technological gap problem affecting a toilet's functionality and its data management process, including its sanitary status, for example, incorrectly constructed pits, faulty pipes and chambers, absence of Y junction, weak or damaged superstructure, pit cover, poor plinth foundation, inappropriate distance between pits, depth of pits, or wrongly built septic tank. These technological problems can usually be addressed with few low cost and easy solutions. So that was a kind of broad definition. We all know, I mean, as I understand, most of the people sitting here, they have wealth of experience in the sanitation. So I need that. So just my intention was to actually read out this definition because these are certain aspects that was not new. And many organizations, even phase one, many districts have successfully demonstrated that how keeping these points in mind, you can still ensure the overall sustainability of the sanitation services at household level or even at community level. So some of the highlights which I would like to share what we did as part of this initiative. So, for example, under this initiative, intensive engagement was ensured, and the overall target was to support at least across plus 600 habitations, 140,000 units with household level sanitation facilities. We've tried to facilitate the process. And the overall focus was on two aspects. One is facilitate the different parts how a particular individual can get access to the incentives. But the second part was how we can actually educate local government institutions, to household, or even the self-help group, etc., especially on the quality aspects of the construction. So a couple of things which we try to actually measure. So we deployed a sort of real-time tracking tool across all these 140,000 units. The construction bit was an important part around it. So at that point of time, if you still recall, it was not the subsurface part of the structures. Of course, pit were having a sort of standard dimensions, depth, and the overall location. But the superstructures was emerging at that point of time as a sort of key concern, whether it is the overall size of the superstructure, the connection with Y chamber, or the overall ventilation, the quality of door, etc. And in fact, you won't believe that in many instances, the small points which we could see on the ground that has actually to a greater extent impacted the overall functionality of these units. So we tried to actually, when all the units were monitored, then we tried to actually look at these minute aspects. Then second part where we were also trying to actually bring into the construction bit was actually around the quality of it's especially in flood prone zone. What we can do? Can we actually minimize the lateral movement, especially, for example, fecal sludge, or even pathological movement within that? Can we do certain local improvisation within that? Can we come up with certain buffer zone? Can we do a sort of bottom ceiling? So those were certain aspects in some of the areas that were also introduced. So everything was tracked, everything was mapped, and this is also something that was on a regular basis shared with the with the community members. So as a result, what happened? So if you just look, can we just move the slides? Sorry. Yeah, if you just look at this slide, so within this slide, toilet technology and infrastructure is something that we try to monitor. Then second slide was also, distance of the toilet from water points. That was also something we try to monitor. And then, of course, some of the hygiene practices. Now, if you just look at this particular slide, so here in terms of overall usage, around these 140,000 units. So this is something that was ranging at that point of time plus 90%. So why I'm trying to show this particular slide is that the strong linkage or strong tracking system that we could manage to establish at that point of time, especially in terms of functionality of overall infrastructure. Now, we also tried to actually measure certain impacts. It was a sort of long-term intervention, long-term support to Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 1. Even some of the health impact. For example, we tried to compare it with NFHS 4 data, and we got a sort of very positive result across the state where we tried to work. Now, some of the Yeah, so this is the tracking system that we deployed as part of this initiative, and this is called. So there was this application called Aqua Flow, and that was developed by Aqua, a Netherlands-based agency. At that point of time, they were working in India, so we closely actually worked with them, customize a sort of real-time tracking tool, and with that tracking tool, try to measure and monitor, especially the quality of construction, the behavior-related indicators. And that has actually led a good result. That has also given us a sort of opportunity to do a sort of mid-course correction. So as a result, what happened at the end of this initiative, we could manage to ensure at least the intensive engagement where it was ensured, we could manage to ensure a sort of better usage of toilet facilities. So all this intervention and this support to Swachh Bharat mission, one fact that could be established was that if you closely work with the system, if you closely work with the community, if you try to impart the right kind of knowledge at the right point of time, then things can actually improve, things can actually sustain on the ground. Now, this particular tool, so one particular thing which I would like to highlight here is we also did a sort of midterm evaluation of the toilet that was actually mapped through Aqua Flow. So after 2 years, when we actually tried to look at the usage part as well as the construction part, so only 3% toilets required a little bit of renovation. And in terms of overall usage, because what happened whenever we the toilet was constructed in a particular community at a particular household, so this was mapped using Aqua Flow, and the usage part is also recorded after 15 days. Now, after 2 years, again, this particular exercise was repeated in a sample on a sample basis. And surprisingly, at the point of baseline, the overall usage was 97%, but at the after 2 years, it still remains almost 90 plus. So that itself reflected that in any intervention, it is not only a one-time input that is required, but a sort of concerted, targeted effort at community level and introduction of the right kind of technologies. Unless it is not done, things are not going to actually sustain on the ground. So therefore, one of the key conclusions which we could manage to draw out of this initiative was that local governance structure, it is actually important, especially at Gram Panchayat level. Empowerment of Gram Panchayat, that is a sort of key part. Then identification of key stakeholders, whether it is school teachers or even frontline health workers or even Swachhagrahis. We took a sort of special effort, especially in the areas where we were working, to empower Swachhagrahis and to actually ensure their optimal engagement within the program. And that has resulted in sort of good outcome at the end of this initiative. Now, these are certain things why I really wanted to highlight this particular aspect here is that any program, if you design it, so better planning process in the beginning, that is a sort of key aspect. Targeted capacity building, that is important. Then somewhere we need to have a sort of monitoring system or tracking system, especially to ensure the better functionality of the structures that is built on the ground. Unless it is done, we are going to face these problems. Now,
Sir, just request you please, if you could, in the interest of time only, could conclude in another 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Sure. Just I'm coming to that. Similarly, if you all recall, during pandemic, there was this push to build a sort of community toilet structures. So a couple of things that was at that point of time prioritized. I mean, sort of robust planning process that was really important. So, for example, gap identification, where actually a community toilet, whether it is needed or there is a sort of felt need within that community or within that habitation. Then community interactions, site selection, then somewhere layout and foundation, then handing over process, then developing a sort of complete protocol for operation and maintenance. Unless it is ensured, it is really difficult to even sustain community sanitation complexes. And of course, still a lot of serious challenges are there to sustain the community toilet, especially in rural settings. But the opportunities and the way forward which we are looking at is the increasing involvement, because as we all know, we have a sort of 500,000 Swachhagrahis that were impaneled or trained in phase 1. We should actually try to find out the ways to again engage them and so that they can actually extend a sort of needed support on the ground. Second part is provisioning of operation and maintenance fund. This is also something that Jetanji actually mentioned in the morning session. So operation and maintenance fund, especially for community sanitation, whether it is going to come from 15 Finance Commission or there has to be certain user charges, or even we really need to promote a sort of business model, especially in rural settings. So those are certain aspects which need to be prioritized. And the last point which I would like to actually highlight here is the primary issue which we face is not the availability of technologies. If we really talk about whether it is retrofitting or even looking at the entire value chain of sanitation system. But we should prioritize socio-technological planning to identify and deploy the optimal sustainable solutions in a given geography and cultural settings. It is now widely accepted that sanitation planning should consider the entire sanitation chain and rely on the principles of sustainability. Now, the last point which I would like to highlight here is that the promoting twin pit and retrofitting toilet, that should be a sort of key priority, and particularly converting single pit toilet into a sort of a twin pit toilet should be the foremost priority in an approach towards fecal sludge management implementation. So somehow how we can actually link fecal sludge management, whether it is through co-treatment or bring Harsh is sitting here, especially from CDD. I'm sure he's going to share some of the experiences around FSM, but FSM is going to be a sort of next generation problem. And we need to come up with a sort of robust solution, cost-effective technologies, which we can easily actually introduce in the rural setting. And then I would just like to reiterate the fact that somewhere going forward now under Swachh Bharat Mission Phase 2, as government is also prioritizing the sustainability of the ODF structure, along with other parts, whether it is solid and liquid waste management or even fecal sludge management or even grey water management. These aspects are something where a sort of intensive hand-holding support on the ground is needed, and a targeted intervention could only ensure sort of better outcome of such a patient phase. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Shri Manoj Kumar to take the stage to present to us the corporate perspective on the session theme, including from his experience and learnings from the Lighthouse Initiative Phase 1. Thank you, sir.
So I will not run through the content. I will stay in my thought because it will take a lot of time. So I thought more English so that and I just share a few points which I will take from Atajji. So basically, I hail from Andhra, but having worked in different parts of the country, like I worked with FICCI for last 1 year, also I was there for ISA also. So I'm taking 2 case studies, some experiences from Rajasthan as well as Andhra. It's basically on the wash financing. So one model is the revolving fund model. Second one is called credit model, basic loan model. So I'm going to touch upon few points exactly how we arrived on these things. And it's going to be a successful model. We burnt also our hands and everything, but I'm going to share those experiences. So in Andhra, we extensively worked in phase 1 of SBM, and still we are working on SBM 2 also. And we started this project in Krishna, which is NTR district, near Vijayawada, and one in tribal areas of Paderu. So tribal plus and coastal this thing. So the demand is that how you create the demand for toilets or for any sort of technology, any sort of thing. So if you go to any village, they'll say, "Hame nahi chahiye, sir. Okay, whatever we are there, we are okay." So how will you convince people? So there is a latent need. How will you convert latent into demand? Latent need को आप demand में कैसे convert करेंगे? It's very important. So 3 things actually gives a lot of impetus to this thing. One is that your technology. Second is your behavioral communication, or the BCC. It's very, very important how you. IEC is a part, but the holistic thing is SBCC, social behavioral communication. Very important is your the finance. So SBM phase 1 में finance आता था 12,000-15,000 रुपए के हिसाब से, but right up front, the community don't have money. How to build the toilet? उनके पास पैसा नहीं था. So we thought of mobilizing communities to give some kind of credit. For example, you take a loan component of 15,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees. You pick up a SHG, a federation, that is Celestial Federation, and you give them a loan of, for example, 10,000 rupees दिया आपने एक SHG को, and SHG gives 4% interest. So that was the model we tried out in Rajasthan. In Andhra, we tried out with revolving fund. So Tata has got almost 9 crore rupees from that time. And when we saw that in villages that कि toilet बनाना है तो toilets like an open defecation, so it's like a acceptable social norm कि हमें बाहर जाना है and we will do that. Second thing is water. Water is was issue in the way toilets are the thing. Third very important thing is that कि technology कौन सा choose करना है, twin pit करना है कि single pit करना है कि septic tank में जाना है. So they were not aware of these things. And if you had to source the material from where else out, the supply chain management कि आपने toilet बना दिया, government ने पैसा दिया तो बना दिया, but how do you do that? So we actually cracked on all these things, and we set up a system with the local NGOs also, and we sort of designed the revolving fund model कि आपने लोगों को दिया कुछ पैसे, आपने 10,000, 5,000, 12,000 का लिया आपने, then you revolve that fund, and once you get the incentive from the state government, because आपका टॉयलेट खत्म होने के बाद आता है वो पैसा, तो इसमें क्या करोगे आप? I don't have money. So हमने क्या किया, उस मनी को रोटेट करके गवर्नमेंट का जो पैसा आया, that money we got back again. So we revolved that money, almost 9 crore rupees we invested in the community across 975 GPs in NTR and 10 GPs in Paderu. That model succeeded well, and till today, after SBM phase 1, 19 till 2023, सब लोग ही कर रहे हैं अभी. So the model actually is a workable model, scalable model. Second thing, when we went to Rajasthan, basically the Bhilwara and the Siroi and this thing, there are 200 villages, Gasia and Bhil community basically, so the tribals. Where we started our work on the construction of toilets, and we trained the local masons, SHG groups also, as well as the local entrepreneurs. So I was talking to Sodhiji right now, said enterprise model. See, hota kya if you don't have an incentive, no scheme is sustained. What is for me at the end of the day? So we build that incentive component of 5%. For example, if giving a loan of, for example, 10,000 rupees there, ठीक है, 10,000 rupees with 4% you will return back to me. But at the end of the day, what I have? So we build the 5% incentive about that. कि हम 5% आपको देंगे, that will show a lot of interest to you. So that's the kind of business model we have to work out. And believe me, in still in like Pali and Siroi, we could reach almost 200 villages with almost 3 federations. We have 8 federations, but we want to scale it up to 8 federations. So 3 के साथ हमने काम किया, and there are 20,000 SLGs are there in these 3 federations, and still they wanted to take it forward. Not only toilet, but the menstrual hygiene part also. It's very, very important. We talk about sanitation. MHM is something like anything. So MHM, what happened there? Same component again. So they actually manufacture the cotton pads. So they have vending machine, they have cotton pads, machine, everything. We train them on an entrepreneurship model. So they actually do a lot of the manufacturing of cotton pads. So MHM plus your toilet construction plus water. These 3 things are actually have been included in this particular model. It's called water wash financing. जो आप बोलते हैं ना water financing कैसे करना है. So both revolving fund as well as loan credit. And most important thing is that how will you convince people? So we have taken the local art, local folk art. So we actually tied up with Wonder Foundation. I think everybody knows over here, Wonder Foundation. So one nukkad natak, just for example, in Rajasthan, what happens there? जो वहाँ local art है, so you have to piggyback on that. It won't work in Andhra, the same thing work in Rajasthan. So one shoe doesn't fit nice like that. So we have to recraft the design of SPCC campaign as per the need. So we have done a lot of demand creation also. Morning also we thought of like na कि plastic कितना आता है क्या आता है. So we do a lot of baseline studies. So without doing inventarization, baseline studies, DPR नहीं बनाओगे तो आपको पता नहीं चला क्या आ रहा है इसमें. How many toilets are required? So we go to any village, so बोलेंगे आपका कौन सा pit बना है? They will say सर 2 pit बना था. They don't have a junction. Or maybe सर था गड्ढा खोद दिया हमने. So unless you do, how much time I'm going? Yeah. So I'm not going to these slides because slides are there already. So you will get the slides, everything. So the model is that it's a replicable model. And once you try this credit-based model, the revolving fund model and loan model, it will work. But you have to put the 5% or 6% water incentive, you have to put that one, that will attract the SHG groups. SHGs में महिलाएं होती है तो it's very important. महिलाओं का क्या होता है कि whenever you take, I'm not blaming the Purush government, but I'm saying the महिलाओं का जो होता है is very, very demand driven. So I have seen this SHGs in Andhra as well as in parts of country. बहुत डेडिकेशन होता है उनके ऊपर. एक बार आप उनको बोल दो कि ये करना है तो they will do dedicatedly. So we tried this model on JJM also. So हमने बोला आउटसोर्सिंग करेंगे. So they said incentive क्या है? So we said we'll give 5 lakh rupees to you. You manage one, 300, 400 taps in a community. You take your community. You manage that one. We'll give 5% from government of AP. 5% मिल गया हमको तो अच्छा लग रहा है उनको बनाने में. And also we build up the O&M components. Like अच्छा जी बोल रहे थे O&M is very important because O&M नहीं है तो फिर वही होगा. Soap it बनाना आपको. So we build that 5% component and the one way what will happen there, the grey water management. FICCI कभी हम छुए ना अब तक किया नहीं. तो grey water is very important that can. So जल जल मिशन आए तो grey water आएगा आपको. So how you build these 2 components? Toilet, then your JJM plus grey water is very important. So we entangle these 3 things together and we sort of create a demand and also we build confidence. It's very important that at the end of the day what you will get. ठीक है, पर डेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज डूइंग, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, बट फॉर मी तो हमने इसमें क्या किया कि आपके समूह के साथ बैठ के एंड वी डिस्कस ऑल द इंटीग्रिटीज ऑफ दिस थिंग. हेल्थ का कंपोनेंट भी हमने डाला हमने. वी एक्चुअली इंटीग्रेटेड हेल्थ कंपोनेंट आल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. Education component also. We also trained school children on these things. So it's a multi-dimensional approach we have taken, not one single approach. It won't work. Sometimes you have to really tweak your approach based on the need. So that is what exactly the situation both in Rajasthan and Andhra from phase 1 to phase 2 also. And very important thing is that I still feel that apart from like the theme is that why correct infrastructure holds key to this thing. I believe that this is very important because seeing is believing. आपके पास टॉयलेट होगा तब देखेंगे ना. So we talk about this beautiful toilets, beautiful faucets, everything. we don't have infrastructure in place, हम उनको क्या दिखाएंगे कि टॉयलेट कैसा होता है? So seeing is believing. तो हम सर ऐसा कह रहे हैं कि जैसे मान लीजिए जब कुछ करते हैं काम तो आपको दिखाना पड़ेगा कि ये पिट ऐसा होता है, ऐसा ये मामला है, इसमें ऐसे आपका चीज है. Then you have to make them believe कि आपको ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के साथ आपका बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि social behavior change communication. So I believe personally that while you have infrastructure in place, 60% जो आपका जाएगा social behavior communication. It's very important. Otherwise, the moment you leave the village, like exit strategy की बात कर रहे थे सर अभी सुबह, corporates तो होता है क्या कि we build things and there we hand over everything. The moment you start, exiting from the village or GP, नहीं सर आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, अभी 3 साल और रुक जाता अच्छा होता है. So now right from the beginning we have to give the expectation कि हम 3-4 साल निकलने वाले हैं, we will handle you. But expectation set करना है कि हमें 3-4 साल निकल रहे हैं, but we are there to help you, not like what we are exactly doing today. So very important that confidence you have to build among the people community, and we have to design the incentive mechanisms. Very very important. Otherwise इंसेंटिव नहीं होगा, एंटरप्राइज मॉडल नहीं होगा तो काम नहीं करेगा. 5 साल काम करेगा, 6 साल काम करेगा, then things will go to again will come back. So it's very important that when you build this thing SBCC campaign, I'm not talking IEC per se, but wall painting karo, kuch karo, that will give a lot of things. So you have to identify the barriers. जैसे मैंने कहा कि barriers है कि it's not my cup of tea और मेरे को टॉयलेट नहीं करना है, it's my backer syndrome कि मुझे FSCP नहीं बनाना है. या still in Andhra, one of the villages I went, they said वास्तु नहीं काम करता है. These are the things which you have to address. आपका ईस्टर्न फेस पे नहीं टॉयलेट बना सकते हैं आप, तो how will you address that one? हम तो इंजीनियर्स बैठे हैं कि जाके टॉयलेट बना दिया हमने. ईस्टर्न पार्ट में आप टॉयलेट नहीं बना सकते, उसको बोलते हैं ईशान्यम बोलते हैं हम. So you can't have toilet at the eastern part of the particular house. So we discussed these issues with them also. We took them in confidence कि आपको कहाँ बनाना है. जैसे मैंने कहा थोड़ा सा दूर वो है ना, बिल्कुल शोर में बनाना, आपको थोड़ा से बनाना. ओके. So it's very important that we discuss with them उनका क्या नीड है, rather than we pushing things up from us कि हम स्टॉलवर्ट बैठे हैं, इंजीनियर बैठे हैं, आपको 2 फीट बनाना है, वाई जंक्शन लगा दिया, बिल्कुल नहीं, उनको जाना ही नहीं उस पर. सिंपल सा चीज है कि सोप केस इन बाथरूम.
You've got 3 more minutes.
खत्म का हो गया. सोप केस बनाना है, सोप केस बना दो उनको, तो वी बिल्ड दैट सोप केस आल्सो. अब सोप रखने के नहीं इस पर क्या करेंगे, तो you build a soap case in that particular bathroom or toilet. So we actually tried listening the community needs. Based on that, we designed toilets, construction, everything. We also build the local livelihoods. किस आपको iron rings लेना है, कहाँ से लोगे आप? आपको. So we actually train these masons locally. So they build the iron molds also, and they construct the toilets. So livelihoods creation होगा वहाँ पर. So it's a win-win situation for both the community as well as the masons and the supply chain जो आपको vendors है. So like a community contracting. So these are exactly the experiences from Rajasthan and Andhra, and I believe personally that it's a successful model which we can replicate in a few pockets of the country. Not exactly we cannot put everything in particular. We have to see what is the ground actually asking for that. Second thing is that when we talk about this solid liquid waste management, so my perception is that the moment you say waste ही बोलेंगे. So my humble request is that at least we can turn that around saying कि solid liquid resource management. So how you really change your perception. rather than waste बोलेंगे ना तो लोगों को लगता है कि waste तो waste ही है. So you say solid liquid resource management. We are saying waste is resource ना. So the moment you say solid liquid resource management, people say resource है. Good. So these are the very, very basic things which we need to really crack on these things when we talk to community. Rather saying कि जैसे हमने कहा कि used water, now we are instead of wastewater, government of India is saying used water. They changed the terminology to wastewater to used water. So why can't we change to waste to resource? We are saying solid liquid waste resource management. The perception change हो जाएगा आपका. So that's so I'm done. So I thought of just talk to you because obviously run through all the slides, which will take a lot of time. But slides are there. But I think this is what exactly I wanted to communicate to your office, and we wanted to learn more from you also. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity, ISA, and colleagues and panels, everybody, and Tata Trust also, on behalf of Tata Trust. And we can discuss more and more when we go around. And thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Nupur, a brief announcement that the audience can have their questions prepared and give it to Nupur at the end of the, the speaker number 3, which is Sodi sir. Probably these questions can be addressed by the panelists. Thank you.
And before we begin, I would just like to highlight that the proceedings of this workshop, covering all sessions, shall be curated to produce a knowledge paper, both in digital and print versions. And this would be could well be a precursor to a policy brief with potential to lead to informed decisions on part of the Swachh Bharat program managers and stakeholders. So please expect that soon from our end. I now request Sodi sir to please take the stage.
Well, good afternoon, and thanks very much to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to really speak and talk about it. I'll define my 15 minutes in 2 parts. You have taken me about 10 years back when we were doing sanitation program and building toilets in Sahibganj and Jharkhand area. I'll talk 5 minutes on that, and then I'll rest. A related subject. Manoj and Asad Bhai have really made my task very easy because they have put forward 4 very important principles. One is planning, second is community involvement, third is monitoring, and then of course financing. There is the 4 aspects. Financing means incentives. तो जब हमने, मैं एक स्टोरी से सुनाता हूँ आपको, जब हमने साहिबगंज झारखंड में गंगा के किनारे लगा हुआ डिस्ट्रिक्ट है और नमामि गंगे में हमने ये प्रोजेक्ट किया था 2016 में 17 में, तो लगभग 40,000 टॉयलेट बनाने थे विद इन अ स्पैन ऑफ 1 ईयर 1.5 ईयर। तो तब मैं यूएनडीपी में था, तो हमने कहा कि यहाँ ना तो वहाँ सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स थे, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट ट्राइबल एरियाज, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट sort of unattended district of the state, तो very forested, and so हमने कहा कैसे शुरू करें। हमने 3 एजेंसियां ली, 3 एजेंसियों को लेके हमने 120 गांव थे, 40 गांव हर एक एजेंसी को डिफाइन कर दिए और पूरे 15 दिन हमने एक कॉमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए लगाए, 3 महीने प्लानिंग के लिए गए और 4 महीने में 5,700 टॉयलेट खड़े किए। और वो कैसे किए वही मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाह रहा हूँ। तो जब हमने प्लानिंग की तो हमने कहा कि भाई ऐसा है, टॉयलेट का डिजाइन क्या होना चाहिए, स्टेट का डिजाइन क्या है, लोग क्या चाहते हैं, और हमने सबसे पहली काम किए गांव में जाके ना नक्शे बनाए गांव के। हमने कहा गांव का नक्शा बनाओ, कौन सा मकान कहाँ है, जंगल कहाँ है, क्या है, which we call as social mapping, the points which you have said। और उसमें आप ये बताओ किसका घर कहाँ है। सब लोगों ने सोचा पता नहीं क्या मिलने वाला है, उन्होंने कभी नक्शे बनते देखे नहीं थे। उन्होंने कहा पता नहीं हमें क्या मिलेगा, आप क्या बांटने वाले हो, मेरा घर यहाँ नहीं नजर आ रहा है, मैं तो इसके घर के अंदर रहता हूँ। तो वी केम टू नो वेयर इज द बॉन्डेड लेबर ऑल्सो। तो नक्शे में सारी चीजें हमने एक नक्शे को बनाने के लिए 7-7, 8-8 घंटे, वहां ओझा साहब एमएलए थे तो मुझे कहने लगे, कहते सोडी साहब ये कहाँ के रंग दिखा रहे हो दुनिया को, ये कुछ करोगे भी कि नहीं। तो मैंने कहा देखिए पहले प्लान बनने दो, और ये हमने प्लान बनाई और फिर उसमें रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बांधे। कोई एसएचजी नहीं थे, एसएचजी बनाने के लिए लगे, एंड मिस्टर राजीव शर्मा हुआ करते थे वहां मिशन डायरेक्टर तब झारखंड में, और मैडम होती थी, मैडम खरे, तो नॉट खरे, निधि वर्मा, तो उनके साथ शी वाज द चीफ सेक्रेटरी। तो ये सारी बात हमारी रिव्यू मंथ वाइज होती थी, तो उनको बड़ा मजा आ रहा था। कट द स्टोरी शॉर्ट, 3 महीने में हमने लगभग 120 ग्रुप बनाए, and over a period of 7-8 months we were having 327 self-help groups, all of women, practically all of women, and उन्होंने कभी सेविंग नहीं किया था। लगभग 23 लाख रुपए 6 महीने के अंदर कम्युनिटीज ने सेव कर लिए। फिर हमने टॉयलेट का काम शुरू किया। ओझा साहब रोज आए, ये तस्वीर दिखाते रहते हो मुझे, ये करते रहते हो, मेरे डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कुछ काम करोगे कि नहीं करोगे। मैंने कहा यार करेंगे, आप देखो तो सही क्या होगा। टॉयलेट का डिजाइन आया, लोग कहते हैं कि हम टॉयलेट के साथ एक नहाने का भी बना लें, आपको कोई दिक्कत तो नहीं है। तो मैंने कहा यार स्टेट से पूछ लो। शर्मा जी कहेंगे अरे ये तुमने क्या कर दिया। मैंने कहा सर आपका तो 12,000 रुपए है ना, आपने वही देना है, आप चिंता मत करो, हम इसमें से ले लेंगे। तो स्टोरी ऐसे हुई कि हमने वो टॉयलेट का 12,000 में इंसेंटिव बांधा था, पॉइंट विच मनोज एंड असद भाई वर ट्राइंग टू टेल। हमने सारे टॉयलेट वो ये फ्लाई एश ब्रिक के बनाए, और फ्लाई ऐश ब्रिक की यूनिट डाल दी वहां, और यूनिट डाल के फ्लाई ऐश ब्रिक बनती थी, वहां जाके बिकती थी। और हमने कह दिया कि जो जलसैया, वहां वो बोलते थे ना तब जलसैया, गांव की बहू या, तो उनको हमने कहा कि आप जितने भी टॉयलेट बनवाएंगी और उसकी हमें पूरी कंप्लीट पिक्चर देंगी, 500 रुपए पर टॉयलेट आपके, ये गांव के अंदर तय किया गया। तो वो थोड़ी सी अनबन हुई, लड़ाई झगड़े हुए। 500 रुपए हमने उसको दिया जो कि ये सारा टॉयलेट सरपंच बनवाता है और वो सारा पैसा डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करेगा। हमने कहा सरपंच को नहीं मिलेगा पर एसएचजी को मिलेगा, सरपंच के लिए हमें मिलना नहीं, एसएचजी को 500 रुपया, 500 रुपया जलसैया को, 1000 रुपया हमने उसमें। यू वोंट बिलीव इट कि वो टॉयलेट सारे के सारे फ्लाई ऐश से बने। फ्लाई ऐश ब्रिक का टॉयलेट 9500 में उस समय बनता था और बेसिक टॉयलेट 12000 का बनता था। मैडम चीफ सेक्रेटरी को हमने ये बातें बताई, उन्होंने कहा, और उसी टाइम ये हो गया डिमोनेटाइजेशन। तो वहां हमारे ग्रुप्स में इतना पैसा था कि वो सारा काम में आ गया एंड बहुत बड़ा हंगाम। इट वाज अ बिग न्यूज इन झारखंड, अ वेरी पॉजिटिव न्यूज। नाउ कैन यू गिव मी द स्लाइड? आपका है, अच्छा ठीक है। नाउ कैन यू पुट द, अब मैं आपको ये कहानी प्लास्टिक की सुनाता हूँ। फिर ये तो सरकार ने कहा हमें कि हम ये टॉयलेट अब बना लेंगे, हमें आपने बता दिया। लोगों ने अपने टॉयलेट बड़े कर लिए, छोटे कर लिए, अपना पैसा लगा दिया, नहाने का भी कमरा साथ में बना दिया। हमने कहा बनाओ, आराम से बनाओ। एंड वी पास्ड एवरीथिंग इन द मीटिंग, याद है आपको? तो सारा मीटिंग में पास कर देते थे गांव में। और आप यकीन नहीं मानेंगे, 325 सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप में 23-25 लाख रुपया 6 महीने में जमा हो गया। और एक भी चोरी नहीं, 1 रुपए की भी चोरी नहीं। सारे टॉयलेट्स आज भी मौजूद है, कोई आदमी जाए, इट इज वन ऑफ द सक्सेस स्टोरीज इन द होल। खैर यूएनडीपी से निकला, टॉयलेट छोड़ दिए, और तो उसके बाद कितने बने मुझे नहीं पता, मैं कभी साहिबगंज नहीं गया। तो फिर मैं प्लास्टिक में लग गया, विच इज अ रिलेटेड सब्जेक्ट टू ऑल दिस सैनिटेशन। और वो स्टोरी यूएनडीपी में हमने एमआरएफ की बड़ी बात की। तब एमआरएफ का नाम ही नहीं कोई जानता था, एमआरएफ इज जस्ट नथिंग बट अ स्टोरेज फैसिलिटी। इसको रिकवरी सेंटर कर दिया। रिकवरी का मतलब ये है कि आप बहुत सारा माल ला रहे हो, उसको डिफरेंट डिफरेंट कैटेगरीज में बांट रहे हो। यूएनडीपी में हमने 25-26 बनाए। अब सेंटर फॉर एनवायरमेंट एजुकेशन में एचडीएफसी बैंक के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, देखते हैं क्या कर रहे हैं। ये सेंटर फॉर एनवायरमेंट एजुकेशन है, 40 साल पुरानी संस्था है। कार्तिकेय साराभाई बाजू में बैठे हैं, वो विक्रम चंद्रयान पे लैंड किया है ना, वो विक्रम साराभाई के नाम से है, और वो विक्रम साराभाई के बेटे हैं। तो सेंटर फॉर एनवायरमेंट इज अ वेरी इंटरनेशनल ओरिएंटेड, registered with all UN agencies all abroad in all convention, and ये फर्स्ट एनवायरमेंट सेक्रेटरी बीच में है। हम 10 सिटीज में और 3 एक जगह पे काम कर रहे हैं। ये प्रेजेंटेशन आपके पास रहेगी, मैं ज्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाता, नहीं तो भाई साहब ने मेरे को करना है, अब टाइम ओवर हो गया। तो हम लगभग 3 जगह पे, बस्तर में, गंजाम में, समस्तीपुर बिहार में, और अभी हम रांची में करने जा रहे हैं। गवर्नमेंट के साथ सारा एग्रीमेंट हो गया है। तो इसमें करते क्या है, दीज आर द बेसिक ब्रॉड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स। सोर्स सेग्रीगेशन पे बहुत ध्यान होता है। सबसे पहले स्ट्रेंथनिंग ड्राइवेज कलेक्शन ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मैकेनिज्म, क्या मैकेनिज्म से कलेक्शन होगी, क्या से ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होगी, दोनों तरफ। कलेक्शन से कहाँ आएगा, वहां से कहाँ जाएगा, तो उसकी ऑप्टिमाइजेशन जो अभी बात कर रहे थे। बैकवर्ड एंड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज। बैकवर्ड मतलब जो कलेक्शन कर रहे हैं उनकी भी प्रॉब्लम है, घर से विलेज में, विलेज से पंचायत, या पंचायत से ब्लॉक में कैसे आना है, क्या सिस्टम होना चाहिए, और आगे फिर आ गया, छट गया, फिर उसको आगे कैसे जाना है रिसाइकलर्स के पास, जो अभी श्रीवास्तव जी बात कर रहे थे। सोशल एंड बिहेवियरल चेंज, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। उसके लिए बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं। कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट एक जन आंदोलन की तरह होना चाहिए, अच्छी तरह से आवाज आनी चाहिए गांव में कि हम ये काम करेंगे और ये हम काम करना चाहते हैं। लोकल विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप को सब नॉलेज रहती है, वो करना भी चाहते हैं, पर उनको कोई सिस्टम में बनाने के लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग चाहिए। वो कहते हैं हमें अपना समय देते हैं, हमारे को पैसे तो मिलते नहीं है, हमें क्या फायदा मिलता है यहाँ आने का। तो सबसे पहले हम उस चीज को एड्रेस करते हैं, एंड वी टॉक एन एग्रीमेंट विद द डीडीसी या जेडपी, डीआरडीए और जेडपी, व्हाटएवर द केस में भी। बिजनेस मॉडल मैंने अभी बात की थी। अब आता हूँ आगे। ये देखिए नक्शे, गांव के लोग नक्शे बना रहे हैं। ऐसे ही हमने टॉयलेट्स के लिए किए थे, ऐसे ही प्लास्टिक के लिए किए हैं। कि भाई कहाँ कहाँ घर है, कौन इकट्ठा करेगा, किसकी जिम्मेदारी होगी, कौन लाएगा, कौन रखेगा। आपके पास एक चेकलिस्ट होती है। मेरे साथी वहां बैठे हैं, अमरप्रीत और त्यावशी और गगनदीप, तो ये सारे वहां फील्ड में रहते हैं। ये सारे नक्शे हम इसके ऊपर बड़ा समय लगाते हैं, बार बार करते हैं। तो ये सारे एग्रीमेंट्स होते हैं इसमें। प्रोजेक्ट स्ट्रेटजी बेसिकली यही होती है कि हम एक एजेंसी लेते हैं लोकलाइज, क्योंकि हमने तो बाहर निकल जाना है। HDFC ने या HCL फाउंडेशन या मौजूदा या टाटा ट्रस्ट है, ये तो 3-4 साल के लिए प्रोजेक्ट देती है, फिर कहते हैं आप इसको सस्टेनेबल बनाइए और आपकी एग्जिट स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होनी चाहिए। काम 3 साल में नहीं होता है, काम तो 3 साल में लगभग शुरू ही होता है। तो वो उसको देखने के लिए कैसे करना है, एक लोकल एजेंसी लेते हैं जिसको हम सारा वो कैन बी सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप ऑल्सो, कैन बी ए कोऑपरेटिव, कैन बी एन NGO। दिवार्थ बैठे हैं वहां, तो उन्होंने हमारे साथ बड़ा काम किया गोवा में, और अभिजीत भी बैठे फिनिक्स सोसाइटी से। तो ये लोग आपसे बात भी करेंगे। क्लियर रोल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज, जैसे आपने कहा DPR होनी चाहिए, तो हम एक चिट्ठी बनाते हैं जिसमें कि ये आपके काम है, आपको देने हैं हमें, ये हमारे काम है, हम करेंगे। तो ZP जिला परिषद को भी पता होना चाहिए कि शेड मुझे देना है, मुझे ये देनी है, व्हीकल देनी है, ये करना है, ये करना है। तो वो कॉपी अगर आपको चाहिए होगी प्लीज हम दे देंगे आपको। एंड सिंगल क्लस्टरिंग, अभी बात हुई थी, सिंगल ब्लॉक के लिए आपको 16 लाख रुपए दिया है। क्लस्टरिंग, हम क्लस्टरिंग भी करते हैं। हमने सिंगल ब्लॉक पे काम ही नहीं किया क्योंकि वो जरूरी नहीं है, जैसा कि श्रीवास्तव जी ने कहा। हमने 12-12 ब्लॉक के बीच में एक इमारत बनाया है 3000 स्क्वायर फीट का। आपको हमने 10 ब्लॉक्स के अंदर 5000 स्क्वायर फीट का बनाया। अच्छा बनाए, सबका पैसा ले, और HDFC बैंक ने भी हमें दिया। वो सारी फाइनेंसिंग मैं आपसे कभी कर लूंगा बात। ये हमारा सिस्टम है। अगर आप देखेंगे, ये अपना वेस्ट जनरेटर से आता है, यहाँ से विलेज सॉर्टिंग सेंटर में जाता है, फिर वो PWMU बोल रहे थे साहब, ये अपना ब्लॉक लेवल पे, ये हमारा 5 ब्लॉक्स के अंदर एक बनता है, कभी 8 ब्लॉक के अंदर, कभी 10 ब्लॉक के अंदर, डिपेंड करता है किस स्टेट में क्या लेवल, कितना पेरी अर्बन एरिया क्या आता है। थैंक यू। सो ये फिर हम देखते हैं कि कहाँ जाना है। एग्रीगेटर जितने कबाड़ी वाले हैं वहां रास्ते में, उनको सबको मेंबर बनाते हैं और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाते हैं, और फिर ये सारा देखते हैं रिसाइकलर कौन से हैं सीमेंट के। अब रिसाइकलर एक नहीं होता, वो कहता है मैं तो जी पेटी उठाऊंगा, मैं गत्ता ही लूंगा, मैं कागज लूंगा, मैं ग्लास लूंगा, मैं बॉटल पूरी लूंगा, टूटी हुई नहीं लूंगा। So this is a whole ecosystem which needs lot of thing, and don't worry please, it is time taking, time consuming, but it's a beautiful concept as Mr. Srivastav was saying. रोड मेकिंग में भी जाता है, साइंटिफिक डिस्पोजल में भी जाता है, ये सारी चीजें हो सकती हैं। हम इन सारे पार्टनरशिप कन्वर्जेंस के बल्क वेस्ट जनरेटर्स हैं, रिसाइकलर्स हैं, गवर्नमेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन, इनके साथ जो उन्होंने बात कही थी, जो असद भाई और मनोज ने भी बात कही है, how to create a relationship and bonding continuously with the government. They are also part of us. We are also part of them. They have 100 problems. We have only one focus, which is plastic. So we have to integrate that whole in the system. ये हमारे मॉडल्स हैं। 2 ब्लॉक का इतना पैसा आएगा, उसका इतना कॉस्ट होगा, 3 का इतना है, 4 का इतना है, 6 का इतना है। ये सारे कैलकुलेशंस हैं मेरे पास, आपको चाहिए होंगे। ये हम निर्मल में कर रहे हैं, तेलंगाना में। अभी द डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर इज वेरी कीन कि मेरे को ये सारा करना है, अर्बन में भी करना है, रूरल में भी करना है। तो ये
sorry for interrupting, you've got 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes, I'll finish it. तो ये सारा सिस्टम है कि कैसे आपने प्लान किया। मैं आपको डिटेल में नहीं जा रहा, एज मनोज वाज सेइंग, बट आई वांटेड टू शो यू दिस, दैट सोर्सेज ऑफ फंड कहाँ से आएंगे, कितनी कैपेसिटी होगी, एरिया कितना रिक्वायर्ड है, कितना कंस्ट्रक्शन लगेगा, ये सारी चीजें अपने पास है। दिस इज प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट, कैपिटल कॉस्ट कहाँ से आएगी, एसेट कॉस्ट कहाँ से आएगी, IEC, BC, प्रोग्राम सपोर्ट, ऑपरेशन, मॉनिटरिंग, रिपोर्टिंग। I will just show you. This is the total infrastructure cost. That is civil infrastructure along with the provisions of toilet blocks, men and women. मेरे को लोगों ने कहा कि सर आप तैयार होके नहा के आते हैं, हम भी धो के काम करने के बाद नहाना चाहते हैं, हमारे लिए टॉयलेट होना चाहिए नहाने के लिए, टॉयलेट विद अ बेथिंग फैसिलिटी। हमारे पास कपड़ों के लिए आपने रेलवे स्टेशन पे देखे होंगे वो कैबिनेट्स, वैसे कैबिनेट्स हमने दिए थे, बात पता है उनको, अभिजीत को मालूम है। तो दिस इज ऑल बेलिंग मशीन, कितनी लगनी है, क्या लगना है, कितनी कॉस्ट आनी है, उनके क्या साइज है, क्या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की सारी चीजें, ये सब अपने पास हैं। और मैं ये एक MRF का सारा सिस्टम है, कौन सी मशीनें लगेगी, कैसे। आपने नीचे देखा नहीं एमिनिटी, सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, साफ पानी पीना हमें क्यों चाहिए, उनको भी उतना ही है जरूरी। देयर इंक्लूसिविटी, बेसिक सैनिटेशन, सैनिटरी वेस्ट इंसिनरेटर, बेसिंग। आपने बहुत जबरदस्त बात की दोनों ने रिगार्डिंग दिस सैनिटरी बेसिंग फैसिलिटी, लॉकर सिस्टम्स। दिस इज अ डैशबोर्ड जो मैंने मॉनिटरिंग की बात कही थी, डेली बनता है हमारे पास एट एवरी सिटी, इट इज अवेलेबल, इट इज जस्ट अ सिस्टम विच वी हैव क्रिएटेड। आपको इतना डिटेल में दिख नहीं रहा होगा क्योंकि बहुत कुछ है इसमें। कितना माल आ रहा है, कितना माल जा रहा है, डेली बेसिस पे कौन सा माल जा रहा है, कौन सा माल आ रहा है, ये सारा इसमें सिस्टम होता है। ये पूरा फिर वो एनालिसिस डाल देता है, 1 सेकेंड में वो चार्ट से ये एनालिसिस बन जाता है। These are the ways that loading is taking place. This is money, sir. ये पैसा है। उसने बड़ा अच्छा कहा कि it should be not be a waste, it should be a resource. इसमें पैसा है। जितना इसको आप दिखाएंगे लोगों को कि ये देखो तेरे को इतना पैसा मिलने वाला है, हम इतना पैसा लगा रहे हैं, मैंने तो 4 साल के बाद जाना है, बाकी तेरे लिए ही छोड़ के जाना है। तो ये लोग करते हैं काम, ये गाड़ियां रोज लोड होती हैं। 10 टन माल हम समस्तीपुर में डेली हैंडल कर रहे हैं प्लास्टिक्स का। बस्तर जैसी जगह में हम 2 टन माल डेली कर रहे हैं। गंजाम जैसी जगह अभी शुरू नहीं हुआ, शुरू होना है, और वहां कलेक्शन डेली 1 टन है, 100 किलो। ये देखिए, ये दूसरी सिटी का है। ये सारा ट्रेसेबिलिटी है, इतने सारे रजिस्टर है। टेक जस्ट 1 मिनट बॉस। विलेज के अंदर वेस्ट कलेक्शन रिकॉर्ड सिस्टम, ये जो स्लाइड है ना, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट स्लाइड है। यही डिटरमिन करती है जो आप चाहते हैं कि मेरे को ये पता नहीं यार, पता नहीं कहाँ गया मेरा पैसा, क्या हो गया। डोनर भी कहता है मेरा सत्यानाश कर दिया। तो अभी हमारे डोनर गए थे एक दिन देखने बस्तर में, वो इतनी खुश, वो कहती मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं था, आप बोलते थे सोडिया, मैं सोचती थी होगा ही नहीं। मैंने कहा नहीं, कहती पर इसको और अभी करना है, इसको ऐसे करना है। एंड शी वाज सो गुड and she was so interested, the lady, and this is how the whole system works, you know. And these collections can go 5 दिन के बाद जाना है, कोई 6 दिन के बाद जाता है, कोई हफ्ते में 2 बार जाता है, कोई 1 बार जाता है। These systems can be managed, and हम उन सबको पेमेंट देते हैं। जो महिलाएं कलेक्शन करती हैं 6-7 बार पर डे, मैं तो बहुत लड़ाई कर रहा हूँ, श्रीवास्तव साहब ने भी कहा है, चिट्ठियां भी लिखवाई हैं कि 7 बार अगर वो कलेक्शन करती है महीने में तो 84 डेज हुए ना, मनरेगा के अंदर करो। जब मनरेगा बना था तब प्लास्टिक वाज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम, व्हाई वी नॉट कंसीडर नाउ? इट इज अ रूलिंग, इट इज इन द anyway, that is an issue which we will tackle all of us together. These are the beautiful, आप देखिए लोग अपना अपना अहम समझते हैं। जैसे उसने कहा क्रिएट एबीसी सिस्टम्स, क्रिएट पार्टनरशिप्स, क्रिएट कंपटीशन बिटवीन द पीपल, एंड दे डू इट। लुक एट दिस, हम ट्रंक देते हैं छोटे रिकॉर्ड रखने के लिए, उनके रजिस्टर और ये वो, और एक छोटा गले के लिए भी छोटा ट्रंक देते हैं, और इतना जबरदस्त काम करते हैं। गांव में मैंने कभी चोरी होते नहीं देखा था, एंड इसके लिए आई सैल्यूट दीस पीपल। That's it. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I think we can allow maybe just a couple in the interest of time. जब ऑडियंस क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछती तो इसका मतलब केवल 2 ही होता है। I don't want to elaborate on that.
Yeah. 2-3 चीज जानना चाहेंगे सोदी सर, कि आप जिस एरिया में काम कर रहे हैं, तो आप जब वहां से एग्जिट करेंगे तो उसके सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लेकर के क्या स्ट्रेटजी आपने बनाया है? क्योंकि जब तक आपका जनरली होता है क्या कि जब तक प्रोग्राम है तब तक वहाँ इंटेंसिवली जो प्रोजेक्ट चला रहे हैं उनके लोग इंगेज रहते हैं, लेकिन जब वो वहां से एग्जिट करता है तो फिर उसके बाद उसके सस्टेनेबिलिटी को लेकर के एक बड़ा चैलेंज आता है। तो उसमें आपका क्या स्ट्रेटजी है वहां पे?
सच बताऊं, एकदम सच बताऊं, आपका सवाल 100%, इट्स 100% एब्सोल्युटली राइट। जहां तक टॉयलेट्स और सैनिटेशन का सवाल है, वहां तो कोई ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आती है। पीपल वंस दे मेक देमसेल्व्स, दे नो इट एंड दे विल टेक केयर ऑफ इट। वो छोटा मोटा पिट में थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम आती है और वो थोड़ा मानसिक प्रॉब्लम ज्यादा है, तो उसमें तो ज्यादा नहीं कहूंगा, पर आपका सवाल प्लास्टिक्स में है। प्लास्टिक्स में पैसा है साहब, बहुत पैसा होता है। जब हम पटना में काम कर रहे थे, आप बिहार से हैं, अभी हम बात कर रहे थे चाय पे, हमने बहुत अच्छा सेंटर बनाया, 10 टन चलता था जब हम काम कर रहे थे। जब हम निकले तो क्या होता है, पॉलिसी मेकर्स टेक अ डिसीजन। हमने कहा कि ये इनको दे दीजिए, हम निकल रहे हैं, ये सारा वो करने चाहेंगे जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर था। उसने कहा हम अपने आप करेंगे, पटना म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन करेगी, हाँ आप हमें दे दीजिए, क्योंकि हमने तो हैंड ओवर म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन को ही देना, बिकॉज वी आर पार्टनरिंग विद गवर्नमेंट। जब हमने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट गवर्नमेंट से किया है और डोनर का पैसा लगा, वो कहता है आप किसी प्राइवेट पार्टी को नहीं दे सकते, बात भी सच है। तो हमने कॉर्पोरेशन को दिया। जम्मू कॉर्पोरेशन में उन्होंने ऐसे ही किया, उन्होंने कहा कि ठीक है हमारा ये सर्विस प्रोवाइडर बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, हम इसी को दे देंगे, आप अपना कंटिन्यूएशन रखिए हमारे साथ। हमने कहा ठीक है, कंटिन्यूएशन रखेंगे, पैट ऑन द बैक, एंड वी विल डू अ लिटिल मॉनिटरिंग। 3 चीज बहुत जरूरी होती है सर आफ्टर द एग्जिट स्ट्रेटजी। जब आप एग्जिट कर रहे हैं, आपका मॉनिटरिंग मैकेनिज्म क्या है और वो किस तरह से इंटीग्रेटेड है सारे मटेरियल के अंदर, कितना आ रहा है, कितना जा रहा है, क्या वो सच है या आप फजिंग कर रहे हैं। दूसरा, जो इंस्टीट्यूशनल मैकेनिज्म आप छोड़ रहे हैं, वो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर है, वो जो अगर वो जम गया है तो उसको, उसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी पहले से ही है, तभी वो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर बना है। पर एक बार जम गया है तो वो बहुत अच्छा चलता है। कई जगह अनफॉर्चुनेटली हो भी जाता है। निबार्क सामने बैठे हैं, अभिजीत बैठे हैं, ये अपने साथ बात करेंगे। ये हमारे साथ गोवा में काम कर रहे थे, गोवा में आज भी चल रहा है, मेरा ख्याल आप खुद कर रहे हैं, 10 टन डेली कर रहे हैं, अभिजीत आप भी कर रहे हैं सब जगह पे। तो जो ये एजेंसीज है ना, हम उनको सोचते हैं कि दे आर फॉर मनी मेकिंग, दे आर नॉट फॉर मनी मेकिंग। पार्डन मी सेइंग दिस सर, मैं पहले आपसे अनुमति ले ली, मैं सच बोल रहा हूँ। और ये एजेंसीज का खास एक रोल रहता है, चाहे वो आगा खान हो, टाटा ट्रस्ट हो, कोई भी हो, और वो उसको मजबूती प्राप्त करेगा और वो उसमें 10 पैसे निकालेगा भी। अगर वो 10 पैसे नहीं निकालेगा, मेरे साथ कमिश्नर बात करते थोड़ी, इनको बड़ा प्रॉफिट हो रहा है, ये बताते नहीं है हमें, तो मैंने कहा सर अगर वो 10 पैसे नहीं कमाएगा तो वो यहाँ काम क्यों करेगा, कहीं और जाएगा। हर एक को मुनाफा चाहिए। So we have to understand that profit sharing model has to be built in, and that's what we do. अब communities को भी मिलना चाहिए, वो सिस्टम बने हुए हैं। Am I right, Abhijit? Divat? So I think so I answered your question that sometimes legacies are broken, but legacies have their own rights and benefits.
And Surita, but whatever would remain, I'm sure Abhijit will be able to answer on your behalf over lunch.
Absolutely. These people are Pakka champions.
Please go ahead. Thank you. Is somebody handing over a mic?
Yes, sir. Please.
पहला ये है कि जब हम बात कर रहे हैं सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट की खास करके, तो क्या ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ एंड सेफ्टी का कहीं पे उसको आपने उसमें जोड़ा है क्या? मुझे शायद वो दिखा नहीं, या तो शायद मैं स्किप कर गया होऊंगा मे बी। दूसरा चीज है उसके लिए क्या करते हैं, जो कि अगर हम जिस कम्युनिटी के साथ काम करते हैं खास करके, और अगर हम कभी सेग्रीगेशन करने के लिए जाएंगे, क्या हमने उनको इस तरह से इनकरेज किया कि ये उतना रिस्की नहीं है, या फिर अगर है रिस्क इन्वॉल्व है, अगर हम जानते हैं, उसके लिए हमारा क्या दायित्व है और हम क्या कर रहे हैं उसके लिए।
बिल्कुल।
दूसरा चीज है सर कि उसी से जुड़ता हुआ प्रश्न है कि जब सेग्रीगेशन होता है ड्राई और वेट वेस्ट का, खास करके प्लास्टिक में, कि प्लास्टिक ऐसे ही तो जनरली नहीं आता, उसमें कुछ ना कुछ चीजें होती है। जब कोई प्लास्टिक घर से कचरा फेंकता है, उस प्लास्टिक में कुछ डाल के फेंकता है, तो उसको टाइम टेकिंग भी होगा प्लास्टिक को सेग्रीगेट करने में। बायो वेस्ट को अलग करना होगा, प्लास्टिक को अलग करना होगा, और वो ज्यादातर गीला ही होगा, तो टाइम कंज्यूमिंग प्रोसेस ये है। तो क्या जो टाइम कंज्यूमिंग प्रोसेस है, क्या उस टाइम को हमने कैलकुलेट किया है कि क्या अगर उसको पैसा मिलता है, जैसे आप बिजनेस मॉडल की बात कर रहे हैं, तो क्या वो बंदा को इतना पैसा मिलता है दिन भर में कि वो उसके लाइवलीहुड के लिए सफिशिएंट है, अगर वो इस तरह का सेग्रीगेशन में लगा हुआ है बंदा कोई भी? और क्या इसमें कोई ऑटोमेशन प्रोसेस की बात या ऑटोमेशन की बात आप कर रहे हैं, या फिर अभी भी हम लोग ह्यूमन ये भी डिपेंडेंसी हमारी रहेगी? क्या इसको लेकर के कभी कुछ बात है या कुछ सोच है? तो प्लीज, थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप कहाँ से हैं सर?
मैं बिहार से हूँ सर, हम लोग तो ऐसे ही सोचते हैं।
वेरी गुड। तो मैं कहना ठीक है। जब आप स्लाइड्स मिलेंगी ना आप सबको, उसमें 50 स्लाइड्स हैं, मैंने खाली 15-20 करी हैं, वो सारी डिटेल्स हैं उसमें। इट इज ओपन फॉर एवरीबडी। एंड आपने जो ऑक्यूपेशन और हेल्थ सेफ्टी की बात की है, वो 3 तरह से हम देखते हैं सर। प्लास्टिक इज अ वेरी हैजर्डस, राइट? इट इज इन्फ्लेमेबल, आग लग सकती है उसको और बड़ी जल्दी लगती है। वी हैव अ फुल सिस्टम ऑफ फायर एंड सेफ्टी, और हम लोगों को फायर ब्रिगेड के साथ जोड़ के ट्रेनिंग करते हैं। एंड एवरी क्वार्टर 1 ट्रेनिंग होती है। फायर ब्रिगेड इज वेरी हैप्पी टू डू दिस। और वो आपने रख दिए, वो चलाने ही नहीं आते किसी को। जब वो खोलो तो इतनी जोर से होता है कि वो ऐसे हिल जाता है, आदमी हिल जाता है, इधर डालना इधर होता है, जाता है इधर। So these trainings we organize for the people those are working on the ground, because their life is at risk, sir. Of course, medical kit is always there. It is not medical kit के एक thermometer रख दिया और एक ये रख दिया. There is a full-fledged medical kit which defines what needs to be there. Second part, as far as health, then machine safety. Machine safety is very important. हर एक मशीन का हमने कवरेज दिया हुआ है ताकि वो दुपट्टा उसने पहना हुआ है, वो चल रहा है रोटर, उसमें फंस गया तो उसके गले को काट देगा, तो वो सारा कवर्ड रहता है। ऑल द मशीन्स नो। यहाँ MRF में कोई भी प्लास्टिक को हम जला नहीं सकते, क्योंकि देन इट बिकम्स अ रिसाइकलिंग सेंटर। So there is only a segregation center. That's why you don't need to take a pollution control agreement. But फिर भी CTO CTE हम ले लेते हैं। But हम कोई भी काम extruders का नहीं करते हैं। So there is no emissions. There is no sort of what do I say, effluents, क्योंकि आप धो नहीं रहे हैं। अब आपका आया सेकेंड क्वेश्चन। प्लास्टिक इज ए टाइम टेकिंग प्रोसेस। जब हम सेग्रीगेशन करते हैं, मैंने आपको मशीनें डिटेल दिखाई नहीं, मैंने 4 में दिखाई थी। वी हैव 7 टाइप्स ऑफ डिफरेंट मशीन। जैसे माल आता है वो पहले वेब्रिज पे जाता है, वेब्रिज पे वेट होता है, फिर टीयर वेट करके वापस जाता है, उसकी पर्ची कटती है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वेइंग ब्रिज है तो उसकी पर्ची कटती है, तब वो माल गिरता है, गिर के फिर वो सारा ऐसे चलता है। देयर आर 6 मशीन्स। देयर इज अ कन्वेयर बेल्ट विच इज इंक्लाइंड, यहाँ माल डालते हैं, ऐसे उठ के ऐसे कन्वेयर पे आ जाता है, लोग चुनते हैं, चुन के बाहर आ जाता है। And then it is a baler is also there. There is a grinder या shredder कह लीजिए उसको. Then there is a फटका मशीन, जो आपने बात कही कि गंदा भी होता है। हमारे यहाँ occupational health के लिए we make sure that they wear gloves and they also have masks always. क्योंकि after all there is आप कुछ भी कहो, मिट्टी तो है ही है। अब मैं ये कहूँ नहीं जी नहीं बहुत अच्छा है जी, कोई मिट्टी नहीं होती, ये साफ है, ये झूठ है, टोटली झूठ है। और आप श्रेडिंग कर रहे हैं तो माइक्रोप्लास्टिक भी रहता है उसमें, और वो हवा में उड़ता है, आपको थोड़ा सा दिखता है, then you don't see it because it starts settling. Any plastic which is cut and shredded will produce. So हमारा एक एम होता है कि जब प्लास्टिक डालें नीचे ना, उसको जैसे नीचे निकलना है बाहर, यहाँ हम कपड़े का थैला बांध देते हैं, वो इतना बड़ा होता है कि वो उसमें। इसी तरह से फटका मशीन से आप प्लास्टिक को निकालते हैं, जो मिट्टी निकालनी है आपने, तेल लगाए तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, क्लोरिफिक वैल्यू बढ़ गई उसकी। बट अगर मिट्टी लगी है, तेल के साथ चिपक जाती है, तो वो वॉशिंग में ठीक हो जाएगा। बट अदरवाइज मिट्टी लगी है, सूख के उसमें जाता है। फटका मशीन में भी जब बाहर प्लास्टिक निकलता है, उसके यहाँ भी आपको एक बहुत बड़ी थैली चाहिए, क्योंकि वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग फ्लो से निकलता है। मैं डिटेल में टेक्निकल्स में नहीं जाऊंगा। तो उसको पकड़ने के लिए अगर आप नहीं पकड़ेंगे तो मिट्टी हवा में आएगी, और वैसे मिट्टी नीचे बैठ जाती है। ऐसी मशीनें अब आ गई हैं। एंड वी डू सेमी ऑटोमेटिक सिस्टम इन आर एमआर। वी डोंट डू सेंसर बेस्ड सिस्टम, वो भी है मार्केट में। वो 40 लाख, 7 लाख, 100 लाख, 1 करोड़ की मशीनें हैं। पर क्या वो जरूरी है? वो सारा अपना इनकी वैल्यू सिस्टम को खत्म कर देंगी, उनकी नौकरी खत्म कर देंगी। हम इनको मिनिमम वेज एक्ट के तहत देते हैं, पीएफ देते हैं, पूरा सिस्टम है सर। आप जाएंगे देखेंगे, कभी भी आप जा सकते हैं, ये पूरा सिस्टम है। एम आई राइट अभिजीत? दिवाट पूरा सिस्टम है। And their money which they earn is quite good sum of money, which makes them happy and which makes them a part of the whole system of ownership. We also have a system of health camps, मेडिकल हेल्थ कैंप्स एवरी क्वार्टर, या 2 भी करने होते हैं तो 2 भी करते हैं. एंड दिस इज ऑल डन विद द म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन डॉक्टर्स, नॉट प्राइवेट डॉक्टर्स, बिकॉज उनके पास टीम है. All that you need to do is, that is why the agreement is with the municipal corporation. उनको डॉक्टर्स भी हैं, उनके हेल्थ कार्ड्स बनते हैं, इंक्लूसिविटी में आइडेंटिटी कार्ड्स, हेल्थ कार्ड्स, इंश्योरेंसेस, पेंशन स्कीम्स एंड मेनी अदर सिस्टम्स के बच्चों को एजुकेशन के लिए पढ़ना स्कीम है गवर्नमेंट की, पता ही नहीं है. तो दैट इज ऑल द इंक्लूसिविटी एंड वी हैव डन दिस एंड वी डू दिस. कार्ड, ट्रांसपोर्ट के कार्ड भी दिए हैं सर, दिल्ली में दिए कमिश्नर साहब यालेश पार्टी जी ने. So I think so. Automation is not the answer right now for India as far as waste is concerned. Sorry, resource is concerned. But I guess you are putting a value. So you're right in absolutely saying that it's a resource. So अभी बहुत ज़्यादा automation की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Semi-automatic and the ownership lies with these women. They should be given the rights of operations. And look at these. Partners, when they were working with me, they started, sorry, Vivar Thavjit, I'm just putting it across. They were 20 lakhs turnover. Today they are 20 crores within a span of 5 years. Vivar, मैंने ज़्यादा तो नहीं बोली है, कम बोला. So you see the way they have grown. This is a turnover. This is not a profit. So profit may be very less, but the turnover is there because they are turning so much of waste every 1,000 tons a month. 1,000 tons a month you do. So that is, imagine this much of plastic coming. So my request to all the mission directors always has been that please make these agencies as a part of your program, because they will help you to do it.
Thank you. Yeah, Abhishek, honestly speaking, okay, please, thank you.
बहुत जबरदस्त सवाल पूछ रहे हैं सर. आपने मेरा ख्याल पटना का सेंटर जरूर देखा है, हमारा बिहार से हैं आप, तो हमारा सबसे पहला फंक्शन ही होता है कि देयर हैज टू बी, बच्चे तो आएंगे ही सर, बच्चे आते हैं और हमने बच्चों के लिए कमरा स्पेशली बनवाते हैं मेहमान रखते हैं. कई लोग कहते हैं यार यहाँ क्यों बनवा दिया कमरा, जोड़ी ये कोई बात है. मैंने कहा सर कम से कम वो कचरे में तो नहीं गिर रहा, कमरे में तो बैठा है. बच्चों के लिए 10,000 के खिलौने वहां रखे जाते हैं. दिवात को मालूम है, जब पहली बार हमने शुरू किया तो 10,000 के खिलौने रखे हमने. वो माँ इतनी खुश थी कि मेरे बच्चे को खिलौने मिलते हैं, और वो रोज आता था उसके साथ, बिकॉज दे वांट टू प्ले विद द टॉयज देयर. 14 to 18 में भी आते हैं देखिए सर, बट we are not encouraging people into that form because we are covered under certain acts. आप ULP के साथ काम कर रहे हैं तो हम 14 साल के लड़के को नहीं ले सकते या लड़की को नहीं ले सकते. उनको हम दूसरे काम देते हैं कि चलो भाई आप ये सारा हैंडल कर लो, हमारे लिए रिकॉर्ड हैंडल कर लो. We don't want to put them in waste, but we put them on a skill based and create the skills in them if they have left the education.
So I know these points are absolutely insightful. So we are extremely grateful to you, sir, and also other audience. But the problem is that we are actually running behind the schedule by at least, I think, 25 minutes.
Thank you,
and I'm thankful to all of you. Brief announcement regarding the OSD State Coordinator Bihar, who had joined, had been able to pick up certain points. So he would have come and reflected and also been included, but that is not happening. And in a way, it's good, a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, because we are actually running short of time. So over to Nupur to announce the formal closure of the session, with thanks to the panelists and the audience, and then we'll begin.
On behalf of FICCI and all our participants present here, I thank our panelists. Thank you so much. Now we conclude plenary session 1. We will give 2 minutes to set up the stage for our next session, which will be on biodegradable and menstrual waste management. Thank you, our speakers. In the time, we are moving right on ahead with our plenary session 2. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, this next session is on biodegradable waste management and menstrual waste management, which are critical components of the SPMG value chain, particularly in context of rural India, where such waste also includes agricultural waste and waste from livestock rearing, besides household level waste. To share with us models of biodegradable waste management in a rural setting, we have Mr. P.S. Ojha joining us virtually. Rohit, I would just request you to please check if Sir is with us online.
Mr. Ojha, if you can please hear us.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining.
Yes.
Welcome, sir. We also have with us Dr. Arundhati Muralidharan. Ma'am, I would request you to please take your place on the dais. And representing a corporate perspective, we have Shri Manoj Agarwal. Sir, could you please join us on stage, please? Like session 1, this session is going to be of 1 hour, and we will request each speaker to restrict themselves to about 10 to 15 minutes so we can take questions towards the end. And before we begin, I would briefly introduce our speakers to you. And the first speaker for this session is Shri P.S. Ojha. Mr. Ojha is currently working as State Advisor FPO to Agriculture Department. And Shri Ojha's contribution to SLWM has been vast via his work on bioenergy mission, where he developed effective waste to wealth models, some of which we are hoping to see today. We also have with us Dr. Arundhati Muralidharan from MHAI. Dr. Muralidharan is a leading expert on menstrual health and hygiene and had close to 2 decades experience in this sector. Her work is related to evidence generation and policy advocacy on informed product choice, waste management solutions, and quality standards for products and waste technologies. She has to her credit several research publications on these subjects, and we are really looking forward to hearing from her today. Representing the corporate perspective, we have Shri Manoj Agarwal, General Manager, Ambuja Cement Foundation. And under his able leadership and vision, ACF carried out the triple T approach in their intervention areas of tanka, toilet, and training to each household in their intervention areas. We are really looking forward to hearing more about his projects. To start the session, I would request Shri Ojha to kindly share his work with us. He's joining us virtually. Sir.
हेलो जी, मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन की स्लाइड शेयर कर दें प्लीज. यस. आज के इस सत्र में मैं पीएस ओझा आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करता हूं. हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन 2 पार्ट में है. एक तो बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट जो वेट नेचर का है, गीला कचरा और सूखा कचरा, और ये संदर्भ लिया है सन 2018 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक संदर्भ दिया था हम लोगों को, कूड़ा से कंचन और अन्नदाता ऊर्जादाता भव. तो इसी पे आधारित है ये प्रेजेंटेशन. और इसमें हमने जन सहभागिता, जैसे अभी इसके पहले एक प्रेजेंटेशन था सोडी साहब का, उसमें एडॉप्शन वाली बात थी. तो हमने प्रयास ये किया है कि इस दोनों मॉडल को कमर्शियली अडॉप्ट कर लिया जाए. तो इसको बेस करके ये पहला प्रेजेंटेशन है मिशन बायोगैस. इसमें कूड़ा से कंचन की बात करी गई है. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. इसमें हम लोगों ने संपूर्ण स्वच्छता की बात करी, और जैसा कि हमारे संदर्भ में दिया गया कि भारत ये डिसेंट्रलाइज कम्युनिटी के लिए बेसिकली गांव आधारित मॉडल है, किसान आधारित मॉडल है. या तमाम जो स्वच्छता के कार्यक्रम संचालित होते हैं, बाद में उसकी कंटिन्यूटी में तमाम प्रॉब्लम आती है, अक्सर हर सवाल पूछा जाता है. तो इसमें ये संदर्भ हम देना चाहेंगे कि जिसकी चीज है उसी को बनवा दिया और वो अपने स्वयं चलाता है उपयोगिता के अनुसार. इसमें गांव में जितना बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट है किसान के पास, उसके घर में, उसके खेत पे, उसके जानवर का, सबका इस्तेमाल इसमें हो जाता है. और ये जो पारंपरिक बायोगैस का जो मॉडल था उससे थोड़ा सा भिन्न है बेसिकली एक नेचुरल प्रोसेस है कि कचरे को जब ढक देते हैं, गीले कचरे को ढक देते हैं, ऑक्सीजन की अनुपस्थिति होती है तो उसमें बायोगैस बनती है। अब बायोगैस बनती है तो वो प्रक्रिया नेचुरल है। अब उसमें जो पाचित्र या डाइजेस्टर है, डाइजेस्टर में जो तकनीकी खामियां पहले छोटे छोटे जो तमाम KVIC मॉडल बने और तमाम मॉडल बने, उसमें जो कमियां थी उसको दुरुस्त करके हम लोगों ने नया मॉडल दिया था। इस पे आगे नेक्स्ट स्लाइड चलें प्लीज। अब जैसे इसमें हमने कहा कि कचरा जब सड़ेगा तो बायोगैस बनेगा। बायोगैस में मीथेन 62 से 65% है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड 30 से 32%, हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड 1 से 1.5%, जलवाष्प 1 से 1.5%। अब इसमें से जो गोवर्धन योजना हुई तो गोवर्धन में कमर्शियल स्केल की बात करने लगे हम लोग, तो ये बाकी जो 3 गैसेज हैं नीचे वाली, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, हाइड्रोजन सल्फाइड और जलवाष्प, इसको हम सेपरेट कर लेते हैं तो वो मीथेन को कंप्रेस करके रखते हैं, तो CBG या CNG या बायो CNG की बात हम करते हैं। तो इसका कमर्शियल स्केल पे जाया जा सकता है, जिसके लिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम नेचुरल गैस सतत योजना चला रही है और मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सैनिटेशन गोवर्धन योजना संचालित कर रही है। नेक्स्ट। अब इसमें उद्देश्य क्या था, ये गांव में खोलने का उद्देश्य क्या था? इसमें ग्रामीण परिवेश में ठोस एवं द्रव अपशिष्ट के प्रबंधन के माध्यम से संपूर्ण स्वच्छता यह उद्देश्य था। अब द्रव अपशिष्ट, इसमें आप गौर करेंगे जैसे जानवर गोबर करने के साथ साथ पेशाब भी करता है, उसके इर्द गिर्द गीला बना रहता है, तो हम ऐसा बना लेते हैं कि वो ड्रेन से होकर उसी डाइजेस्टर में चला जाता है। तो उस तरीके से लिक्विड वेस्ट जो बाद में खुले में सड़ता है तो बदबू आती है, इससे मच्छर मक्खी पनपते हैं। तो ये सारी सॉलिड एंड लिक्विड वेस्ट जो किसान को फोकस करके बनाया गया है। दूसरा, ग्रामीण गैस में कुकिंग गैस की सुनिश्चित आपूर्ति की बात करी गई है। इस मॉडल में मैं बताना चाहूंगा जो फैमिली साइज मॉडल है, इस तमाम सक्सेस स्टोरी यूपी में है और हमारे, तो मैं कहूंगा मुजफ्फरनगर में डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट, कौशाम्बी में डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट ने अपने बंगले पे बनवाया, क्योंकि जनरली कलेक्टर के बंगले पे गाय जरूर होती है या गाय कोई जानवर दूध देने वाला होता है, तो उन लोगों ने अपने बंगले पे बनवाया ताकि इसका व्यापक प्रचार प्रसार हो सके। तो इसमें यह है कि यदि 2 जानवर किसान के पास है, अब जैसे हम एक नंदिनी योजना स्टेट में चला रहे हैं या भारत सरकार नेशनल लाइव स्टॉक मिशन चला रही है, तो जानवरों के प्रमोशन, दूध देने वाले जानवरों के प्रमोशन की बात, तो जानवर रखा जाएगा तो गोबर होगा, गोबर होगा तो गंदगी होगी, गंदगी होगी तो गंदगी की रक्षा से करते हुए इस बात को हम की गैस भी बना लेंगे और जो उससे बायोमास, बायो स्लरी निकलती है। भारत सरकार की एक योजना प्राकृतिक खेती की भी चल रही है, ऑर्गेनिक खेती या नेचुरल फार्मिंग की भी बात हो रही है। तो बचा हुआ बायोमास, जैसे कहा था, प्रकृति से जो हमें मिला, जिस रूप पे मिला अपने काम की चीज निकाली, बाकी प्रकृति को वापस कर दिया। तो उद्देश्य यह है कि हमने कुकिंग की व्यवस्था कर दी। तीसरा बिंदु है विकेंद्रीकृत पावर जनरेशन इकाइयां स्थापित कर ग्रामीण विद्युतीकरण कार्यक्रम, लाइट एंड फैन। गौर करिएगा, यदि छोटा जनरेटर चला के लाइट एंड फैन की, जैसे ग्रिड कनेक्टेड बिजली जैसे ट्राइबल एरिया में है वहां बना दिया जाए और छोटा जनरेटर लगा दिया जाए, बिजली वहां जब सुविधा अनुसार आपको बिजली उपलब्ध होगी। इसमें इसके अलावा स्पीड की बात है, स्मार्ट पावर फॉर एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट। अब मैं आगे स्लाइड में दिखाऊंगा, एक यूनिट यहाँ पे पैकेजिंग की थी लखनऊ में, इसमें हीटिंग के लिए वो बिजली का इस्तेमाल करते थे। बिजली का रेगुलर इंटरप्शन की वजह से हीटर गड़बड़ होता था, सिस्टम इंटरप्ट होता था, तो उन्होंने LPG गैस लिया। LPG महंगी पड़ती थी उनको, तो उन्होंने बायोगैस पे प्रयोग किया और वो सक्सेसफुली चल पड़ा। फिर उन्होंने लखनऊ शहर से दूरस्थ गांव में जाके एक यूनिट लगाई और लखनऊ की सबसे वन ऑफ द बेस्ट पैकेजिंग यूनिट के रूप में अपने को एस्टेब्लिश किया। जितनी बड़ी यूनिट थी उसे 3-4 गुना बड़ी यूनिट लगा दिया। वहां खुली जगह ले लिया, शहर में पुराने जमाने में 30 साल पहले लगाया था उन्होंने। तो एक स्मार्ट पावर की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ। पावर माने बिजली हो गया, पावर माने हम सिर्फ बिजली की बात नहीं कर रहे, पावर माने पावर के कई पैरामीटर। उसमें पावर में आपको ठोस ईंधन से मिलता है, गैस ईंधन से मिलता है, लिक्विड ईंधन से मिलता है, तो उसमें गैसीय ईंधन की बात हम कर रहे हैं इसमें, और हीटिंग की बात कर रहे हैं। फिर ऑर्गेनिक खेती की बात है इसमें, और ऑर्गेनिक खेती गांव में मैं तो ये अनुभव पाया है, चूंकि FPO के साथ एक इंटेंसली काम कर रहे हैं हम, हमारे बल्कि एक किसान बुलंदशहर के, उनको पद्मश्री अवार्ड हुआ इसी मॉडल पे, नेचुरल फार्मिंग के मॉडल पे, कि बायोगैस की स्लरी उन्होंने अपने खेत में कोई केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर इस्तेमाल नहीं करते। पद्मश्री डॉक्टर भारत भूषण त्यागी, उनको पंतनगर यूनिवर्सिटी ने डॉक्टर ऑफ साइंस की उपाधि दिया ऑनररी रोज। तो ये उपलब्धि हमारे किसानों की, किसान करता है, हम उसकी मदद करते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट। वित्त पोषण की बात है तो वित्त पोषण में अभी बैक प्लीज, वित्त पोषण में पहले वाली स्लाइड प्लीज, बैक पहले, यस, वित्त पोषण में ठोस एवं द्रव अपशिष्ट प्रबंधन जिसकी सॉलिड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट या गोवर्धन योजना की बात हो रही है, जिसे पंचायत की बात हो रही है। तो पंचायत में पंचायती राज सिस्टम के माध्यम से जो भारत सरकार का सहयोग है, राज्य सरकार का सहयोग, उसमें बनाए जाने पर विचार होना चाहिए। पहले प्रदेश में किया गया, बाद में गोवर्धन योजना होने के बाद थोड़ा सा इंटरप्शन हुआ, थोड़ी पॉलिसी में परिवर्तन हुआ, इस पर विचार करना चाहिए। क्योंकि किसान जिसके खेत पे घर पे बन गया, हमें लग रहा 5-6 साल 7 साल 8 साल पहले से उसने फिर एलपीजी गैस लिया नहीं, ये सक्सेस स्टोरी है पूरे प्रदेश में कई जनपदों में। फिर इसके अलावा विभिन्न रोजगार योजनाओं में बैंकों से एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड पोस्ट कोविड में भारत सरकार ने लागू किया, तो उसको हमारे ही सुझाव पे, मैंने राज्य सरकार के सुझाव पे हमने भारत सरकार के सामने ये बात रखी, उन्होंने गोवर्धन योजना AIF दोनों को जोड़ दिया। तो कोई कमर्शियल स्केल पे, जैसे मान लिया कोई मिठाई वाला है या कोई ऐसा नमकीन बनाने वाला है जिसको रेगुलर गैस चाहिए, तो बड़ा डाइजेस्टर लगा ले, AIF में उसकी फंडिंग हो जाएगी। फंडिंग में हम स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से 3% ब्याज की छूट दे रहे हैं, भारत सरकार 3% ब्याज की छूट दे रही है, और गोवर्धन योजना का जो इंसेंटिव मिल सके वो अवेल किया जा सकता है। और एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड में गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने ये व्यवस्था दे रखी है कि इसमें एक या एक से ज्यादा योजनाओं के लाभ का मतलब कैपिटल सब्सिडी, इंटरेस्ट सब्सिडी या इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन जोड़ा जा सकता है, केंद्र या राज्य या दोनों का। तो जैसे गोवर्धन योजना का लाभ इसमें जोड़ा जा सकता है, MSME का लाभ जोड़ा जा सकता है, क्योंकि MSME ने इसको इंडस्ट्री के रूप में डिफाइन कर। दूसरा, जब कमर्शियल स्केल की बात आएगी तो भारत सरकार ने, फर्टिलाइजर मिनिस्ट्री ने अपने नोटिफिकेशन पिछले 2021-22 में किया था, उसमें बायो स्टिमुलेंट की कैटेगरी में डाल दिया। और मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि हमारा मिर्जापुर का एक FPO बर्मी कंपोस्ट के रूप में इसकी स्लरी को एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है, बर्मी कंपोस्ट ही बना रहा है, इसकी स्लरी भी मिला के उसको एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है उसका सर्टिफिकेशन के साथ। तो बने किसान की ताकत इतनी है, पढ़ा लिखा लड़का है, हाईटेक पे BHU का पढ़ा लिखा लड़का है। तो हमारा ये कहना है कि एग्रीप्रेन्योरशिप भी हम इसमें प्रमोट कर सकते हैं, वित्त पोषण करा के पंचायतों में भी व्यवस्था की जा सकती है। इसीलिए दिया गया है, संबंधित पंचायत, लाभार्थी समूह या लाभार्थी द्वारा इसके प्रबंधन की बात हुई। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। इसके प्रकार की बात है, इसमें कम्युनिटी मॉडल और व्यक्तिगत मॉडल। व्यक्तिगत माने हम बैंक से लोन लेके बनाएंगे, और कम्युनिटी मॉडल माने पंचायत का मॉडल। अब ये कम्युनिटी मॉडल की बात हो रही है। कम्युनिटी मॉडल में ये जैसे जहां 800 से 1000 किलो कचरा है, ये करीब 14 लाख रुपए के आसपास, 13-14 लाख रुपए के आसपास लागत आएगी, और ये फॉरएवर हो जाएगा। इस तरीके का मॉडल हम लोगों ने कान्हा उपवन में 2014 में बनवाया लखनऊ में। उस समय तकरीबन 1200-1300 जानवर थे, आज करीब 4000 से ऊपर जानवर है, सरप्लस गोबर है। बट हम ये कहना चाहेंगे कि उतने 5 टन की कैपेसिटी का उस समय बनवाया था हम लोगों ने, अनइंटरप्टेड चल रहा है। करीब 150-200 स्टाफ वहाँ कैंपस में लेबर क्लास के लोग रहते हैं, सबकी कुकिंग पाइपलाइन से गैस दी गई है। तो एक सक्सेस स्टोरी हमारे पास है, और उसकी जो स्लरी निकलती है उस स्लरी की मार्केटिंग भी होती है, उसमें नर्सरी वाले या किसान स्वयं ले जाता है, उसकी कीमत अदा करता है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये व्यक्तिगत परिवार साइज मॉडल है, इसकी लागत करीब 78,000 के आसपास है ऑन डेट। ये लागत थोड़ी घट बढ़ इसलिए सकती है कि सीमेंट की लागत क्या है, कंक्रीट की लागत क्या है, और ये पूरे स्ट्रक्चर में न पहले वाले में न इसमें कहीं सरिया का इस्तेमाल नहीं है, कास्टिंग है। वो सरिया जब होता है, सरिया में मॉइस्चर लगता है, फिर रस्टिंग होती है, फिर वो बाद में जो पुराने मॉडल में ये दिक्कतें होती थी, वो दिक्कत इसमें दुरुस्त कर दी गई है। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये उसकी डिजाइन है। ये सांचा जैसे मेसन अभी हो रहा था, कौन बनाएगा, तो हमने राज मिस्त्रियों को उस समय, जब मैं कार्यक्रम डायरेक्टली देख रहा था, अब तो सलाहकार की मुद्रा में हो मैं शासन में, तो उसमें हमने मेसन्स को ट्रेनिंग दिया, उन्होंने अपनी मजदूरी ली, जाके बना दिया, बना के चालू कर दिया। तो इस तरीके के मॉडल की जिसकी चीज उसको सौंप दो, उसकी ओनरशिप होगी तो अपने आप चलने लगेगा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज।
ओझा सर, मेरी आवाज आप तक जा रही है?
जी जी।
आपके पास अब समय है करीब 3-3.5 मिनट। थैंक यू।
बस हम एकदम जल्दी खत्म कर रहे हैं, बस हम प्रेजेंटेशन में, बस स्लाइड ही है इसमें देखिए, ये इसका एक ग्राफिकल प्रेजेंटेशन है। नेक्स्ट चलिए। नेक्स्ट। बायोगैस के प्रत्यक्ष लाभ जो मैंने शुरू में बताए वो अब इसमें दिया हुआ है, क्योंकि समय का अभाव है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, आगे बढ़े। ये देखिए उस समय का मॉडल है, जो ये नीली शर्ट में दिख रहे हैं, हमारे एग्रीकल्चर प्रोडक्शन कमिश्नर हैं और IIDC दोनों पद पे हैं। हम लोगों ने बायोगैस को पहली बार 2011 में सिलेंडर में भरा था और भर के ट्रांसपोर्ट किया था, और ये ट्रायल यूनिट है 2011 में, और ये बाएं हाथ जो बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति है ये उसका ओनर था। नेक्स्ट चलिए, जब वो सफल हो गया शहर वाली यूनिट में तो 2013 में बैंक से लोन लेके उसने ये गांव में यूनिट लगाई। नेक्स्ट, ये सक्सेस स्टोरी है ये लखनऊ के इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में, वहाँ एक उसमें एक इन हाउस के लिए वो एक डेयरी यूनिट भी है उसकी, उनकी अपनी एनिमल हस्बेंड्री क्लास को उसके पढ़ाने के लिए, तो उसमें गोबर बहुत होता था, तो उन्होंने बाउंड्री किनारे लगा लिया, करीब 350-400 बच्चों का हॉस्टल है, उस हॉस्टल में गैस की आपूर्ति होती है उससे। नेक्स्ट, ये उस समय जब ये यूनिट लग गई 2013 में, तो स्टाफ ऑफिसर एपीसी उस समय के थे, उन्होंने जाके उसका लोकार्पण किया, चालू हुई। नेक्स्ट, ये तत्कालीन 2014 में तत्कालीन सेक्रेटरी ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सैनिटेशन उस प्लांट को विजिट किया जो पहले यूनिट लगी थी लखनऊ में। इसमें हमारे उस समय वकील अहमद साहब भी है, उस समय हमारे सैनिटेशन प्रोग्राम में यूनिसेफ में थे, वो भी इन्होंने पार्टिसिपेट किया था उसमें। नेक्स्ट, ये उसके कुछ तथ्य हैं। और बायोगैस के बारे में मेरा अपना मानना है कि बायोगैस को हीटिंग के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाए, न कि बिजली जनरेशन के लिए। बेस्ट यूज ऑफ बायोगैस इज हीटिंग। ये कुछ डाटा है जिसमें आप कंपैरिजन दिया गया हीटिंग कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू के हिसाब से। नेक्स्ट, क्योंकि अभी तक कोई इंजन नहीं सा बना नहीं है जिसमें एफिशिएंटली वो फंक्शन करे। 30-32% गैस लेता है, बाकी बर्न करता है, बाकी 62-63 पर 60% वो एग्जॉस्ट के साथ निकाल देता है। तो हमारा सुझाव है कि इसमें मैक्सिमम हीटिंग के लिए इस्तेमाल किया जाए, और ये सुझाव ये है इस फोरम से कि इस पर रिकमेंडेशन सरकार को जरूर दिया जाए कि भारत गांवों में रहता है, किसानों को फोकस करके, क्योंकि हम सहकार से समृद्धि की बात भी कर रहे हैं, और आज से भारत सरकार ने सहकारिता अभियान भी चलाया, सदस्यता अभियान चलाया, जिसको आज माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने यूपी में लॉन्च किया है। तो गांव गांव ये प्रयास हम लोगों का पहुंच जाए, ये बात थी। और आधा मिनट यदि अनुमति हो तो मैं जरा दूसरा वाला पार्ट में दे दूं, जिसको दिखा के तत्समय 2018 में मैंने एनटीपीसी में ब्लू स्काई इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च हुआ था, गौर करिएगा। नेक्स्ट चलिए, एनसीआर में यह हर साल समस्या आती है, कचरा ये एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट जलाने से, उससे स्मोक की समस्या होती है। इस समस्या का हल निकालने के लिए उस समय 2018 में हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया था। नेक्स्ट, ये जलाने से क्या नुकसान होता है प्रकृति के साथ, ये डाटा दिया हुआ है, आप शेयर कर लीजिएगा आप लोग, समय अभाव है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, मैं दिखाना चाह रहा हूं जो इसमें क्या है कि बायोमास ब्रिकेट कोई रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है, उसको बायोमास को कंप्रेस कर दिया जाता है कि ताकि उसकी बर्निंग टाइम बढ़ जाए। और हम लोगों ने यूपी में उस समय 2018 में एक प्रदूषण नियंत्रण बोर्ड से, चूंकि एनजीटी की नोटिस हुई थी यूपी गवर्नमेंट को कि भाई सस्टेनेबल सोल्यूशन दीजिए स्मोक के समस्या के समाधान के लिए, तो हम लोगों ने पहली यूनिट मैनपुरी में लगाई, जिसकी आगे मैं दिखाऊंगा, और कंप्रेस यूनिट वो लगी थी, और इसमें ईंट भट्ठों में 20% कंपलसरी कर दिया गया। इस साल बजट में भारत सरकार ने एनटीपीसी के जितने थर्मल पावर प्लांट है उससे 5 से 7% कंपलसरी कर दिया। तो एक ऐसी इंडस्ट्री खड़ा हो गई कि किसान को उसका अनाज का पैसा तो मिलता है, उसके बायोमास की बिक्री से अगली फसल के लिए उसको पैसा कैश मिल जाता है, इंडस्ट्री वाला दे जाता है। और यूपी में हमारे इंडियन ऑयल के और एचपीसीएल के 2 बड़े प्लांट लग रहे हैं, इंस्टॉल हो चुके हैं, और करीब कम से कम 200 के आसपास बायोकोल के प्लांट लगे हैं। कैसे बनता है इसका प्रक्रिया, नेक्स्ट प्लीज आगे चले। ये कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू देखिए, इतने तरीके का बायोमास, आप गौर करिएगा। जब हम कचरे की बात करते हैं तो आप जिसमें लेंटाना है, बेशरम की डंडी, तमाम हमारे तराई वाले इलाकों में जो लेंटाना है एक एनवायरमेंटल हैजार्ड क्रिएट हो चुका है। उसकी कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू देखिए, इसमें जितने सड़क के किनारे घास फूस निकलता है, सफाई में घास फूस निकलता है, जो ड्राई बायोमास है। नेक्स्ट चलिए प्लीज, ये चार्ट इसमें दिया हुआ कैलोरीफिक वैल्यू कितना है, कंटेंट है। और जो पीली स्लाइड में था, गौर करिएगा, तमाम ऐसे बायोमास है जो कोयले के बराबर की हीट देते हैं, ये कंप्रेस कर दिया जाए तो। नेक्स्ट, ये प्रक्रिया है कैसे एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट आता है, बायोकोल बनता है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, ये देखिए, ये पैलेट्स की छोटी इकाई लगा के गांव में, जैसे कम्युनिटी लेवल पे अभी हमारे सोडी साहब कह रहे थे कम्युनिटी लेवल पे, तो कम्युनिटी लेवल पे सिंगल फेज मोटर से 3 हॉर्स पावर की मोटर से चलने वाला एक पैलेट यूनिट है एग्रीकल्चर वेस्ट से गांव में। और फिर छोटे छोटे आईआईटी की टेक्नोलॉजी पे आधारित चूल्हे बने हुए हैं। उन चूल्हों से जो उज्ज्वला योजना में गैस की लागत बढ़ रही है, या गैस को बार बार सरकार को मॉनिटर करना पड़ रहा है, तो अल्टीमेटली खाना पकाने के लिए एलपीजी सिलेंडर इस्तेमाल होता है, उसको हम सब्स्टिट्यूट के रूप में दे सकते हैं। तो पेलेट और ब्रिकेट, कमर्शियल यूज के लिए ब्रिकेट्स और डोमेस्टिक यूज के लिए पेलेट्स। प्लीज नेक्स्ट। ये मैनपुरी का यूनिट का जो उस समय लगवाया था हम लोगों ने 2018 में। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ये हमारा उद्यमी इज द पायनियर ऑफ द स्टेट जिसने ये यूनिट लगाई। नेक्स्ट। आज कम से कम 3 इकाइयां इसके पास है। ये फसल अपशिष्ट से बनेगा बायोकोल। नेक्स्ट। इसी में आपने देखा होगा हरे रंग में इसमें लिखा हुआ है कि 20% कंपलसरी कर दिया पर्यावरण विभाग, और वो डॉक्यूमेंट हमें यूपी की प्रशंसा हुई एनजीटी में कि यूपी ने एक सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशन पेश किया है। तो हम इस फोरम पे यही हमारा नेक्स्ट फाइनल। धन्यवाद साथियों। कोई सवाल हो, बस हम यही इस फोरम से कहना चाहेंगे कि हम सस्टेनेबल सॉल्यूशन लेके चलें जिसमें जिसके लिए हम कर रहे हैं वो अडॉप्ट कर लें और लागत प्रभावी भी हो और व्यवसाय से जुड़ा हो। तो यही बात के साथ जय हिंद जय भारत। कोई सवाल हो तो मुझसे पूछा जाए मेरे से।
ओझा साहब आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप अभी रुकेंगे ऑनलाइन, और जब हमारे वो बाकी स्पीकर बोल लेंगे तब जो ऑडियंस से होगा सवाल हम अनुरोध करेंगे कि आप उनका उत्तर दें। धन्यवाद।
जी जी, ओके ओके, थैंक यू।
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. No, it's been a long day, but thank you to IIT for this opportunity to talk about menstrual waste management and what can be done. Thank you. So from biogas to menstrual waste and why this is important and what we can do about it in especially in rural India. So why are we concerned about menstrual waste? Menstrual waste basically refers to the products that are used during periods, but it also is the bodily fluids and tissue that is released during periods, as well as all the wrapping material that is used. As you know, there are rules and regulations saying that sanitary pads now have to come with individual packaging. Also, in a lot of school-based programs, we encourage people to wrap the pads in paper, not in plastic, but in paper, surely. So when we look at menstrual waste, we actually mean that it's the product plus the bodily discharge that happens, as well as any wrapping materials. But why are we so concerned about this particular issue? Now, as per the National Family Health Survey 5, you see that in rural India, the usage of sanitary pads has increased significantly in the country. We are looking at about 68% of young women aged 15 to 24 years who are using sanitary pads. And in our country, with about 375 million people of reproductive age, this actually builds up to be a very significant number. We also see that with MNCs and a lot of social enterprises, the pad use or the disposable pad use is only going to grow in the country. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing, but it also means that when we have government schemes that are providing free sanitary pads, and when we have a lot of free distribution that is happening by NGOs, SFGs, etc., at the community level, we do have to be looking at those waste management solutions as well. What happens when we don't manage sanitary pads well? So how many of you know what goes into a sanitary pad? What all is there? How is it made? Someone talked about cotton sanitary pads. It's not actually cotton. It's cellulose, which is made from wood pulp. It's got a lot of chemicals in it, additives that make it more absorbent. You've got super absorbent polymers. You've got a lot of plastic waste. We estimate that between 80 to 90% of a sanitary pad is actually plastic. Okay, and then you've got an absorbent piece to it. We've also got things like glues, a lot of chemical additives like scents, and other things which we actually don't know and manufacturers are not willing to reveal. Now, what happens when we look at the waste value chain, when we're looking at this waste is, it enters the system. People can throw it out in the open, so it can enter water bodies, fields. You can throw it in toilets and it can get into the sewerage system or into our twin pit toilets, septic tanks, etc. And when we look at it downstream, it causes problems. In urban areas where we have sewerage systems, it can cause blockage there. And we have had lots of newspaper stories on that. In rural areas, when it goes into twin pits and septic tanks, it can cause issues there and into the natural processes that occur, say, within a twin pit toilet. And you also see that in a lot of, people have been working in Bihar, in Chhattisgarh, in Jharkhand, where you have ponds. We actually are taking out a lot of just disposed pads in from ponds where people are bathing, they're taking water for domestic use, etc. So we do know that this is a problem when it's entering the environment, entering our sewage systems, or entering our toilet as well. And we also have an issue of the intersection with human and the human interface. Plus, we're also seeing that when we use burning technologies, whether it's incinerators or other kind of combustion-based solutions, is actually releasing a lot of toxic chemicals into the air because, as I said, 80 to 90% is actually plastic. Okay. So what do we do about this problem? Now, typically when we look at menstrual waste, we say, ठीक है, incinerator लगा देते हैं, वो one-shot solution है. But the work that I've been doing over a number of years, we have to tackle this problem at different levels. एक जो है कि policy and regulations, जो हमारे पास कुछ already regulations हैं, from Central Pollution Control Board, from the solid waste management guidelines for the rules, biomedical waste management rules, as well as product standards by the Bureau of Indian Standards. And we need to look at all of this in terms of rules and regulations when we are proceeding with. Second is कि actual solutions हम क्या इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं घरेलू स्तर पर, community पर, and institutions such as schools or colleges, work sites जहाँ bulk generation of waste होता है. And last is we also need to be looking at integrating this within our ongoing institutional mechanism. So SBM Grameen में क्या हो रहा है उसमें हम कैसे घुसा सकते हैं SBM Urban में क्या हो रहा है how can we incorporate it within the work that municipal corporations are doing. So very quickly when we look at the regulations that we have in India, the solid waste management rules clearly classify sanitary waste, diapers, condoms, incontinence materials all as sanitary waste under solid waste. It is not considered biomedical waste, even though it has blood, bodily tissue as a part of it. It is very much considered as solid waste. So this, we have to think along these lines when we look at the downstream management. There are, however, some people who want to classify this as biomedical waste because of the blood content that is there, but the actual volume of blood is small. You have more body tissue that's a part of it. However, if we classify it as biomedical waste, we're going to have huge problems in terms of waste management. So it's best to classify it under solid waste. And solid waste management rules also specify various ways in which this needs the rules and responsibilities of different stakeholders. Second is we also have in terms of management, in addition to solid waste rules, we also have Central Pollution Control Board that offers some guidance, especially for large scale or centralized incineration facilities. And currently, CPCB does not have rules for the small scale or decentralized or on-site incinerators, which are increasingly popular in India. So CPCB and State Pollution Control Board have no regulations on this, and neither does the Bureau of Indian Standards. Incinerator standards, BIS is working on it, but it's still in development mode. So we have nothing to assess the quality of these machines that are hugely popular. We have deep burial pits as well, that is often used for biomedical waste, but also used as a composting solution. And we can draw upon that for composting or deep burial solutions for menstrual waste as well. It's very important. हम products, menstrual product और waste को waste management को अलग देखते हैं. They are very interlinked. जो product, what the product is made of has huge implications for waste management. तो यदि plastic है, तो कुछ options हमारे लिए लागू नहीं हैं. And if we're able to use products that have less plastic and more waste made with more natural products, then we have other options that open up to us. So these two things are important. And we have the Bureau of Indian Standards criteria for menstrual products that we should refer to. Okay, so very quick overview of solutions. And again, this is actually not specific to menstrual waste. This is completely borrowed from solid waste management. The reduce, reuse, and recycle principles very much apply to this as well. So one is, if you want to deal with menstrual waste, we also need to think कि हम इसको waste volume को कैसे reduce कर सकते हैं through the use of reusable products. Second is in terms of actual dealing with the waste. I think this morning a lot of discussions happened on segregation. Immediate disposal of that product in a way that enables us to segregate it from other waste that may be generated at home or in schools or at work sites, in public toilets, community toilets, that is critical. Yadi wo waste segregated nahi hai, it becomes difficult for us to treat it efficiently. So how can we do that? And then we are looking at the end of life treatment, that is the transforming waste. Now, iske liye usually we're looking at combustion or burn based solutions for pads because it's a one-stop shop and it's done. But we also need to be looking at alternatives because incinerators are not always possible in all settings. Plus, there are some issues with incinerators that we'll talk about. We are looking at some very innovative waste to resource solutions in India for menstrual waste. And I'll share one example of how that is happening. And lastly, we also need to be looking at awareness generation and how can we create that understanding amongst all stakeholders involved in this waste value chain. Now, with menstrual waste, as with solid waste, another type of waste, we have two kind of lines. एक जो है on-site, जहाँ waste generate होती है, can be treated there, and off-site, that we're taking it somewhere else. Now, for on-site solutions, you can have those छोटे वाले electric incinerators, जो mostly dysfunctional and break down very easily. Or you can have those constructed chambers, tin से बने हुए, concrete से बने हुए structures that are installed often at the back of schools, jahan they're manually burned with any locally available fuel, from newspaper to wood to kerosene to anything that's available, you can burn that. But in terms of their setup and their safety, there are some issues there. We are also looking at deburial and composting depending on the type of sanitary pads that are used. Now, for off-site, now here we have technologically better solutions. So you can look at things like centralized incinerators, biomedical waste incinerator facilities. You can look at co-processing. You can look at waste to resource technologies. And you can also look at common composting pits. But again, this really depends on whether those systems exist to enable this. I like looking at dustbins, but here, dustbins are an important piece of the puzzle, but I won't spend too much time here. Waste segregation, we've got some very interesting examples from Swachh Bharat Grameen ki, where does waste segregation happen effectively in rural India? In various parts, this is just an example of Chhattisgarh, but in Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, and many other states, your Swachhanginis, your SLGDDs are all engaged in collection of segregated waste, and they often have a small packet or a tin box that is collecting the diapers and sanitary pads separately. The most popular solution, as I said, is incinerators. I'm sure all of you who have worked in solid waste have considered incinerators or have supported incinerator. Now, typically the incinerators that we are looking at are these kinds, or something that looks like this. They are either this big or bigger. They are mostly electricity fueled. They have a capacity of anywhere between 10 to 50 pads maybe. And yeah, so this is what it looks like. Unfortunately, what we see is most of these machines, about 80 to 90% of on-site machines that are available in India, do not have any safety protocol. They also burn at much lower temperatures. They're burning between 250 to about 350 degrees Celsius. But to burn plastic efficiently, that is present in the sanitary pads, you need temperatures of 800 degrees Celsius. So we're looking at the large scale incinerator system. So unfortunately, while these are a convenient option, they are not always safe. यहाँ किसी ने incinerators लगाए हैं in their projects? Yeah. How many of them are functional? Unfortunately, I have not. I have been to many schools and I am yet to see a functional incinerator. They are jammed up. They don't burn efficiently. वो जो cleaner है, sanitation worker है, या जो भी दीदी वहाँ काम कर रही है, उनको अपना हाथ लगा के सारे pads को निकालना पड़ता है. Okay, so there is an issue while they are, as I said, convenient and cost effective, क्योंकि ये 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 में मिल जाते हैं. There is an issue in terms of functionality as well as safety. If you look here, ये कुछ pictures है field से. एक जो है कि electricity connection ही नहीं है. Because many of our rural areas, there may be intermittent electricity, or it's not sufficient to power the incinerator. Second is कि हमें एक vent pipe चाहिए होता है for all incinerators to ensure कि जो fuels निकलते हैं, they are led out of the premises. But यहाँ देखिए vent pipe तो toilet के अंदर ही it's there. और vent pipe लंबा है, it's going out of the window, और बच्चों का classroom यहाँ है, और vent pipe is pointing towards the classroom. So what we are thinking कि हम waste को we are effectively dealing, we are actually creating another hazard. The children are inhaling toxic fumes. So we have to think about कि हम इसको कैसे कर सकते हैं. That's also a cost-effective solution because I understand that that's a problem. कुछ innovations हो रहे हैं. We have tried solar-based models in India, but nothing has really taken off for menstrual waste because we need higher temperatures. This is an LPG-fueled incinerator that's currently still under development, but it is very expensive. It's estimated to be 80,000 to about 1 lakh for its operation, but it is a clean machine, meaning it will control for the emissions as per standards. But again, we still need a lot more experimentation and innovation for creating good quality, and by good quality I mean जो emission control कर सकते हैं, those kinds of incinerators. Those any of you who worked in the field would have also seen these kind of models. These are matka incinerators that are made with clay. You'll find cement, you'll find tin. A lot of them are present in many parts of the country, and under Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, many of us have been engaged in kind of coming out with several of these as a stopgap measure while we figure out other solutions. Just some examples of how other state and state governments have looked at incinerators. This is from Jharkhand. Uttar Pradesh, under their Operation Kayakalp, the government of Uttar Pradesh came out with a very robust construction. It wasn't a purchased incinerator, but a constructed one next to a school toilet with a long chimney and vent pipe. But again, the same issues of being able to burn at the right temperatures to ensure complete destruction of the pad. Karnataka has gone a different way. The government of Karnataka has followed a robust process for identifying vendors who can provide a good quality incinerators, but we're yet to see how successful this has been. In Andhra Pradesh, they're doing something called waste management sheds with the support of UNICEF. So the government of Andhra Pradesh has established these waste management sheds at the Gram Panchayat level, and people go and collect the segregated waste from households, bring it here, and then they used a common, slightly larger incinerator to burn the pads and the diapers even. We are looking at centralized incineration facilities, but we don't have very good examples. It's very urban. Bangalore tries it to some extent. Goa is going to try it as well, that the municipal corporation is collecting the sanitary pads and diapers or to centralized machines, चाहे वो biomedical या common hazardous waste incinerators है, वहाँ भेज रही हैं for burning. And I can provide more details to anyone who's interested.
Another 2-3 minutes, thank you.
Sure. So very quickly, we're trying deep burial solutions as well. मतलब हम ये above ground pit बना सकते हैं या below ground deep burial pit बना सकते हैं. This is not a ideal solution. This is जहाँ हम और कुछ नहीं लगा सकते हैं और आपके पास waste है, जैसे कि in very rural schools, ashram shalas, KGPVs, where electricity supply is intermittent, ये waste को decompose कर देती है, but the plastic content in that waste will remain. So these are just some examples of where it has been tried in Chhattisgarh, in Maharashtra. In some parts, we are trying vermicomposting and composting of natural sanitary pads. So natural fibers ke bane hain. Now we have bamboo pads, we have banana fiber pads, which have bioplastics, not your regular plastics. So we can try these kind of home-based composting solutions as well, or community composting, provided the plastic use is minimal. This is a very interesting innovation that we have in the country, which is a model that is completely recycling the sanitary pad. And this is by Pad Care Labs. So they are able to separate the cellulosic, the absorbent or the cellulose, the plastic and the SAP in the pads, and they're able to make usable products from this. So the plastic is used to make other products, the cellulose is used to make paper, and various other such products. And it's a bit expensive. It's more or less tried at the urban level right now by several municipalities. But it's an interesting model for us to try and see where it can work in rural areas, and you can see more on this YouTube. Some states are trying these hackathons. Telangana last year, we supported to do a hackathon to find very context state specific solutions. That's another option. Behavior change is important, but I won't spend too much time on this. I want to highlight some states and cities that have tried to do something. Last year, we supported Patna Municipal Corporation to look at how menstrual waste can be integrated into their solid waste plan. What does that look like? So this is a document that's available. And just this year, we have supported the government of Rajasthan under their Udan scheme, which is distributing sanitary pads for free to all girls and women of reproductive age across the state. they are now looking at a formal policy for menstrual waste, but they've taken a very interesting stand. They are discouraging localized or decentralized management of menstrual waste. So schools may, at a community level, they are discouraging it, and they want to come up with mechanisms कि जो भी menstrual waste है उसको हम centralized और biomedical incinerator facilities तक कैसे ले जा सकते हैं. So they want to push this because they realize that the centralized small-scale the decentralized or on-site small-scale incinerators, if they break down, so that's going to be problematic. Rural areas of Rajasthan have intermittent electricity supply, so they want to try the off-site thing. So it's a very interesting policy take, but we'll see. This policy is still under review, and we'll see if it gets passed and what happens in the coming year. And lastly, I just want to highlight that we can also look at reducing waste volumes with menstrual waste by supporting the use of reusables. We've also got, we've got several governments at the district level, municipality level that have encouraged reusables in countries. So a very interesting option for some of us to explore as well. So I'll end here for questions. Thank you, Sanjeev. Sorry, I went. Oh, Andy.
Requesting our next speaker.
Can you open the presentation? Good afternoon, everyone. I am Manoj Agarwal from Ambuja Cement Foundation. I will touch upon very briefly some of the solid liquid waste management and the bio waste management work done into the villages which has been chosen for the lighthouse villages under the Swachh Bharat Mission 2. So we, as an enabler, is working with the government of India and government of Rajasthan under the India Sanitation Coalition and FICCI to develop these villages as a lighthouse initiative, lighthouse villages. So total around 14 gram panchayat and 28 villages has been chosen under the 4 states where we have the long presence working with the community from last so many years. And this initiative just started in last year, and within 1 year, I think I share the methodology and other work how we have been working on in this initiative. The 3 villages has been converted into the model village into the last 15th of August this year, and 7 villages are now into the rising capacity category. They will be converting very soon within a month, and others are into the aspiring category. I think this is a very, very unique model. Government of India is aspiring to become ODF into the Swachh Bharat Mission 1 to now the model village into the Swachh Bharat Mission 2 and more. This is basically looking for the best management into the supply chain management so that the sustainability can be ensured. So it has been actually started with a lot of support and the coordination, bringing the officials from the government of India and government of Rajasthan and Gram Panchayat to understand the existing situation in each and every village which has been actually selected for this initiative, and then develop the unique DPR for each villages separately, so that the whatever work is required for the solid waste management, liquid waste management, the bio waste or plastic waste management, all has been covered into the DPR, and the different fund provision has been earmarked to actually address these issue into these villages. So under all the villages, the performance, progress is very encouraging, except the Himachal Pradesh, which is no progress. I must acknowledge because of some of the fund crunch. Otherwise, in the Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and the Gujarat, every village is now government is very, very supportive from the liquid waste management for connecting all the drainage and then safe disposal of all the household liquid into the safe places. And then the major important thing is the solid waste management, collection of door-to-door collection, and then into the resource recovery center, and then resource recovery center to some kind of a waste to wealth creation, so that the revenue model can be created for the long-term sustainability. Whatever has been planned into the DPR, I think 80-90% work has already been completed, and we are expecting with the support of the government of state government and the government of India, all this work in the next 1 and 1.5 months, I think, will be completed. So you can see the community toilets has been created in some of the villages. In some of the villages, drainage has been connected and repaired, In some of the villages, you can see the resource recovery center in all the villages has been covered. Also, a lot of campaign has been promoted under this because the community awareness was the key to sustain this model basically. Wash campaign, the no plastic campaign, and the session on menstrual hygiene was the major campaign we have been working. One of the villages into the Gujarat, the model has been tried out for the plastic waste management through the formation of the Swayam Sahayata Samooh of the village rag pickers and then collection of this plastic through the government system, and then this plastic is now being selling to our nearby plant because the cement plant is the most safe disposal for any kind of plastic or the best material because 1400-degree temperature is there. So this is a complete livelihood model where the plastic can be sold to on the 5 rupees or 10 rupees per kg, whatever is the agreement, and can be the sustainable model. So this has been happening in Gujarat and even 2 villages into the Chhattisgarh as well. A lot of capacity building, bringing all the Gram Panchayat and their community member into some of the model villages where already these been converted. In every village, people have been taken to understand and visualize how this model village will look like after the completion of this work. Menstrual hygiene sessions, a lot of coordination meeting were actually key to bringing all the stakeholders together to take this work ahead. I'll not take much time. Yeah. So a lot of IEC activities on each and every part, the household collection, solid waste management, then convert into the resource recovery, and how this could be into the behavioral change, because there are 3 components. One is the behavioral change component, then household collection, and then the safe disposal and the supply chain management. So in all the villages, a lot of IEC activities has been done in all the villages. Some of the challenges, still we have the challenges, but we are getting good support from the government wherever we are having the good, liaison. So now I will touch upon few slides on how biomass management we are handling in some of our villages. We are talking about the non-fodder biomass, which is generally we always heard the farmer burn into the crop residue into the farms, and it is a hazardous waste, and a lot of noise during the harvesting season. So this is the livelihood source for the farmer. This is the model where the livelihood source for the farmer, alternative energy for the nearby cement plant or the power plant basically. So we have actually formed the farmer producer organization of the smallholder farmer into that area of one block or the one district. All the farmer collected their biomass and safely supplied through the farmer producer organization to some of the safe disposal site of the power plant or the cement plant. So this is the model where the company plants are there, then farmer producer organization there, and the different villages, village development committees are there, the farmer are the member, farmer clubs are there, and every individual single small farmer has the right to supply their own biomass, which is non-fodder biomass. Otherwise, he has to burn into the field to the plant site and get the additional source of income out of that. So around each site, I think 2,000 farmers are now part of the farmer producer organization. We have 6 farmer producer organizations as of now, one in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, in Punjab, in Himachal and Chhattisgarh. So complete supply chain from the harvesting to the safe disposal into the plant has been derived. Complete pricing strategy has been also been derived on the basis of the calorific value of the biomass and the distance the farmer is traveling from one place to that disposal site. So on 6 locations, we are actually working on this model. We have come out with each and every biomass available into the area of 100 kilometer and the calorific value, and what should be the cost and what should be the profit for the farmer. Complete supply chain model we have been set up. And in last few years, more than 2 lakh ton biomass has been supplied through this model and safely disposed of. That has been given the additional income of 20 to 30,000 per small farmer out of this initiative. Thank you.
We can take at least a couple of questions, but we have time for that. Post which we'll break for lunch.
Ask one question.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Very excellent presentations, all three of them. Manoj, I have one question for you. When you have formed these farmers producers organizations, what sort of benefit sharing is happening between them? The members on the produce, which is being benefited to the farmer and to the farm producer organization. Excellent points here.
So the benefit sharing, first of all, I will give you the idea how the cost is actually driving. The cost is driving on the basis of calorific value. It is around 1.5 rupees per kilocalorie per kg. Basically, if the 22,000 kilocalorie is the calorific value, then the costing is around 3,000 rupees per ton. Basically, out of that 3,000 rupees, only 50 rupees is keeping by the farmer producer organization just to run that organization. Otherwise, rest of the amount is directly transferred to the farmer. Basically, yeah, thank you. Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a question. Yeah. Hi. Really good to see the presentation. So just wanted to know, like you said, there are different ways to process and dispose it. What are some good models for collection of it? Because I guess key challenge still remains in the collection aspect of it, and we are not able to segregate wet and dry right now. How does the third category get stored and collected?
Very good question, and we don't have clear-cut answers because it goes back to we have to be able to segregate waste, and it's a part of that segregation. So what we know from some states where they've done this in rural areas is really door-to-door awareness generation that has happened as a part of solid waste management under SBM Grameen. And their household level pay, they have been told that waste needs to be segregated, or pads or diapers need to go into a separate bag or a separate dustbin. Some places like Andhra, the Gram Panchayats have even raised money to give households dustbins, like 22p dustbins for diapers and pads, so that it can be collected. But unko bol dete ki paper mein lapet kar throw it, so that when that collection happens, it's able to happen safely. In schools, it's a little easier because you're not dealing with other types of waste in the bathroom. The girls' bathroom, if you have a dustbin या एक disposal chute, तो उसमें more or less you are seeing that it's used pads. Problem वहाँ है कि most of the time it's unwrapped. तो जो sanitation worker है या जो cleaner है, they are dealing with that waste with their hands क्योंकि gloves वगैरह वो कुछ नहीं होता है. But that's how it's happening. School level, at least a separate dustbin. Household level, the encouragement from door-to-door IEC engagement, community meetings, etc., to be able to segregate waste. But the issues that we face in terms of wet waste and dry waste segregation, we face here as well. Because it takes time to bring about that mind shift change at the household level. Schools makes it a little easier, but at the household level, the same issues prevail.
Right, ma'am. So my point was also like wet waste needs to be collected every day. Dry waste can be collected at a certain frequency as well. It doesn't. But menstrual waste also is something which needs to be collected at a smaller frequency, I guess.
A smaller frequency because it will start.
You can't store that.
You cannot store pads and diapers for a very long period of time. So it has to be a part of your daily waste collection, your frequent waste collection. It has to be a part of that. Some like one of the biggest examples that's always quoted for us is what Pune has done under the Swachh and the Red Dot campaign, jahan the waste workers themselves refused to collect waste from households unless they got segregated waste. But the union was extremely strong in Pune. And the waste workers union completely supported the waste workers that we will stand behind you if you refuse to collect garbage. And when they systematically did this, then households started or were forced to separate out the garbage. But that also did not take 1 week or 1 month or a few months. It took years to get there. That process in Pune has gone on since late 2000s. Yes. It's not something that happened overnight. And anybody you speak to who has been involved, from the waste workers union to the waste workers to Swachh to Pune Municipal Corporation, they will tell you it was a process. Some Localities converted faster, some converted later, but it was a long-term process. And I think someone said earlier that this waste game is a long game, and we have to keep at it. And there may be different ways in which we can encourage segregation of waste, but that I think we need to understand how or what are those strategies by which people are being encouraged to segregate waste. Is there an incentive-based model? Is there some other kind of model? How are we bringing about that mind shift? Unfortunately, I don't think we have enough insights on that. Because once we're able to crack कि हम segregate क्यों करेंगे, like as an individual, then we can say अच्छा wet waste करो, dry waste करो, sanitary waste अलग से कर लो. But until we realize or understand what's going to trigger people to do that, now we're going to face this problem.
Right. Last question. So like for plastic, there is now EPR, which is pretty well established. Like there's a whole journey to it. Like it started very high, now it's another lows. So how far are we to see similar for the sanitary waste, or is it happening anything?
We are struggling with EPR. First of all, understanding what EPR means in the context of sanitary pads, diapers, incontinence materials. We do have some insights onto the large market players in India. But the readiness that they have to put in funds to deal with the waste. Now, people like P&G, who has the largest market share, they have 85% roughly of the market share of products in India. They are putting money into awareness sessions. They are not putting money into the waste. I mean, there is some talk that they are going to have a recycling plant in the outskirts of Pune. We don't know if that will happen or not. But there has to be a more, we have to figure out what we mean by EPR, what we want these companies to do. We have actually, in some states, we have had a discussion where the procurement is happening at a state level for state level schemes for distribution. They are not procuring from large-scale manufacturers. They are procuring from, like third-party vendors who are white label product manufacturers. How do you hold them accountable? And we are procuring pads from them in the crores, right? So how can we hold them accountable? It is simply not saying कि आप एक pouch दे दो for individual pack wrapping, क्योंकि वो pouch भी plastic का ही है. So then we can say ठीक है, आप bioplastic का बना दो, या that what is that, the cornstarch packaging that uska bana do. But these are not vendors who are thinking along that line. They are used to producing these white label packages. They don't care about standards. How do we hold them accountable? How do we change our procurement processes at a state level to say कि जो हम procure करेंगे that will follow BIS standards, including the packaging that we require for the wrappers. So I think we have to start thinking along these lines, and we do know that several states are already thinking what they can do differently. But again, sorry, we don't have a clear cut. We're still struggling with what this means. And we have to engage our large-scale manufacturers, these mid-level manufacturers, and enterprises that are in this game better to understand what that would look like.
Thanks, Ali.
Great question.
Rajma has a point. Thanks, Rajma has a point, yeah.
Arundhati, just two questions. I'll take the second one first because he's just asked you this question. From a policy perspective, even though this is a state subject, we can still influence policy at a center level, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So given the fact that this is not something which is rocket science, we could effectively, through your office or through other offices, be able to put this in place as a policy recommendation. It can't be that hard to do.
No, Natasha, it's not. But the responsibilities at the center and state level, because this does come under while we don't have a menstrual health is not a state subject, but under health or sanitation, it will come as a state subject.
State subject, right.
At the central level, with the Supreme Court directive, we do see that the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare is now taking leadership to develop the new policy guidelines.
Right.
And we have flagged to Dr. Zoya that menstrual waste is an issue that requires consideration. However, from a technical point of view, I think we still need to work out what are those solutions that we can feasibly offer. What we are seeing is at a state level that those states are thinking about what they can do, because the distribution of sanitary pads or other products or the institutional mechanisms or the solid waste mechanisms that are in place, that's happening at a state level. And we can tap into that key state level policies. What can we do? State level solutions, what can be rolled out? So for example, in Rajasthan, if we say that they want to do through the biomedical incinerators, we can say, Acha, in Rajasthan, we have between 11 to 12 or 10 to 12 functional biomedical incinerators. We can map those districts. We can say that of now the 50 districts in Rajasthan, which districts can be connected to that and which cannot, and what do we need to. But though that thinking and that policy formulation, I feel while we can have guidance at a national level, that actual plans need to be at a state level because those contexts differ. And what each state wants to do will also differ. Like Karnataka wants to have incinerators at a GP level. They want the Gram Panchayats to take ownership of where all they want to put the incinerators, in schools, in community toilets, etc. Rajasthan has gone the complete opposite way, or they're proposing the opposite. So we need to understand those state contexts and see, okay, what can we do?
But are they doing it in the opposite way only because the center has not given a directive, or are they doing it because they have the option not to do it?
I think they're trying to see what makes sense to them. They, in some of these states, they may also be consulting with their state pollution control board and seeing what the state pollution control board is recommending, because under our solid waste management rules, all incinerators will have to go through the state pollution control board for final is this an incinerator that we can that is functional and can be used for processing this kinds of waste. I mean, ideally, in the ideal scenario. So I think it's some of them are consulting with that. Some of them are saying, okay, under Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen, we have these setups and therefore we can leverage it. So it really depends on what they are looking at, where they see those opportunities, and who is guiding that process.
So it goes back to what I'm saying. There is no clear-cut guideline which is being given by the center, which is why the states have the flexibility to be able to decide what they want to do. Okay, so that's fine. But the other question or the other, I guess, assumption I'm making, hearing what you're saying, is that at a state level, they have the flexibility is there for them to be able to operate whichever way they want. The center is only going to give it as a guidance. So effectively, that's where your challenge is coming up, right?
I actually feel it's good to have central guidance because a uniform policy may not work in every state.
No, but for example, purchasing of the right kind of sanitary napkin.
Yes.
Simple things like that could be a centralized guideline, right?
It can, and we do have that. But the issue, again, is that, for example, we have the Bureau of Indian Standards. They've been extremely proactive and forward-thinking. However, if you talk to CPCB or BIS, they will say that we are not enforcement agencies. We develop the rules. We'll develop the standards. But it's a responsibility of the state and the department that is taking ownership to enforce it. Don't come to BIS and CPCB saying, hame enforce karna. We can't, because that's not our role.
No, but they can at least give a guide. They can at least.
But they have that. Yeah. I mean, both these agencies will have it. Even at the central level, you'll have your national guidelines that says procurement, you procure like this. But then ultimately, the enforcement lies with that department and at that state level. And now we are trying that with BIS, we're saying, okay, let's go to states and let's do these orientations, because maybe not everyone knows about standards for products. We know that we've tried to speak with CPCB saying, speak to states and say, now that we see incinerators are popular, what can state pollution control boards do for that? I think that gap of capacity building or of orientation to understand these issues, that I think is a gap that we do need to fill. And going back, actually, Natasha, I agree. We should have like a central level guidance on menstrual waste, which we actually did with Department of Drinking Water Sanitation, but it's quite dated now. It was 2018 when we developed that. We need to revise it. We need to look at the new options available. We've got good insights from states now, thanks to SLWM Grameen. I think UNICEF did an incinerator study very recently. They've got insights. We need to now pull all this together to provide that central guidance.
One last question. Did I hear you say then that individual incinerators are not the way forward, but that communal incinerators are really the way forward? Is that what I heard you say?
I think that on-site, the small decentralized on-site incinerators, what we call them, they can be an option if they are technologically sound. Right now, we are not finding that they are technologically sound. They're breaking down easily. And therefore they're becoming dysfunctional, but you're able to put money. So I think we have to figure out if we can identify vendors who can provide good quality incinerators that burn at decent temperatures. We know that you can't put an incinerator that burns at 800 degrees Celsius in a school. It's unsafe for those children, but what can be feasible? There are innovations that are happening in this space that you use other kinds of processes in addition to temperature to burn this waste and control for emissions. Can we identify those solutions? Can we see what can be done at an on-site? Because we understand the centralized one is also complex. I mean, if you look at big states, UP, MP, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, I mean, to transport this waste from villages, it's going to be difficult.
Integrate it into, say, your decentralized FFTP policy. I mean, I'm just giving that as an option. Then that could work, right? Because it is a very integrated subject.
We can look at that. We can also look at provision of better quality products, especially or different quality products under the state schemes for free distribution, because that itself will make a dent on how we can deal with this waste in a decentralized way.
Thanks.
Thank you.
We'll take one more question from sir.
Yes, there are
Yes,
none.
sir,
Then
please
probably.
go ask your question.
Yeah, ma'am, it's evident from your presentation that the basic problem is with the product, which is being imposed on the consumers by the big players. And if we know that the basic problem is the product, instead of banning that product, we are fighting with the technologies, this and that. What do you say about this? Because you only said none of the incinerators is working. Even if the incinerator is working, it is not as per the WHO standards. The other technologies are just burning of the central pads. So why don't you concentrate on the? I mean, you mean the nation? My question is to the nation or the government itself. But the wrong products are being imposed on the consumers, and we are fighting and finding the solutions to overcome the problems. So why not concentrate on the basic problem itself and ban the wrong products?
It's a very interesting take. However, when we look at the market in India, disposable sanitary pads are very well established, and there is a huge user preference for these products.
Because they are not aware of the ill effects of those products.
Even if you are aware, there are people who are aware, and it is a comfort factor. The product is comfortable. It is suiting a purpose. It's supporting a need. I think what we can do is move towards looking at how do you make these products safer for the users and environment.
Yes.
So you do have, I mean, a lot of social enterprises are coming up with, pads made out of bamboo fiber, of banana fiber, of hemp fiber, reusable pads. You've got menstrual cups, menstrual discs. All this is coming to the India market. Now, market in fact is one of the richest in the world. So what we say is, see, at the end of the day, consumers have to have choice. If someone wants to use a disposable sanitary pad, she should have 100% choice to do that. So while we can't say we can ban any product, we can hold our manufacturers accountable through standards that do exist in our country. But we cannot, unfortunately, also insist that all disposable sanitary pads are made of natural materials, because we have already faced pushback from our PNG, J&J, pushback massively, because India is a big market, so we can't throw them out. And we can't also ask them to shift their manufacturing practices to say, Acha, you will only have natural fibers in your products. That's also not going to happen. I think where we can ask them to is that a more honest declaration of what is in their product, so we know how to manage it, and figure out through EPR rules or other processes where the waste management solutions that they're also coming up with. If they have 85% of the market share, they should also come up with certain solutions for waste management. But here is where our gap or our failure has been, that we have not been able to successfully lobby with the large-scale manufacturers on both ends, making their products better and supporting with waste management solutions. So it's something that we have to try and work much harder at least from my end.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We won't be able to take any further questions for this session. Thank you for your patience. With this, we come to the conclusion of this plenary session. On behalf of the ISC team, thank you to our contributors. Thank you so much. We are now breaking for lunch, and in the interest of time and to get this workshop back on track, I'm requesting all of you to please take a 40-minute lunch break. We can meet again at 2:40. Is that all right, sir? Let's reconvene at 2:40. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. भैया गया होगा बाहर तक. Sit and ask them if the voice is going outside. हेलो. क्या बोल रहे भैया? क्या बोल रहे? नेम प्लेट आदि. हेलो. हेलो. Sidel, can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting all of you to please take your seats. We are commencing with plenary session 3. Requesting everyone outside to please move in for the session. So welcome back everyone. We will now commence with our session on plastic waste management. The session shall touch upon segregation, collection, transportation and storage of plastic waste and channelization of plastic waste to recyclers. Plastic storage facility including a material recovery facility and resource recovery centers and potential opportunities for consistent revenue stream and entrepreneurship. Joining us for session 3 as session chair is Ms. Apurva Vilas Patil, Executive Engineer, Swachh Bharat Mission, State Water and Sanitation Mission, Maharashtra. I would request ma'am to please take your seat on the dais. I would also request our other panelists, Sri Dwapayan H, Sri Dibartha Banerjee, and Sri K. Binoy to please take your seats on the dais. So we will be having 1 hour for this session, and I would request each speaker to please restrict yourself to 10-15 minutes so that we have some time for questions towards the end. Before we begin, I will introduce our Honorable Chair. Ma'am has a commendable experience in preparation of DPRs, estimates, and actual site execution of water supply scheme And with her contribution, Swachh Bharat Mission Maharashtra is progressing impressively. Our first panelist, Sri Vipayan H, Chief Operating Officer, Feedback Foundation, is one of India's leading providers of sustainable solutions across rural and urban development projects. In the last 15 years, using the community engagement approach, Feedback Foundation has worked across many Indian cities and districts, providing capacity building, planning, and implementation support to various public, private, and international agencies. Our second panelist, Shri Debartha Banerjee, co-founder and director of Sampoorn Earth Environment Solutions, is a welcome, sir. Sampoorn Earth is a social enterprise working towards breaking the non-cyclic process of waste management, founded by three social entrepreneurs from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, one of which is Mr. Banerjee. Sampoorn Earth is working towards the vision to make the world where waste is totally transformed into utilizable resource without any exploitation of people or the planet. Then, representing the corporate perspective, we have with us Shri K. Binoy, Regional Manager, ITC Limited. ITC, under its flagship social investments program, Mission Sunera Kal, has done truly inspirational work in solid waste management, including plastic waste. ITC's Well-Being Out of Waste, or the WOW initiative, promotes awareness about the importance of source segregation and recycling and establishes systems to ensure effective practice. And we hope to hear more about it on this platform. I would request Shri Abhijit Banerjee to kindly take the stage. Sorry, I'm sorry, we had a change in guard. I would request Shri Vipayan H from Feedback Foundation to kindly begin with the presentation.
Read this and then. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity for Feedback Foundation to present the way we work and what we work pan India. I think the focus is about the correct infrastructure, and I think it's a right topic which I think never it got discussed in any of the forums which at least I have attended. Yeah, so thank you for this. Thank you for this picking up this subject particularly. There is the plastic waste management. Next slide, please. I will say that it's a solid waste management. Plastic waste management, if you do a solid waste management, plastic will be managed. And that's why there's a cut there. And it's only 6 to 7% of the solid waste is plastic waste. So if you manage the whole thing, plastic waste will automatically manage. I'm putting this particularly because many of the corporates, many of the UNBs are talking about that हमें plastic waste management करना है. And then we say that plastic waste management आप नहीं कर सकते अलग से. आपको as a holistic approach में लेना है. आपको wet भी manage करना है. आपको plastic भी, आपको dry भी manage करना है. Plastic automatically manage हो जाएगा. I find it very difficult for them to understand this core difference. I know that plastic waste management gave a different rule, but if you go through the rules, it's an extract of the solid waste management which has come up with the plastic waste management as a rule there. Now, something with the numbers which I want to start with. Currently, there are three broad, I will say, the examples what I'm showing here. Obviously, we are working in more than 45 UNBs pan-India. Dehradun, I'm taking example as one ward. Agra, we are working there in the 7 wards. And in Panji, which is Goa, working there at 31 wards. So dry waste. Now, the total day collection from Dehradun is 2 tons. Agra 15 and Panji is 49 tons. That is how the quantum varies. That's why the scales, I want to show you the 3 different scales on which we are operating. The dry waste more or less is the same, is 50%. 45%, 46%. So more or less, you're getting the same kind of percentage of a dry waste which is coming there. Now, the factors which I think many of them do not consider is a leakage. Now, leakage word here is not a negative connotation given to that, but the circular economy. Already the waste, dry waste enters into the circular economy once the dry waste is generated. So you cannot miss out that entire value chain of a rat pickers, of the collection transportation team who are doing it because of their for their livelihood. So we measured it. So in Dehradun, there's a leakage of 10%, 30% in Agra, and 25% in Panji. So it talks about now why 25% Panji? Because there are other players also who are working in the same domain where we are working. So that portion goes to them. There are many entrepreneurs who are entering into the system. So that is how the calculation has started, because you're not alone in this entire in this entire value chain. Now coming to the next slide, how much of dry waste actually reaching the facility? Now you can see, sorry, I'll go back to the, okay, I have this, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Now see, 86% is moving as a dry waste is moving in the facility. Other in Agra, 67% and 68% from Panji. Out of that, 4% is plastic, you see. 4% is plastic waste. Now I understand the leakage also has a plastic waste, as a higher degree of plastic waste, because there is a high valuable material which rat pickers, which collection treatment or the collection transportation staff might be picking up. Then, like maybe like in Agra, we don't get any PET bottles because the PET bottles are already picked up by the collection team. So it's good. We are not contesting with them. It's good that it's already entering into the value chain. Now, from that entire stuff, how much is recovered? So reject is 7%, 12%, 13%. Now this rejection happens, which we call as RDF. It's a refuse derived fuel. And we are tying up with the cement factories. When we don't have a cement factories, we are keeping it, storing it, unless and until the storage spaces is over. And then we say that, okay, let's put that into the landfill because we don't know where to do that. So I will say the challenge currently with the plastic waste management is managing of RDF. It's a huge space which is required, and it's a 7%, 12%. But once in a month, when it accumulates, it's a huge space which is required. Maharashtra government has a mandate, very strong mandate, that cement factory has to take RDF, obviously a baled one, at their own cost. So that is sorted. In Maharashtra, all the sanitation parks are sorted there. In Madhya Pradesh, also sorted, but in other states, they're still trying to get sorted about. In Bhubaneswar, it is still sorted, and people and cement factories are taking away the RDF, but in other states are not. Out of entire thing, the recovery is, you can see, the 93%. I will say that 93% of the dry waste can be recovered. It's recyclable. But again, out of that, 80% have a market linkage. The other 20% in Dehradun, in 15% Agra, 25% doesn't have a market linkage. That means, though at processing treatment plant, at the MRF, we are taking out the recyclables, but we don't have a market to sell that. And again, that goes to the site landfill or lands up as an RDF and going back to the cement factory. So we are trying to do that, but there are lacunas. Obviously, the market is enriching, market is coming up. For example, few months later, MLP, multi-layer plastic, was a huge problem in all our centers because it was 1 rupee per kg, 1 rupee per ton, which was the cost. The processing cost of that 1 rupee per ton was coming to 5 rupees per ton. Then why should we actually segregate that MLP? And multi-layer plastic, every day or often, it's a common plastic which is used in the every walk of life. And that's an amazing material, I will say. It's a technology to keep your snacks fresh, but it doesn't have a recycling opportunity. Currently, there are some players who has entered into it, recycling the multi-layer plastic. We are tying up with them, but still, the technology has to come and it has to scale up. Yeah. So, myself representing Feedback Foundation, we do not only work in solid waste management. We have a resettlement and rehabilitation programs. Urban sanitation is a forte. Assessment studies. Currently, we have launched a construction waste study with Godrej Properties. They have funded that entire assessment, and we have done that study there. Rural sanitation, solid waste management, and water supply. So these are the sectors on which we work. But I'll be keeping it to the solid waste management here. There are 14 states currently we are working, and you can see the list where it's all with government bodies because we prefer that because they are the machinery who can put up machines or infrastructure in place. So these are some ongoing projects and completed projects here. We do have like bilateral, multilateral agencies, corporates, and ULBs on which we are working with. Now coming to its solid waste management, we prefer the model of demand and supply. So demand means the IC programs because by the IC program, in the first half you might have known that what you meant by IC program. I'm not elaborating there. The awareness, the behavior change, the reduction of the waste, all this comes under IC program. So what is that? What is happening? You are increasing the demand of the segregated waste because once the waste is segregated, it is sorted. So that is first side demand. That is the citizens' role to do that. Obviously, there should be a push from political leaders, from councillors, from the executive bodies. Those parts are there. The second part is ensure the supply. So there are few agencies or few corporate they say that आपको बस IC करना है. मतलब IC से कुछ नहीं होगा. आप IC एक मोमेंट तक के लिए अगर आप एक महीना आप IC कर लोगे उन लोग सेग्रीगेशन कर लेंगे उतना हम लोग चैलेंज ले लेते हैं सिटीजंस विल सेग्रीगेट segregation is not a challenge that also four-way segregation it's not a challenge at all because there are IC tools it's a behavior change it needs 36 months for the entire citizens to get mobilized and do that कई कॉर्पोरेट्स बोलते हैं एक साल का पैसा है मेरे पास इतना में कीजिए एक साल में कुछ नहीं होगा 36 months it's required consistent hammering then only a behavior change starts happening. So there's a time, there's a tenure for that. अगर वो हो गया मेरे पास इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर रेडी है क्या आधे यूएलबी के पास वही नहीं रहता आधे यूएलबी का प्रॉब्लम है that the sanitation inspector himself doesn't know how to design it. He doesn't know how to take a technical sanction of that design. He doesn't know how the fund will flow. So then we understood that gap in the entire system, and that's why we have onboarded urban planners, architects, civil engineers in our team now. That is a support which one has to give to the ULBs. Now we become the agent of them, and we go to the government officials. We take the technical sanction of the drawing of the facility. We get approved by the district collectors, the fund, whatever it is. And our civil engineers are deployed on the site to get the material recovery center built as what we want to operate. So that is a value chain. That's the gap, what I will say, in the system. पैसे बहुत हैं. यूएलबी के पास पैसे बहुत हैं. कोई भी कॉर्पोरेट को इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट के लिए पैसे देने की जरूरत नहीं है. छोटे मोटे जो कुछ यूएलबीज है जो थोड़े बहुत क्रैश क्रंच है उनके पास उनको वो सपोर्ट दे सकते हैं पर आई विल से मेजर यूएलबीज व्हाट वी आर वर्किंग देयर दे हैव फंड्स व्हाट दे डोंट हैव इज द ऑपरेटिंग फंड्स दैट इज अ गैप इन दिस एंटायर सिस्टम आप उसको सस्टेनेबल बनाइए आप निकल जाइए वहां से सो वी टॉक अबाउट कंस्ट्रक्शन फैसिलिटी एमआरएफ एमसीसी कलेक्शन ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कलेक्शन ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फोर-वे सेग्रीगेशन होना चाहिए जैसे in the last session we understood that yes biomedical waste has to be segregated separately so there are IC programs for especially for the segregation of biomedical waste It is a four-way system. Solid waste management talk about three-way system, but we teach and we operate in a four-way and the MRF maintenance of it. There are a few pics you can see that whenever we get these vehicles, we kind of modify it. उसमें आप देखोगे ना 50-50% है ड्राई वेट, मतलब 50% नहीं होता है, और ना वॉल्यूम वेट कम होगा और वॉल्यूम ड्राई ज्यादा होगा. 50-50% का लॉजिक किधर से आया? हम सब कुछ जगह वेल्डिंग करवा देते हैं, 75-25 कर देते हैं. One truck, one vehicle cannot collect 350 kg of waste at one time. और मैं टाटा is जो टाटा, I'm not contesting anywhere. Mahindra, Tata, they are selling their product saying that 1000 kg कलेक्शन हो जाएगा. क्यों चाहिए मुझे 1000 kg? 1000 kg कलेक्शन होने मतलब 1 टन कलेक्शन होते होते सुबह का 6 बजे शुरू करते हैं तो वो 12-1 बज जाएगा. तो फिर प्रोसेसिंग कब होगा? 350, 400, that is the kg which one trip takes for. तो मुझे टाटा चाहिए क्या? फिर तो मैं बैटरी ऑपरेटेड व्हीकल से भी कर सकता हूँ. They have the capacity, but we are not talking about it. But yes, as a expertise, we go and tell all these things to the ULPs.
3 more minutes to go. Thank you.
The weighbridge, the IC programs, this I'm skipping. There are few snapshots of our MRF. It's a very primitive kind of thing, primitive kind of setups. This is in Madhya Pradesh. You see, this was a legacy, I will say, the legacy waste ground. We treated it. Then we made that in the park, and that's the facility where it is running now. This is Chakrata. You can see the dump. This is high up in Uttarakhand, the high altitude. You can see the dump there. It's a Google images. अभी भी वो Google में change नहीं हुआ है. And this is what we built. You can see this. It's a facility. It's a piece of art now. And that becomes it's a cantonment area. तो वहाँ पे parties वगैरह सब चीज अभी वहाँ पे होंगे. Also, I've shared the government convergence. You see, 85 lakhs they have put there. मैं बोलता हूँ ना कि पैसे की कमी नहीं है पैसे की कमी. This is under construction, the cantonment board. See, the pits are there. So it's all art design. So see that was the legacy waste. We treated it, and now this is the one. What is there? This is in Dehradun. Again, a very GVP. जो बोलते हैं ना garbage vulnerable point. ये एक private plot था जहाँ पे लोग फेंकते थे. उसको हमने clean किया. उसी plot को इसको rent देते हैं. ये एक काउंसलर का प्लॉट है. उसने बोला कि इतना अच्छा काम आपने कर दिया, आप रेंटल पे लीजिए इस प्लॉट को और मेरे पूरे वार्ड को सही कर दीजिए. ये उसका एग्जांपल है.
We are running short of time, so we'll be grateful if you could please tell you.
Thank you. This is Malanpur, again primitive one. We are trying to get up, make it running. This is Nagra. This is Dhanpuri in Madhya Pradesh. This is all decentralized model. This is Palasbari, Assam, a very small piece of land. This is Panje, Goa. This is under construction in Nagpur. We are taking the technical sanction from the government now. This is Bhubaneswar. Yeah, thank you.
Requesting Mr. Banerjee from Sampurn Earth to please start with the session.
I have a presentation too. Can you put that up? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. Thank you for the opportunity to give me to speak here. So afternoon session, we all taking our time. So I'll try to keep myself very short and probably focus on the points which I can add to the conversation which has been happening. So thank you to Doiban also to talk about the MRFs. We also work in Goa, and we are very inspired at times to see the facility at Panji, which Feedback Foundation operates as well. So at Sampurna, we are what we are. We started as a waste management company almost 10 years back, more than 10 years back, and right today, what I'm trying to focus on the plastic waste management aspect of it, of course. So we started off as a waste management company where we started off giving solutions to bulk waste generator housing societies, corporate campuses. Then we started setting up material recovery facilities for municipal bodies. And when we realized that just the MRF setting up is not enough, because if we look at the waste value chain, it's very long. So we generally break it into 5 different levels. So we start off with the household generation, then there will be waste collectors, which can be waste pickers, the ferrywalas, the municipal workers. Then they sell it to the local kabadi wala. They also add the supply chain. Then they sell it to a larger dealer or aggregator who works with a single category of waste. So aggregator will work only on rigid plastic. Somebody will only work on PET bottles. Somebody will only work on paper cardboard. Then they will also sub-segregate the waste into 5 to 10 different categories. Then it will go to a recycler. And when we started running MRFs, one of the challenges we saw was there were some categories of waste which we could not find the right markets and usages. So we went on to set up recycling units as well. So last year we set up 5 recycling units, primarily in the western part of the country. So Mumbai, Maharashtra, so Mumbai, Nagpur, Nasik, Goa, and Gujarat. These are the 5 locations that we set our recycling units in. And now we, as a waste management company, work across the value chain. And I guess that is something that everybody has been speaking also. Waste management solutions might not work in piecemeal approach. It needs a complete ecosystem solution. So when we start working with the households where we will bring awareness campaigns, drives, IEC campaigns to increase the segregation at source. We will start working with the collection agencies, the panchayats, municipal bodies, to make sure how they can do better route mapping, better collection can happen. Dry waste, for example, in Goa, we work with a lot of panchayats where the waste is not collected on a daily basis, the dry waste. It's collected on a weekly or even bi-weekly, like 2 fortnightly basis as well. So this kind of work with the waste generators as well as the collection bodies, how to do proper route mapping and all. So that also becomes important. Then the waste, of course, comes to MRFs or treatment facilities. But in India, the thing is that we already recycle a lot. The MRFs we are talking just recently in the last 5 years, the word MRF has become popular. But India from before has been recycling almost 70 to 80% of high valuables. Actually, if we look at the recycling rate in India, though we see waste lying everywhere, a train ride in Mumbai is like a garbage ride, like it's all everywhere. But in spite of that, India recycles probably the highest across all the countries in the world. Like it's like rigids, like PET bottles, many rigids. We recycle up to 70 to 80%. Newspaper probably we have one of the highest recycling rates. There's so many things we recycle primarily because of the informal scrap markets. So they are the invisible environmentalists who have been driving the recycling industries alive. So when we look into the facilities, the material recovery facilities, we cannot ignore the informal waste collection, segregation, and processing facilities as well. And when we talk about the supply chain, there is scrap dealers, aggregators, and informal recyclers who have different facilities doing different things into the value chain. And one of our focus is how do we bring them as part of the value chain, how they can also become organized players, how local workers can from self-help groups can become organized to form micro-organizations who can also become service providers and play a role in the value chain. We cannot have one company to manage the whole waste. Even in a city, it's an aggregation of different efforts of lots of different organizations. So yeah, and then the waste, of course, goes to so a part of it goes for incineration and a part goes for recycling. I'll just talk about the Goa story quickly. one of the examples. So we work in 2 talukas in Goa, where where we have 30 village panchayats and 3 municipal councils, and we have created a hub and spoke model where all the village panchayats collect their waste in their own collection centers, and that from that collection center, then the waste comes to a bigger material recovery facility, and that material recovery facility then does primary segregation. It does broad segregations like paper, plastic, metal, glass, and then that heads to a aggregation or a sub aggregation point, which is in Harvalim. So that facility again sub segregates some categories of waste, primarily plastics, and then we also have a recycling unit which further processes the plastic into pellets and granules. I have some products I can show you later. So in this process, while it's an entire ecosystem right from the source to the recycling chain, one thing which has really worked for us, and which is the more important part which I want to focus on, is we have been able to develop local self-help groups, waste workers, organizations, who now take a lot of responsibility in processing the waste themselves and taking operational responsibility. Like all the MRFs have a model where we have now self-help groups which take the operational responsibility to manage the facility. So we have slowly, because the waste markets are also very informal, when we are trying to formalize the informal markets, we also took one part of the informality alongside with us, which is we don't have an employee-employee relationship at many of our facilities. So we come in as a marketing support, as a data management, as a overall ecosystem. We will support them, work with the municipalities and all that. But the operational responsibilities within the plant, how to manage the plant, how to deploy whom to where, and all that, many things are taken by the groups themselves. And these projects have really become successful for us. We have worked these projects in both the models, with the employee-employee relationship as well as in a free manner. And we have found the free manner is much better. It also makes the workers earn a lot more. They get a more dignified opportunity, and it also generates a lot of local livelihood also, which is not very much that we see in waste. We see a lot of migrant people, but this incentivized structure, we have been able to employ a lot of local people as well. So this is a clip from the MRF. Like you can see, it's a mostly women's work. So on the left hand side, this is the plastics, low value plastics, which we are recycling in our facility, and all that. This is some snaps of the collection from the homes, how the QR codes and all that happen. Of course, the facilities. This facility was set up in association with Sodiji, so all the things that you so we have those things. We practice those, like the fire safety, health camps, government program registrations. Now we are also doing a lot of government program registrations, like Ishram registration, which gives 12 government benefits immediately and all that. So we have a program. Also, now this program has also found financial sustainability, where we used the corporate fund as a seed fund, but eventually with we have been able to raise the awareness level to a such level that the waste that we get, we have a very high amount of recovery, which is able to sustain livelihood of 30-35 people without any operational gap support right now in one of the projects. Yeah, and the last bit before I close. So I keep bringing the focus back to the informal waste markets, which is very close to our heart. In India, it is estimated that almost, like if we take battery, non-plastics and everything, almost 10 crore people across the value chain is employed into the informal waste markets. So of course, India is a informal, 90% of our workforce is informal. Textile probably forms one of the highest, 10% out of this is textile. But waste also forms a very high percentage. If we see the whole supply chain, not just the waste pickers, but the scrap dealers, the intermediary facilities, the manufacturers, the products manufacturers, so all of them, the dismantlers, if we put them all, it's a lot of people, estimated anywhere between 5 to 10 crore people, minimum 5, maximum 10, which is a lot of people. And now with the change in this policy infrastructure, where lots of formal waste management companies are coming into existence, we have a lot of money flowing in through investor routes and all. It's also very important that how this existing 10 crore people don't lose their livelihood and can get integrated back into the ecosystem and still play a very important role which they have been playing till now. So we have been doing different kind of things with them across supporting across their social, environmental, and financial needs. So we of course work with them to give identity cards, organize them into self-help groups, find business opportunities which micro-organizations can take up. Also trying to make them compliant many of the scrap. So for example, in Goa, recently the Pollution Control Board has come up with a waste collector license, which is, I think, an intermediary way to make scrap dealers also pollution certified. And we are working with many such groups to make sure that how their land can get legalized, how their operational processes can become certifiable, how the waste after sorting when they're sailing, that also comes under the pollution chain. So all that we are doing. And we think this is also a very important aspect of the whole ecosystem. I think this is all. I'll break here right now. Maybe some questions we can take up later. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the questions right at the end. I will now request Binoy sir from ITC to share the corporate perspective with us.
Very good afternoon to all. First of all, I would like to thank ISC, FICCI, and PWS to organize this knowledge workshop, because it's very important. And the way it has been structured is also good. You have government to look into, you have development partners, and also the people who are implementing in ground, and then you have corporates also. But many a times it's the other way it works in the waste management industry. I represent ITC. So ITC is been one of the FMCG company. We also we are very closely associated with all the recyclables which you are also discussing. Many of those recyclable end up with us. We are into one of the largest recycling packaging industry, and I think that is a proud moment for me. If the presentation can be loaded. So in the meanwhile, while the presentation is getting just a presentation load, or I will try to both have Hindi and English simultaneously. So I will touch upon on 6 things and how we have tried it in field. So first is the concept of decentralization. Fortunately, this ULBs, Panchayati Raj institutions, all those things are decentralized. The element of decentralization is there. So I will also touch upon how that element of decentralization we have tried to explore in our mechanism of waste management. Second is I will also touch upon institutions which are there. Then I will try to look into the element of human, because बहुत ज्यादा की हो जाता है इस पूरे सेटअप में. मिशनरी तो आ जाती है, मगर जब तक ह्यूमन एलिमेंट को हम एड्रेस नहीं करते, इस एस्पिरेशन, if you don't address their aspiration, it would not be worthwhile talking. Technology, anyway, my other colleagues have touched upon technology. I will try to touch upon some sort of innovation which we have tried it in field. We are planning to scale it up. It's in pilot thing. Then how we are into communication and the data thing. So when I was just entering in the morning, Srivastava sir was telling about 3 crore user charges collection. So that was something which Rahul sir, when I was there, he said that you have a very good app. Why don't we get the whole Bihar integrated into it? Today, the day a user charge is being collected, it has been integrated into the app, and Rahul sir, the SMD sitting in this table can understand कि कितना पैसा आज के दिन में हुआ है. So I just put some low-cost technology to the high-cost technology. The first is the MRF center, which we generally talk. And the second one, that tin shed is also a smaller MRF center. So more you decentralize, more the recovery happens. And here is one, sometimes if you visit Haridwar, you can visit Chandi Devi temple, you will understand how a green temple has been implemented. You see a composter lying there, and then there is Then there is this recycling unit which is there. So it has been stored and then it has been transported to the base location. So I will touch upon the key tenets of my program. So basically, one of the key tenets of my program is partnership. ITC has always believed in partnership, either with state, with ISC like organization, with knowledge partners and the implementing partners. Many of my partners are there. I don't want to say the way Soni sir was asking, but I am seeing Mr. Banerjee smiling there. So second thing is people-centric. Our whole program is people-centric. I'll just show some photos and the word which I said, decentralization. We have run the program, complete solid waste management program in a decentralized way. I will also touch upon some of those cases in between. Contributory was the key phenomena, the user charges which Srivastava sir was mentioning. That is the success of a program. Until and unless you don't have a contribution, it doesn't work in. And finally, and very important, the underlying phenomena is operation and maintenance. सब अच्छा हो जाएगा, तब बढ़िया लग जाएगा, मगर वो continuous चलेगा नहीं तो फिर वो रुक जाएगा. So that operational maintenance is the key terminology which has to be there. And operational maintenance will only happen when you have day one exit strategy. जिस दिन आप घुस रहे उसी दिन अगर आपका exit strategy नहीं है, then you will be stuck upon. So some of the ITC's Swachh initiative or sanitation component, we were doing sanitation complexes. This was the number which I am showing is direct intervention. The financing part was also there, where there were revolving fund involved, and this money had a multiplying effect. We are into community sanitation. We have around 122 community sanitation complexes built. 2,000 plus school toilets been built, and waste to landfill reduction in 15%. मैं उसको जानबूझ के नहीं टच किया इस स्लाइड में, because this is ever increasing with the partnership which we are doing. So this is something which is the day-to-day, daily basis. How many households we are touching? Around 18.4 lakh with different partnership. I have a community composter. Because the first thing I think Feedback Foundation was also mentioning, until and unless you don't touch upon the larger component, you are not touching upon the resource recovery part. So the major component of plastic recovery or recyclable recoveries, you have to remove the compostable material first. If it is not been removed at the source, then you will be dealing with more expenditure. Second thing, one more innovative thing is the Green Temple thing. I would seriously invite people whenever you visit Haridwar or any South Indian temples, you should visit this, understand this Green Temple model. The waste is managed at their source, not just wet waste, even plastic waste. Second is around 50 lakh households covered through WOW program. WOW program is something more related where we collect recyclable, it has been processed and it goes back to the market. And this is some of those MOU. We have 10 MOUs with different state government. And also the recent one is the partnership which we have currently with ISP. We are one of the largest, I would take that opportunity with due permission from ISP, that we are one of the largest partner in this Lighthouse initiative. We have 36 out of that thing, and I think almost all the states we have this project implemented. And one of the key success which I say is not resource recovery. I say one of the key success of my project is 15%, less than 15% going to landfill. If it doesn't focus that, बाकी सब चीजें चलती रहेंगी. So I just wanted to touch upon the key elements or the infrastructure which has been written. So some of the key elements is one is decentralization. You should have a very strong Panchayati Raj institution or a Mohalla committee at the urban or rural setup. If that doesn't happen, if that decentralization doesn't happen, the whole element, the key element you might be missing. Second is waste picker. This is the human element. Without this human element, your whole program, you will have a very beautiful infrastructure. Everything is there, but the waste picker is not aware. The waste picker is not, he doesn't have an aspiration to do it because he's not into good business. So how do you keep up his aspiration? That part is very important when you look into one of the key elements. Third key element, and which I think is been covered in the presentation, is the waste processing unit or MRF center. So this can have, there can be levels of waste processing unit from the very basic at a mohalla level to a very larger block level or whichever level you want based on the thing. So this MRF works on 3S principle. One is you segregate. second is you store, and third is you sell. So ये तीन S के लिए ही MRF centers या waste processing unit, however you want to. So if these three function doesn't happen there, then you have to see. So the level of segregation increases, the value addition, because everybody was talking on waste value chain. So value addition improves. So that is how this thing. I think this is something which has been continuously discussed, the value chain or the key processes. We also follow the same thing in our programs with partners. So this was something which Mr. Srivastava was mentioning in the morning. That's the G-run model. I just have, I was expecting that Bihar model to be discussed in the morning, so I took up Mysore model. So क्योंकि आप लोग बोर नहीं हो जाए करके, so this was something which we have tried it in Mysore. So in Mysore we have an MOU with government. So there is around 256 gram panchayat which is there. Out of that, 180 gram panchayat have taken up solid waste management. In that 180 gram panchayat, 120 gram panchayat is being run by SHG. Now SHG runs the model. So first 6 months, government pays it, and then they have to deliver, create a model. Now the best part of this thing is, now SHG, since they have to recover plastic, they have to manage wet waste. And if they have to manage wet waste and recover more plastic, they have to focus on segregation. So they create an awareness strategy. They do. And when you go these days, under SRLM programs or NRLM program, all women member in a panchayat is a member of SLG. So it is very easy in that way to deal with this situation. They run the program, they ensure user charges is been done, and all the mechanism which Mr. Srivastava was discussing, there is an MOU done. It can be also shared, the one which he was mentioning for Bihar, which we had done. So the whole role which any NGO takes up, it is been run by SHG. So NGO का रोल क्या है? SHG को sensitize करना, उसके ऊपर cascading में ज़्यादा मेहनत करना. So it is very easy way. So day one, you have an exit protocol, and you are only working on strengthening these SHG. So this is one sort of small innovation. I will not take so much pride. We just have started something like this, and now the second step is we have a person who can develop the material, who can develop this press boards. We are working with SHGs now to create an value addition on it. It can, multiple things can happen with it. It can be, so this is how we coordinate with startups to create. So startups generally gives us an agility, because otherwise सब कुछ हम लोग कहाँ सोच सकते हैं. There are a lot of people who have brain who can invest on these things. So what we do, we create a problem statement. We employ people who can do it and do some sort of minor investment, and they can run the show in later stage. So this is one such thing with MLP. So it takes 10% MLP, and rest is the single-use plastic, which doesn't have much market into. And we have tested this in IIT Roorkee also. And this is how we templatize. So our major role is communication. That was one of the key parameters which we wanted to touch upon. We try to templatize everything. Templatize a waste journey through games. Templatize how an MRF center should look into. Templatize what all are the, because one of the important thing, आप MRF center बना देते हैं, do's and don'ts होता नहीं है उसमें, rate chart होता नहीं है, ये सब चीजों के ऊपर we create a lot of focus upon. So this is yet another thing which I was mentioning. Human is very important. Until and unless that human aspiration is not been addressed, अभी हम लोग जितनी भी बातें कर रहे हैं waste picker point of view से है. Waste picking, जैसे बात हो रही थी, waste picking is just a part-time. It has to be a part-time business. It cannot be a full-time business for a waste picker. So engaging him or her into other activities is something which we are trying it. I just have kept an example of Saranpur. This is a municipality model. We are similarly we are trying it in other things. Waste management से तो पैसा आता ही है, उसके अलावा 3,500 से 15,000 तक जाता है. So a waste picker is associated with, so he gets user charges. He gets around 2,000 rupees from waste selling, and then this is the additional thing. We also link him to the all social security scheme. Either it is health and dashboards. Regularly we track dashboards, because one thing which Mr. Srivastava was also mentioning was corporate brings in data management strength. तो वो चीजों के ऊपर ही हमारा ज्यादा फोकस रहता है यहाँ पे भी. Waste collectors are also trained in EHS standards. They are trained in how to handle hazardous waste. So this is some of those things which we do. And I just have kept some of the numbers in the last hour scale. We are into 41 districts in India and in 11 states. Believe me, this whole district if I say एक दो project नहीं है, almost आधा district होगा ही उस project में. This is just some numbers which is a day-to-day basis thing. What was our learning from ISC thing or from the Lighthouse Initiative or other thing is that since many of other corporates are also there and since we have, so we say we implement pilot with scale. With that pilot with scale, this is our learning. First learning is that कभी भी कोई भी push करे, please अपना budget पैसा मत लगाइए इसमें. आप ISC करिए, sustainability के ऊपर focus करिए, please don't do it. It would, क्योंकि फिर then there is no exit protocol. And it is not possible to scale it up. If you put your own money for MRF, there would be people, there would be consultant who would be talking to you. ये करो, वो करो, ऐसा करो, वैसा करो, बहुत अच्छा दिखेगा, बड़ी बातें होंगी. वो वहीं तक वो बड़ी बातें होंगी. There would be islands of excellence. You may not be able to. And if you seriously want to do, let government do it. And they, नहीं तो scale ही नहीं होगा. Second thing is that but government have that strength. I think everybody was speaking. Government के पास बहुत पैसा है, and they don't know how. Many a times, what happens is that they aim into say at the ground level, at senior level. When you meet, you understand that it's there. And many a times, visionary leaders, you get very less visionary leaders. So it is very much important that you have to focus upon, and that has to be your key guiding principle. Second thing is that you need to work very closely with government, and that is our success everywhere. When we listen to them and they understand the field more than us, more than any of us, because they have always worked in scale. और आप खुद जब एक बार scale में जाएंगे ना, possible नहीं हो पाता है वो. एक आप बहुत अच्छा create कर पाएंगे, but government has always done everything in scale. So when you do that strength, you need to leverage. That strength you need to leverage. Then designing BCC communication also you have to be data driven communication. So that is where, क्योंकि बहुत बार BCC बना लेते हैं हम लोग और हम randomly बोल देते हैं सब जगह करो. You need to have a need assessment. किस जगह पे कब वो करना है. That is where as a corporate you does. Because as a corporate I know how my strategy for marketing, I have a very beautiful strategy for marketing. We need to take that learning from as a corporate to this sector. So that is what I think is very key. In this area, market linkage कोई difficult चीज नहीं है. Specifically जो बाकी plastic के लिए everybody was mentioning informal sector इतने सालों से काम कर रहा है, they will continue to work. Major issue is this MLP and the other plastic which doesn't have any value, and it is not possible to go on reduce वाला strategy बहुत हद तक काम करता है, मगर in this consumerism world, reduce वाला बहुत difficult है. So you have to also look in circularity thing. How do you flow it back to the system? And finally, local solution. There are a lot of local solution. We have tried it. कुछ बहुत छोटा लगेगा, मगर it is जैसे plastic MLP से bag बनाना, all those things. There are local solutions. It can be employed, but that has to be thought at local level itself. Innovation is very important into this. So this is my last slide. Okay, clear. I had a barcode in that. If you want, you can just scan and understand what exactly am I talking. There are two good animated ladies who are talking. You can just look in. If yeah, इसको scan करके आप देख सकते हैं. This is in I think in Bihar के उसमें ही. So they are talking on. There's a good communication thing. She will also explain what is plastic waste management, how it has to be done, and then there are a smaller part of all communication strategy. We have created such QR codes where you can just click it. तो चलते फिरते लोग भी कई बार देख के वो होते हैं. So that is it from my end. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I would now request Apurva ma'am to kindly conclude the session by sharing Maharashtra's journey on the Swachh Bharat mission with us. Thank you.
Presentation, please. I'm Apurva Patel from SLWM team, Maharashtra, Grameen. Presentation, please. पहले मैं अपने महाराष्ट्र का एक प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट का जो ब्लॉक लेवल पे हमें स्वच्छ भारत मिशन में करना है उसका एक ओवरव्यू दे देती हूँ। तो महाराष्ट्र में हमारे 351 ब्लॉक्स है। 351 ब्लॉक्स में हमने हर एक ब्लॉक में प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट प्रपोज किया है। हर एक ब्लॉक में हमने प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट प्रपोज किया क्योंकि वैसे गाइडलाइंस थे कि हर एक ब्लॉक में आपको एक प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट प्रपोज करना है, उसके लिए आपको 16 लाख रुपीस मिलने वाले SBM से। तो उसके हिसाब से हमने 350 ब्लॉक में प्रपोज किया। उसके DPR ऑलमोस्ट 50% रेडी है, उसका वर्क ऑर्डर हो गया है। तो उसका 351 ब्लॉक्स में हमारे 87 वर्क अभी स्टार्ट है। और जब पिछले महीने में श्रीवास्तव सर हमारे महाराष्ट्र में सर ने विजिट की थी, सर ने हमें एक सजेशन दिया जो हमारे फोकस में नहीं था, यही कि अगर हम हर ब्लॉक में एक प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट करेंगे तो आगे जाके उस प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट का सस्टेनेबिलिटी नहीं रहेगा, उसका ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस नहीं रहेगा, वो वैसे ही पड़ा रहेगा। और एक्चुअल में वो सर का जो सजेशन था वो हमने जाके फील्ड पे चेक किया। लास्ट मंथ में ही हमने विजिट की थी स्टेट से। मानगांव में एक CSR प्रोजेक्ट था प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट का, तो उन्होंने रायगढ़ जिले के 40 विलेजेस कवर किए थे। उसमें अर्बन का कुछ भी कवर नहीं किया था, 40 विलेजेस कवर किए थे। उन्होंने वहां पर MRF सेंटर किया था। MRF सेंटर में उनसे हमने जब बात की तो जब जैसे इन सब ने पॉइंट्स निकाले हैं, जैसे ISC करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद प्लानिंग करनी पड़ेगी, उसके बाद तुम्हारा स्ट्रक्चर होना चाहिए। तो ये अर्बन के लिए ठीक है, ये रूरल के लिए भी अप्लाई होता है, लेकिन रूरल में सबसे बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन। अर्बन में क्या होता है कि अर्बन में आपका लिमिटेड होता है सिटी के लिए, सिटी के अंदर आपको ट्रांसपोर्टेशन फैसिलिटी होती है। जैसे सर ने कहा कि अर्बन के लिए बहुत पैसा है, तो अर्बन के लिए उनके खुद के व्हीकल्स होते हैं जो हर रोज हर डेली उसका पिकअप करते हैं वेस्ट का, तो हर रोज उसका सेग्रीगेशन होता है। ग्रामीण में वैसा नहीं होता। हमने मानगांव में विजिट किया, मानगांव में विजिट के दौरान हमें ये पता चला कि डेली उनका पिकअप नहीं होता है, वो शेड्यूल पिकअप करते हैं। जो 40 विलेजेस उन्होंने कंसीडर किए हैं उसके हिसाब से वो शेड्यूल पिकअप करते हैं। एक व्हीकल जाती है, उन्होंने रूट भी डिसाइड करके रखा है कि आज मतलब एक वीक के बाद एक व्हीकल जाएगी, अराउंड 10 to 15 विलेजेस कवर करेगी। और उस दरम्यान मतलब उन्होंने एक व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप क्रिएट किया है, और उस पर शेड्यूल डालते हैं कि इस तारीख पे ये व्हीकल आपके गांव में आने वाला है। उसके हिसाब से वो गांव वाले वो प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन करके रखते हैं। कलेक्शन के बाद अगर कलेक्शन नहीं हुआ तो वो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे शेयर भी करते हैं कि हमारा कलेक्शन नहीं हुआ, आप मत आइए। तो इस हिसाब से उन्होंने प्रॉपर प्लानिंग की है। उसके हिसाब से वो व्हीकल हर वीक में उस रूट से प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन करता है। प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन करने के बाद उस MRF सेंटर में वो प्लास्टिक का सेग्रीगेशन होता है। तो रूरल में ये बात है कि उस कलेक्शन के लिए जो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन लगता है, अभी वो मानगांव का जो प्रोजेक्ट है वो CSR फंडेड है, तो CSR का फंड एक्स्ट्रा का उनको डालना पड़ता है क्योंकि रेवेन्यू तो उनको 0 होता है। ULV में वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है क्योंकि उनके पास खुद के व्हीकल्स होते हैं, उनका कलेक्शन का लिमिटेड होता है सिटी के अंदर। तो ये प्रॉब्लम ग्रामीण में है। तो मानगांव में जब हमने विजिट किया तो ये सारे प्रॉब्लम्स के बाद हमने स्टेट लेवल पे हमारी थोड़ी पॉलिसी चेंज की। हमारे अगर 87 काम शुरू भी हो गए हैं तो बाकी के जितने बचे हैं उनके लिए हमने आगे की पॉलिसी डिसाइड की थी। अभी ये वही स्टेप्स है जो सर ने बोले हैं कि एक तो हाउस होल्ड लेवल पे सेग्रीगेशन होना चाहिए, उसके बाद हाउस होल्ड लेवल से वो विलेज के सेग्रीगेशन शेड में आएगा, वहां पे प्लास्टिक कांच धातु वगैरह जो कहे उसका सेग्रीगेशन होगा। उसके बाद अगर वहां पे कबाड़ी वाले वगैरह प्लास्टिक लेने के लिए तैयार है तो वहां से वो ले जाएंगे, या फिर वो प्लास्टिक हमारा ब्लॉक के यूनिट में आएगा। ब्लॉक के यूनिट में आने के बाद वहां पे सेकेंडरी सेग्रीगेशन होगा। उसमें वो डिटेल में सेग्रीगेट करते हैं, उसमें वो रिसाइकलेबल प्लास्टिक अलग करते हैं, पेट प्लास्टिक अलग करते हैं, एचडीपी, एलडीपी। उसमें भी ये है कि जो आगे का लिंकेज है उनके भी कंडीशन होते हैं कि प्लास्टिक अगर हमको कलेक्ट करना है तो वो किस टाइप का होना चाहिए। अगर जैसे अपनी इसके सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक्स की बॉटल्स होती है, वो जो कलर में आती है तो वो कलर का वो अलग उठाने वाला अलग होता है, जो हमारे पानी की बोतल होती है वो उठाने वाला अलग होता है। अगर वो मिक्स हो गया तो वो भी वो उठाता नहीं है, तो उसके हिसाब से ब्लॉक लेवल पे उसका सेग्रीगेशन होगा और उसके हिसाब से फिर आगे फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज होगा। तो हमारे स्टेट की अभी पॉलिसी ये है कि हम स्टेट से गाइडलाइन जारी कर रहे हैं कि अगर आपका सफिशिएंट प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन हो रहा है और जैसे कि पेरी अर्बन जो जिले हैं हमारे, जैसे मुंबई के बाजू में ठाणे है, पालघर है या फिर रायगढ़ पनवेल है, तो उसके उस जगह पे ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं आता कि डेली प्लास्टिक जनरेशन वहां पे बहुत है। लेकिन जैसे नंदुरबार, गढ़चिरौली, ये जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है वहां पे प्लास्टिक का जनरेशन इतना नहीं होता। जैसा मैंने कहा कि वो शेड्यूल रूट पे जाके वो पिकअप करते हैं, वैसे वहां पे करना पड़ेगा और वहां पे हर ब्लॉक के लिए एक प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट काम नहीं करेगा। तो उसके हिसाब से जैसे श्रीवास्तव सर ने कहा था कि अगर आपको सस्टेन करना है आगे जाके, आप अभी बांध के रख सकते हो लेकिन आगे जाके वो चलेगा नहीं। तो इसके हिसाब से हम गाइडलाइंस हमने ऑलरेडी दी है कि आप क्लस्टर लेवल पे कर सकते हो। उसके हिसाब से 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने, हमारे ठाणे और गढ़चिरौली ने क्लस्टर लेवल पे पीएमयू ब्लॉक प्रस्तावित कर दी है। तो ये वही स्टेप है कि विलेज लेवल पे सेग्रीगेशन कैसा होगा और ब्लॉक लेवल पे सेंटर का हमने लो कॉस्ट एक शेड बनाया है जो हम अभी डिस्ट्रिक्ट को शेयर कर रहे हैं। इसके हिसाब से आगे जाके मतलब इसमें ही आपको बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट, नॉन बायोडिग्रेडेबल वेस्ट, इसका सेग्रीगेशन उसी शेड में आप कर सकते हो, वहां पे आप कंपोस्टिंग कर सकते हो। तो एक पोटेंशियल अपॉर्चुनिटीज फॉर रेवेन्यू सिस्टम। हमारे मानगांव के विजन में हमें ये भी बात पता चली कि अगर आपको फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज करना है और उससे रेवेन्यू जनरेट करना है तो क्वांटम ऑफ प्लास्टिक भी मैटर करता है। मतलब अगर आप ब्लॉक लेवल पे एक प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट करोगे और अगर आपका उतना प्लास्टिक नहीं जनरेट हुआ और वो उठाएगा नहीं, मतलब लिंकेज जब आप फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज करोगे तो वो उसको उस क्वांटिटी में चाहिए तभी तो उठाने आएगा। अगर उस क्वांटिटी में नहीं मिलेगा तो वो भी आपका प्लास्टिक लेने नहीं आएगा। तो उसके हिसाब से क्लस्टरिंग में ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि आपका उतना क्वांटम जनरेट हो कि आगे वाला लेके आने के लिए तैयार हो। नहीं तो अभी क्या हो रहा है कि अभी लेके जाने के लिए बोलते हैं तो वो बोलता है कि आप खुद लेके हमारे पास लेके आओ, मतलब वो भी ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का कॉस्ट उनको ही करना पड़ता है। भाई अपॉर्चुनिटीज में हमने क्या किया है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज हमारा पॉलिसी चेंज है प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट के लिए। जैसे रायगढ़ ने क्या किया है कि एनजीओ इन्वॉल्व है वहां पे, जैसे सीएसआर में उनमें स्वदेश फाउंडेशन इन्वॉल्व है, जो क्या करती है कि रायगढ़ का जो प्लास्टिक कलेक्शन है वो करके देती है प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट तक। और प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट वो ब्लॉक लेवल के एसएचजी चलाते हैं। हमारे नासिक जिले में क्या किया है उन्होंने कि एजेंसीज एम्पैनलमेंट की है 5 साल के लिए कि प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट जो यूनिट बनेगा वो 5 साल के लिए वो एजेंसी के लिए चलाने के लिए देंगे। तो ऐसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज वो पॉलिसीज चेंज होती है। अभी इसमें सबसे मेन फैक्टर ये है कि 16 लाख तो एसडीएम ग्रामीण के लिए मिल रहे हैं, लेकिन आगे का जो ऑपरेशन एंड मेंटेनेंस है उसके लिए जो कॉस्ट लगने वाली है वो सबसे मेन फैक्टर है। सर ने जैसे कहा कि अर्बन के लिए वो हो सकता है क्योंकि अर्बन ही खुद ही उसकी मालिक होती है, मतलब वो शेड का या प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट का। ग्रामीण में वैसे नहीं है। जब हम स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण में प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट बनाएंगे ना तो वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो हस्तांतर बोलते हैं, हस्तांतर करना होता है। जैसे ग्राम पंचायती का एक आध यूनिट बना है तो ग्राम पंचायत को हस्तांतर करना पड़ता है, मतलब उसकी आगे की जवाबदारी ग्राम पंचायत की होती है। तो इस फैक्टर में प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट में जब हम प्लास्टिक के मैनेजमेंट यूनिट ब्लॉक पे बनाते हैं तो वो हस्तांतरण किसको करना है, आगे जाके उसकी जवाबदारी किसकी होगी, उसके लिए कौन रिस्पॉन्सिबल होगा, यहाँ से ग्रामीण की शुरुआत होती है। मतलब अगर वो तालुका लेवल का प्रोजेक्ट है और जिस ग्राम पंचायत में वो प्रोजेक्ट बन रहा है वो ग्राम पंचायत उसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं लेती, और अगर कंबाइन में सारे विलेजेस मिलके वहां पे एक प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट बना रहे हैं तो विलेजेस की एक कमेटी करनी पड़ती है और वो कमेटी के थ्रू चलाना पड़ता है। तो विलेज की कमेटी करके उनकी बॉडी करके वो चलाना मतलब सबसे मुश्किल काम है। तो वो एक ग्रामीण में जो हमारा प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट बनाएगा वो उसके लिए एक सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल कौन है, कौन होने वाला है, ये हम डिसाइड नहीं कर पाएंगे। सेकेंडली कि ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट, मतलब कलेक्शन से लेके फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज तक जो हमको प्लास्टिक पहुंचाना है उसकी कॉस्ट कौन बेयर करेगा। तो ये सारे स्वच्छ भारत मिशन ग्रामीण के प्रॉब्लम्स है। अभी सर ने जैसा बोला कि संपूर्ण अर्थ और फीडबैक फाउंडेशन अर्बन के लिए इन्वॉल्वमेंट है, तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी अगर आप ग्रामीण में भी थोड़ा इन्वॉल्वमेंट देंगे और इसका सोल्यूशन अगर हमको मिल जाए, क्योंकि अभी तो हमारी इतनी एक्सपर्टाइज नहीं है और मुझे नहीं लगता कि किसी ने ग्रामीण में किया है। अच्छा अच्छा तब वो म्यूनिसिपल के अंडर रहते हैं ना लेकिन। अच्छा तो चला तो कौन, चला तो कौन है? श्योर श्योर। ओके तो महाराष्ट्र में तो हम पॉलिसी चेंज कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि जैसे आज मैंने जो प्रेजेंटेशन देखे उसके हिसाब से मेन तो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस है और हमने हर ब्लॉक के लिए प्रस्तावित तो कर दिया है, लेकिन वो चलेगा नहीं। जैसे श्रीवास्तव सर ने हमको सजेशन दिया था उसके हिसाब से हम वो पॉलिसी अभी अप्रूवल पे पेंडिंग है। तो ये ओवरऑल महाराष्ट्र का हमारा पॉलिसी है प्लास्टिक मैनेजमेंट यूनिट के ऊपर। तो थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, ma'am and sirs. We can take one or two quick questions from the audience. Yes, ma'am. You can turn on your mic, please.
Hello. Yeah, I have one question that when we talk about the usage of plastic as a fuel, we talk only about the cement kilns. But then it is about burning of plastic at higher temperatures so that VOCs are not emitted, is my understanding. I may be wrong. So then can we check out that can the same plastic which we are proposing for cement kilns be used in other furnaces, like because thermal power is one of the major industry or major investment in our country. We have iron manufacturers or many other industries also require similar furnaces which have a temperature of about 1400 degrees Celsius or above. So can they be checked out?
Yeah, definitely. There's one example. It's in Chakrata. So there was a huge RDF after processing of legacy waste, and we couldn't connect with the nearby cement factories, not the thermal factories, because they were very far, and we could find a jaggery plant or the brick kiln plant. And this entire RDF got incident, I will say, because it has the same temperature. The big kilns also have the same temperature, we found out. And it got burnt in those local brick kilns. So cement factory is not only an option, but again, we have to wash their furnace, or I will say sanitize their furnace again. The brick kiln furnace, that is a deal what they told, because it was a plastic and we melt and they didn't know how to do that. We told that we supported them, बोले आप टेंशन मत लीजिए, जो अगर नुकसान होगा तो हम करेंगे। तो ऐसा कुछ नुकसान हुआ नहीं, वो इजीली बर्न आउट हो गया।
Are there any studies regarding other furnaces? If you have any material, can you share, please?
Currently, no. Brickle one we could have a
Like in West Bengal, we were trying to, but most of the industries in West Bengal, like they claim to be cement industries, but only grinding is done there. The clinker manufacturer is not happening there, so they don't have a clean. And similar problems may be faced in multiple areas. So, if through government papers or GOs, if we could go have multiple options for RDF, it would be great.
दो तीन चीज जानकारी चाहेंगे सर आपसे, क्योंकि आपका काफी जो प्रेजेंटेशन हमने देखा तो लगा काफी टेक्निकली आपने जो एक बात बोला वो बिल्कुल सही बोला कि यूएलबी के पास धन की कमी नहीं है, पैसे की कमी नहीं है। वहां कमी क्या है कि उनके गवर्नेंस सिस्टम को थोड़ा स्ट्रेंथन करने की जरूरत है। सबसे बड़ा चीज है कि वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट उनको प्रायोरिटी में नहीं रहता है। नली बना दो, गली बना दो, ये सारा चीज उनके प्रायोरिटी में है। बेस्ट के लिए उन लोगों ने क्या किया, आउटसोर्सिंग कर दिया है। तो जो आउटसोर्सिंग जिन लोगों ने ये कर रहा है, उन लोगों का काम केवल है कलेक्शन एंड ट्रांसपोर्टेशन, और उसको जाकर के डंपिंग यार्ड में ये कर देते हैं। तो ये एक बड़ा बिग चैलेंज है कि बेस्ट मैनेजमेंट को लेकर के यूएलबी के पास। अच्छा, दूसरा चीज उनके पास टेक्निकल स्किल की भी कमी है। उनके पास उस तरह की कुछ ये नहीं है कि जो वहां पर टेक्निकली उनको सपोर्ट कर सके। तो हमें लगता है कि आप लोग जैसी जो एजेंसी है, उनको वहां पर उस चीज पर सपोर्ट करने की जरूरत है। सेग्रीगेशन की अगर बात करते हैं तो हम लोगों ने एक अप्रोच अडॉप्ट किया है, क्योंकि बिहार में हम लोग आगा खां फाउंडेशन के साथ विगत 5 साल से काम कर रहे हैं 3 नगर परिषद में। तो वहां पर हम लोगों ने एक काउ अप्रोच अडॉप्ट किया है, कलेक्ट ओनली वेट वेस्ट। हम लोग सप्ताह में 5 दिन केवल वेट वेस्ट कलेक्ट करते हैं। तो जब केवल वेट वेस्ट कलेक्ट करते हैं तो ऑटोमेटिकली सोर्स लेवल पर सेग्रीगेशन हो जाता है। जो हाउस होल्ड के जो लोग हैं वो केवल वेट वेस्ट देते हैं 5 दिन, और जो ड्राई वेस्ट है, ड्राई वेस्ट घर में भी 5-7 दिन रह सकता है, उससे कोई ये नहीं है। तो उस अप्रोच पर हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, काउ अप्रोच पे काम कर रहे हैं। दूसरा चीज है कि जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, उनका एंगेजमेंट जरूरी है, खास करके बेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में। तो ये सारी चीजों पर हमको लगता है कि काम करने की जरूरत है। और सही बात है कि अभी, और दूसरा चीज एक और जानना चाहेंगे कि चूंकि हम लोगों ने जो एक एमआरएफ सेंटर बनाया वो पूरा लिगेसी बेस्ड था वहां पे, तो लिगेसी बेस्ड वहां से उसको हटाने में काफी सरकार ने कई बार मैपिंग करवाया, लेकिन काफी कॉस्टिंग आ रहा था। कई बार उसका हम लोगों ने भी काफी, तो वहां पर कैसे ग्रीनरी डेवलप हो सकता है, अगर उसमें कुछ टेक्निकल आप लोग की जानकारी हो। हमने तो फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट के साथ में उनको विजिट कराया, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि जब तक ये जो लेगेसी बेस्ड है इसको हटाएंगे नहीं, तब तक वो ग्रीनरी डेवलप नहीं हो सकता है। तो उसका क्या तरीका हो सकता है, अगर किन्हीं को अगर इसमें ये हो तो काइंडली हमको सजेस्ट करें।
बहुत टेक्निकल प्रोसेस है लेगेसी वेस्ट को ट्रीट करने के लिए। पहले तो कैलकुलेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है, क्योंकि डेंसिटीज अलग अलग होते हैं, हर लेयर्स के डेंसिटीज अलग होते हैं। तो आप कैलकुलेट कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद पहला प्रोसेस होता है बायोडिमिनेशन का। उसको विंडरो फॉर्मेशन कर देते हैं, उसको फिर सुखाते हैं, उसके जो इंट्रैप्ट गैसेस है उसको निकाल देते हैं। उसके बाद आपका बायोडिमिनेशन प्रोसेस होता है, जो आप ट्रॉमिल से उसको फिर आप सेग्रीगेट करते हो। वो 4 तरह की सेग्रीगेशन निकलता है। इसको करने के लिए द बेस्ट टाइम है आफ्टर मानसून। उसके पहले सब सारे कैलकुलेशंस कर लीजिए। आफ्टर मानसून से आपको बताता हूँ कि जो जिस तरीके का आपको प्लानिंग होना चाहिए, उसमें 1 ट्रॉमिल चाहिए, 2 ट्रॉमिल चाहिए, 3 ट्रॉमिल चाहिए, क्योंकि एक ही सीजन में आप कोशिश कीजिए उसको खत्म करने का। तो लास्ट स्टेप है वो है सॉइल रिमेडिएशन स्टेज, वो रिकवरी के सॉइल को रिजुविनेट करने के लिए। तो फिर आपको फिर टॉप सॉइल कहीं और से निकाल के वहां पे लाना होता है। तो ये बहुत टेक्निकल प्रोसेस है, इसमें आपको मैं जानकारी दे दूंगा इसके लिए। और आसान भी है, मतलब ऐसा कुछ रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है इसमें। हमने बहुत जगह पे की है, क्योंकि लेगेसी वेस्ट को हटा के हम सैनिटेशन पार्क्स हर जगह डेवलप कर रहे हैं। और डिसेंट लैंड की कीमत है, तो उस लैंड की कीमत उसी तरीके से हमें देखना है।
Thank you, sir. We are now concluding this session, and thank you so much, ma'am and sirs, for contributing your valuable time today. Thank you. We will begin right away with our fourth plenary session on grey water management. And we're just taking 2 minutes to set up the presentations and stage. We are now commencing with our session on grey water management. This session shall attempt to explore the various technological options and models at community level and household level interventions. It shall also explore potential revenue models and incentive for entrepreneurship. And we have a distinguished list of panelists for this session, and I would request all of them to please take the dais. We have Shri Harshvardhan ji from CDD Society, Shri Shrikant Naverkar ji from Nirmal Gram Nirman Kendra. We have Shri Abhijit Banerjee from Finnish Society. Sir, are you here? Okay. And our fourth and final panelist is Shri Ankur Sirdana from HCL Foundation. Sir, can I please have you on stage? Thank you. So I'll quickly introduce all our panelists, beginning with Shri Harshvardhan. He is CEO CDD Society. And Shri Harshvardhan has close to 2 decades of experience, and he has always been committed to the cause of inclusive growth and prosperity of rural India, right from starting his journey with Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, better known as AMUL. And with CDD, he continues this vision in bringing integrated, nature-based, inclusive water and sanitation solutions to improve quality of life of communities. We have with us Shri Abhijit Banerjee, Director Financial Inclusion, Improved Sanitation and Health, also known as Finnish Society. Under his leadership, Finnish Society has worked extensively in the area of waste management in 12 states across the country and has given effective and replicable models for waste management, including waste treatment, some of which we hope to see today. Then we have with us Shri Shrikant Navrikar from Nirmal Gram Nirman Kendra. Shri Navrikar has close to 4 decades of experience in the field of environmental sanitation. His areas of expertise are rural sanitation, toilet technology, solid and liquid waste management, and he has worked with leading development agencies such as the World Bank, UNICEF, WaterAid India, IIHS, and Knowledge Lake. And finally, we have with us Shri Ankur Sardana, Senior Lead from HCL Foundation. At HCL Foundation, he leads a team of development professionals, and through which HCL is doing optimal interventions across agriculture, education, health, infrastructure, livelihood, and water and sanitation in several villages. Before we begin the session, I would like to state that our panelist, Sri Harshvardhan, might have to catch a flight and he might be leaving us. But we'll start with his presentation first and foremost. And if the audience has any questions for Sir, we will take it right away instead of waiting till the end of the session. So, requesting Harshvardhan Sir to kindly proceed.
Good afternoon. So as we wait for presentation to load up, I will take this opportunity to introduce CDD Society. So CDD is a NGO which is the consortium of around 22 NGOs from different parts of India, And we are basically engineering-led NGO. So we have got more than 50 engineers from reputed institutes of India, and who all have one fundamental belief that nature is the best engineer. And we also believe that most of the modern problems we are facing is because of the rupturing of the bonds between the nature and the humans. So this is about CDD society. And now can we move to next please? So we have this drinking water, and the next session is on the black water, and we have got then gray water. But black water is never black. How many have seen the black water is black? But then why we call it a black water? And gray water is never always gray. It is turbid, it may be yellowish, it may be translucent, it may be like white, yellow, anything. Sometimes gray too, but we call it gray. So the whole point of liquid waste management is that we have to take care of two things, which are contaminants and pathogens. So pathogens create health hazards and contaminants create environmental hazard. Can we next please? Do we have one? So drinking water, if we see from the pollution angle, drinking water has got biological oxygen demand of 2. These are the CPCB standards. And black water has biological oxygen demand of minimum 10,000, which goes up to 50,000. And in between, whatever is there, it is called grey water. So in that sense, grey water has got a huge range, a very huge range. And the problem strengths are just different. So just to give a very gross analogy, somebody has got a cough, somebody might have a viral fever with cough, and somebody might have TB. You would not give same paracetamol to all of them. So different pathogens and different contaminants require different treatments. And that is one thing which has to underlie every intervention. So this is a rural Indian context. Whatever we say grey and black are separate, they are not. Most of the places, the septic tank overflows goes into storm drain. Most of the places, sometimes even the fecal gets directly disposed into water and storm drains. About 72% of children fecal sludge material is disposed into environment. And this intermixing of black and grey water is a common phenomena, and hence you will have pathogens and contaminants even in grey water in India. Only the strength will differ depending upon the dilution effect, how much water is there available in the system in the village, which is flowing through the storm drain. Otherwise, the concentrations are there. So to feel that our grey water is purely only grey is not true. And also, grey water has got also evolving many parts of constituents of grey water. We say grey water are considered black water in other countries like kitchen waste. We consider it grey water, but because of its high concentration of contaminants, it is considered as black water in many countries. So the solution has to be seen accordingly. Now these are some of the data points, how the drainage and disease burden is increasing because of poor water management in the rural India. You can all have a look, and these are nothing to this. Figures are self-explanatory. Now this is what is happening. So many places we are going with the complex technology in rural areas, which are simply not working. So this is a modern conventional system which has been set up from 5 kilometers from our office in Bangalore. And within 6 months, it started functioning. Now there is algal growth. So it itself, the treatment system has become bimar or sick. It itself needs some treatment. So these complex solutions need not be operated in rural areas. If we do, the seeds of solutes are so given in the fifth day, first day one. So this is what I was saying. So grey water has got different constituents. They have got light grey water and dark grey water. If you include kitchen waste, it is the concentration of waste will increase. You need to have different treatment system for that. And why that is important? Because a very, very high public risk, health risk. And I will come to that. So these are some of the figures. These figures are slightly dated. About 5 years ago, it was per capita generation was about 55 liters, 48 liters in India. The figure will go up as JGM comes into being because the water consumption, water availability will increase in the villages. So these are some of the characteristics of black grey water. And you can see that kitchen and laundry water, the COD and BOD, which are the two key constraints for defining gray water concentration, are as good or as high as black water. So if you, and others it is lesser, but the contaminants become high if you add kitchen and laundry water in the gray water. These are some again the pathogens also. The pathogens are also present because whenever there is human urine or human waste or something there out there, there will be some pathogen which will get mixed into gray water. So this is what is happening. You have got, there is no, I will again reiterate the point, there is no single gray water source in India. Most of them will have some level of contaminants. And some of the characteristics you have seen in rural areas of Karnataka, where it has gone from 50 to 100. Again, wherever dilution is high, because of higher water availability, the concentration is lesser. But wherever the concentration or availability is low of water, fresh water, the concentration is high. So again, the loads of grey water and black water, the contaminants load will depend upon lifestyle or what is going into that system, what is the relative weight of kitchen waste or what is the relative weight of wastewater going into the system. So again, that's the single point is that, or main point of which I'm trying to emphasize, there is not a single fixed formula because you have got a very wide range of problem which will depend upon various factors what is going to define your grey water. Hence, you need to test grey water or water strength before providing any solution. So this is soak pits are one of the most decentralized common systems which are available there, but they would not work in the high water table area. And one more point is there that the soak pits do not allow for any nitrogen decomposition or nitrogen cycles to get completed. Once it is in the soak pit, nitrification and denitrification, which are two very essential elements of nitrogen cycle, do not happen. And it has got a very huge public health risk. Because if nitrogen does not break down properly, it creates nitrosamines, which is the carcinogenic element. And there is a very high correlation between high nitrogen in water and thyroid cancer and gastrics. For your information, US FDA does not allow any nitrosamine in any medical products to be generated in the sterilization process. And there are rules that it has to be 5 meters, 6 meters, 8 meters. This water source and soak pits, this was on a study which was done in 1950s in India. And that study was based on certain assumption that it had to be sandy soil, the slope had to be certain type, and then it was felt that the safe distance of soak pit and water source could be 4.5, with a margin of error it was taken to 6 meters. But whenever these assumptions do not hold, when the soil is coarse, when the water table is high, whenever the problem of slope is there, or because any reason, if in geology you have got rock surface, there are fractures, these assumptions will not work. So soak pits will not work everywhere. You need to be careful of the assumptions which are underlying this principle. Since many a time we are not aware that under what assumptions these soak pits were promoted or they were, recommended, we end up making mistakes. Now, this is what I was saying about nitrogen challenge. That unless, and grey water essentially has got human urine, where 80% of whatever nitro discharge from human body occurs, it occurs in the form of urine, not etc. So if you have got urine in your grey water system, it is going to create a nitrogen problem which needs to be fixed. Otherwise, we are for a problematic state. And again, nature comes to the rescue here. If you use or try to use conventional systems for nitrogen removal, it requires huge amount of air. And that nitrogen does not get removed from the water unless you have got your carbon removed. So to remove and for removing nitrogen, there are two processes. Nitrogen, which requires excessive oxygen, and then denitrification, where oxygen deprived environment is required. So it requires two contradictory chemical stages, which if you want to do in a conventional system will require a huge investment. The best option of creating nitrogen in nature remains application on soil. Because if the it is exposed to the air while going to the soil or when getting discharged, nitrification will happen. When it is seeping into the ground, their exogenic environment will get converted and the natural bacteria will complete the process of denitrification. In rural areas, these nitrogen-rich elements should be applied on the ground because A, they will reduce your fertilizer consumption and associated green gas emission. And second time, they are the most cost-effective methods of dealing with nitrogen. So these are few factors while dealing with grey water management. We need to take care of strength of grey water, space availability, soil type because of permeability. If there is a black cotton soil, the water will not get percolated and it will flow back in the system. So these are three high water table because the water table has the contaminants and pathogens will get into your water stream and then they can transport it to any length. Like I was saying in 4.5 meter or 6 meter, these are for wherever there is a soil layer. If the water layer gets into in between, then the contaminants and pathogens can be carried over to any distance and then it may create a health crisis. So generally, we should have a system where we can have carbon removal and then some wetland where some nitrogen fixation takes place through root zone of the plants. So these are some of the cost-effective ways at which when at decentralized level, at a household level, at a cluster of levels, household, it can be done. If you have got larger spaces or a community center, then wet stabilization pond, community subpits or dewards are necessary. If you want to go for wet stabilization pond and the strength is higher, please put up aeration unit. And you will have to figure out how to the maintenance of that. Otherwise, the system will not function. After a few months of operation, it will start stinking and it will another create other problem. So again, depending upon the strength, if it is less than 50, please go for community soak pits or any soak pit systems because it will not contaminate the environment or groundwater aquifers. But if it is of higher concentration than 50, please go for a higher order solution which takes care of the organic part. And if you have a reuse policy, so before designing any treatment system, have a policy of reuse of grey water because this water is in scarcity and this nutrient rich water can be safely used in agriculture. So why not use it in agriculture? Then waste energy for even because huge amount of energy will be required and then two very contradictory environments of oxygen rich and oxygen poor will be simultaneously required to treat oxygen. So this is a waste stabilization pond. It has got three features. It is available in Google or anywhere you can just see there are three stages: anaerobic, aerobic, and maturation pond. But again, if the strength of wastewater is high, the problems will be there for its operation. Then DWARS is a system which has been pioneered by CID. Again, it is a nature-based and plants and operation. Only civil construction has to take care and the system can work. And then you have what free surface wetland. But again, mind here, it will not work on higher concentration. For less than 50 only, we should apply these solutions, BOD. And Pathrite is again a newly promoted solutions. It also moves up and down the, I would say, motion-based movement of constructed wetland, where you need to have higher maintenance, but it also functions. So at a household level, whenever you are dealing with a system, please have a system for grease removal because the fat will be a component which will get into the wastewater from the household kitchen. And if you do not take care of waste, again it will percolate your soapwet systems and then it will create a film and the water percolation will decrease and the system efficiency will get reduced. And then you can have soak pit or wetland depending upon what the concentration of the wastewater, the nature of wastewater is. So these are some of the systems which again depending on the strength at decentralized level, household level, at community level, at cluster level, it can be easily designed.
So we have 2 more minutes to the thing.
Okay. Thank you. And of course, if any questions are there.
So you have a question?
Thanks, and I will take your leave. I'm sorry, but I have a flight and I would like to leave. Thank you.
Now requesting Shri Abhijit Banerjee to kindly share his work with us.
Thank you. And good afternoon, friends. And thanks, ISC, for inviting Finnish to share their work, their views on grey water. Not very technology savvy, by the way. So, there it goes. So, this is a matter of great interest and also personal concern for me, because as you can see, a 2000 study put an estimated 18,000 million liters of grey water being generated. And a recent article I was reading by in Down to Earth, they estimated at 31 million, was it? Yeah, 31 billion liters of water daily. This is a 23rd of August article that they had come. And it's in that article again, they say that if 50% of that were to be treated, then it can reduce water scarcity. So that's the kind of opportunity which we have in front of us. And because you see on the other side, the kind of hotspots that are there, right? Water, groundwater is getting majorly depleted all across. And this is a concern which can be addressed. It's also an opportunity for all of us to be able, if we were to address the issue of grey water treatment. Now, this is, of course, this slide I put up because, often I am asked, why finish? What is finish? And what is it that you guys are out to finish? So, yes, we have the BHAG of trying to address the sanitation system, the challenges in the country. We began actually as a program supported by the government of Netherlands. And the idea has been that can we address the sanitation challenge in the country using microcredit? So it began in the year 2009, and because the model itself was a success, it has today gone to 5 other countries, and we are now looking to expand the number of countries further. 4 countries in Africa and our neighboring Bangladesh, plus India, of course. Besides sanitation, we also work on solid waste, liquid waste, which is the topic that has been given to me here, fecal sludge, wash in schools, and of course, we do some research on these areas. So our initiatives in wastewater is related to water. We of course realize that it is directly linked with civilizations. When you look at civilizations, we typically find that all civilizations have typically began along the river basin. So when they talk about Nile, when they talk about the Gangetic Basin, so that's where the importance of water actually is. And we as an organization, we do not have any technology. So we are technology agnostic. We look at solutions which are most appropriate, and how we go about it is we look at look at it from an end-to-end perspective, and with the idea that the solution has to be most appropriate and low maintenance. We do capacity building related to that, designing appropriate treatment systems, installing, operating, and maintaining the same. Of course, creating the ecosystem so that it can sustain, and of course, monitoring and before handing it over. This is our overall strategy. Couple of areas that I would just pick out from here would be the selection of appropriate solutions. So as Harshji earlier spoke about, when you talk about grey water, it has a vast gamut, right? It's quite a vista. And before we identify the solution, and we try and test it. In fact, we also learned it the hard way. We were given an assignment by an ULB down south in Punampatti, and we had completed the design for treating that particular drain. Having done that, and we did the mistake of not testing the input water. When we tested the input water, we realized that there was gray water. It also had black water. That is, septic tank flows were coming into it. So we had to change our entire design model. So it is from then that that particular point that you find, testing and selecting the appropriate solution came in. And the other point that I would look at is when we begin the program, we also look at the end. So what happens to the water that is there? And how is it going to be used? And what kind of impact will it be there in terms of the net result? Because this evaluation is what makes a grey water treatment interesting, right? What is the kind of ROI that we are talking about? What is the money, if any amount of money that is invested, what returns will that particular ULB or the community get from it? And this is evaluated. It's not an easy task, and we also have not found, I will say, a very straightforward or very clear answer to it, because in many parts of the country, water is still not monetized. So that is also a challenge. But how we have tried to do is by in through proxies, and when we see some of the examples that I intend sharing, maybe I'll be able to communicate that idea better. ये जो आप देख रहे हैं यहाँ पे, this is from a place in Chennai called Sembakam. So this is a design assignment that we got from the Nature Conservancy. This is a US-based environment consultancy firm. And the idea here is to treat 7 MLD of water and grey water. Sembakam Lake में 2 inlets में ये design बना था. And here also we initially thought that we will go ahead with only a reed bed, and but then given that we are talking about Chennai and the size of the reed bed was turning out to be pretty large, so we put in a semi-mechanized system, which means we added a aeration tank beside, of course, a sedimentation tank. The advantage being that the technology is relatively cheap, and of course it has lower maintenance. This is of the construction which is going on. The monitoring agency is IIT Madras. The expected cost of this unit is 2.8 crores, which is financed by the urban body. And we expect it to save about 70,000 rupees per day, because abhi kya hota hai Chennai mein that tanker loads of water is coming in. So this will result over a period of time. It will not happen, of course, from day one. It will take some time for that water to regenerate. So over a period of time, it will result in a saving of 70,000 rupees per day, which means about 2.5 CR in a year. We expect a payback of about 15 months. This is another plant that you can see. This is Sonaria in Dungarpur, a small ULB in Rajasthan. And here, the interesting thing is that you can see a pump there. Normally, these kind of constructed wetlands that we do it you'll see in the next slide. It is based on gravity. But here the challenge was that land was limited. So ये वाला जो part है, the one that is on the left hand side, that is on one side of the road, and this side, luckily, you can see a line there. I'm lucky here. So the other part is on the other side of the road. So the pump is required to pump the water from the collection tank over there and onto the roughing filters. That's the purpose of the pump. It is basically to transport the water. So ये यहाँ पे क्या बोलते हैं, Dungarpur में ये plant बना है, and it is functional as of now. This is the other treatment system that I was referring to. This is a usual constructed wetland that we do. So first part, you have the plant here, and then there is the aeration system that is there, and here no pump is required because this is based on gravity. We have got this type of a plant, one in Bangalore, which is a 14 KLD plant this is about 10 years old now, and it had cost then about 3 lakhs. The payback period that we calculated was 12 months. This is Gabe Sacker, and here again we had a twist. So, while we were told the ULB had said that this is again a treatment of grey water, but then when we did the testing, we found that it contained some industrial effluents. They were coming from a dairy plant over there. So, as a result of which, we had to change the design, and that's where you see an aeration tank. And from there, the sludge goes into the secondary settling tank. And the system that we have adopted is that the sludge which accumulates in the secondary settling tank, that partially is transferred back to the aeration tank so as to maintain the microbial load. And the clear water, of course, goes to the horizontal wetland. These are some of the more decentralized, smaller units. This one is from NEC project in ashram in one of the ashram shala schools in Nasik. Evotranspiration method was used here, and since I think Harshji referred to also the black cotton soil. So here also we had a similar challenge, and as a result, what was done is the pipe that you see over there, it has perforations, and there are grits in it, allowing the water to spread and evaporate. Plus, by using banana and some other hydrophilic plants, which absorb a lot of water, so the water was managed. It's a very low cost solution. This is a community system for the hand pump over there. So the water that is the wastewater that is there, it can be taken out and does not mess up the village. This is a 4 KLD small treatment system that was done at Srirampur GP in Nandurbar, again for the NEC project, treating household wastewater. There is a sedimentation tank, a rock filter, roughing filter, overall costing about 2.5 lakhs. Lighthouse Initiative, handful of ITC is already here, ISC of course. We are working with them at multiple locations, and wherein liquid waste, solid waste, all that is a part of the initiatives there. And IEC is another key component in the entire thing, because in our experience, while working on grey water, what we have noticed is that without behavior change, that is getting the community involved in the process, because while doing this Dungarpur plant, for example, it was bang in the city, and without getting the community on board, the initial days, the challenge that we were facing is the people would come and throw plastic bottles in the wetland, or they would those filters, they would get choked, people will not keep it. So we had to organize the community over there, get the shopkeepers on board, so that there was somebody to look after the plants, because our presence was only limited. We are going to withdraw from that side. So behavior change is an integral part of the entire process. There's a picture from one of the ITC areas. This is again a community level soak pit, what my team calls a magic pit construction in Ranjangaon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Requesting Shri Naverkar ji to please share his work with us.
Is it coming? Yeah, good afternoon, all of you. Is it coming? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. The topic assigned to me for this presentation, or rather chosen by me, is a very narrow window, that is grey water management in household and cluster level. Before entering to the main topic of this presentation, a little background. All of us know that grey water management has been a major component of SBMG2, the second phase sanitation program. So my question to you all is grey water the only wastewater which needs to be managed in a GP? Or there are other wastewaters as well? Anyone? We will realize that grey water is only a part of liquid waste. Although it is important to manage the grey water, it has been emphasized in the program, but we must realize that while planning for a liquid waste management of a GP or a given village, we need to look into all these wastewaters. Now again, technically there can be, we all know that black water, etc. But we also need to see the discharge point. That is, we generally give emphasis on household grey water. But in a village or in a GP, there are institutions as well, education institutions or other institutions, which also generate a lot of grey wastewater, which can be black and grey. There is the yellow water, which I always call an orphaned waste. Nobody looks into it. That is also a major liquid waste of human origin, which needs to be tackled or which needs to be a part of our project. Then there are public water points, where a lot of wastewater gets generated. That also need to be a part of our program. And lastly, but not the least, is the commercial wastewater. Howsoever small or big that GP is, there are some commercial establishments like dhabas or hotels or laundries or slaughterhouses where again some sort of wastewater gets generated. Now it is entirely different than the grey water, household grey water or household black water. But it has to be a part of our program. And therefore, my first slide was very important, that when we plan for a Gram Panchayat or GP's wastewater plan, in addition to the grey water, we also need to look into all these types of wastewater. Now, of course, we will be emphasizing only on grey water in this presentation. What is happening today? Indiscriminate disposal doesn't need to be taken into consideration, but people are doing something with this grey water. There are kitchen gardens, there are showcase pits, there are drains also, and unfortunately, drain is considered to be a technology for grey water, which is not. This is only a part of grey water treatment. So unlike ODS, that means in toilet program, we had to start from scratch. There never existed toilets at all. But here, people are doing something. Now, what does this mean to us? If we analyze these three, we will find, although there are kitchen gardens, although there are soap pits, although there are drains, are they really scientific? The answer is no. Now, again, there are two repercussions. One is improvisation of existing structures can also help a lot. हमेशा क्या होता है कि जब हम नए प्रोग्राम की बात सोचते हैं तो चलो नए से सब कुछ करते हैं. No, it is not necessary always. So improvisation of existing structure should also be a form of our program, so that within the budgetary limits or within the limits of the people, we can improvise the scenario. Now, what could be the appropriate solutions at decentralized level? We all know that like solid waste management, there are also 3 R in liquid waste management: reduce, reuse, and recharge. Now, reduce, there are no technologies, but judicious use of fresh water is very, very important, so that minimum quantity of grey water or minimum quantity of liquid waste is generated. अभी मैं खाने के वक्त जो गिलास रखे थे, मैंने सबसे पूछा अरे भाई आपने इतना बड़ा ग्लास भर के क्यों रखा है? Just observe, people are taking a sip or two and keeping the glass again on the empty tray. How much water we wasted in this workshop itself? To reduce, this is very important. And it should be a part of our IC and BCC program. Then and then we can claim that yes, we are going in the right direction. Then comes second are reuse. We all know the technologies like kitchen garden, community plantation, and agricultural pisciculture use. These are the technologies. And in case of recharge, so pit, leach pit, and community leach pit. So this can be a technology options available at a glance. Now this is based on principles. But again, based on level. The first level would be decentralized, that is household level management. And I would insist that we should first start with the decentralized level, whereby we can have kitchen gardens or pit leach pits. But it is observed that in a GP, if this decentralized technology is not possible, we immediately jump to the centralized one. चलो भाई ड्रेन्स बनाते हैं, स्टेबलाइजेशन पॉन्ड बनाएंगे या डिवॉर्स या और कुछ बनाएंगे. But we should keep in mind that in between these two, there exists one more level that is semi-centralized. What is this? Now this again has two subparts. One is management of grey water from group of houses where decentralized treatment is not possible collectively. And second is in a village, there exists some public water points like hand pumps, stand posts, etc. That also needs to be managed. This comes under semi-centralized or community level or cluster level management of grey water. So based on level, there can be three levels in a GP where we can manage the grey water. Again, there can be situations where a mix of these three also need to be considered. It is not that in a given GP only decentralized will work or centralized is necessary or semi-centralized. There can be a mix of all this technology that is also possible. Now again, before going to the technology part, some pre-arrangements are very, very essential. What are these pre-arrangements? Now look at this scenario. For example, this house, which has a place where everything is done. I mean, bathing also on the same platform. That is not a platform. It's an assigned place. कपड़े भी वहीं धोएंगे, बर्तन भी वहीं मांजेंगे. And if you, in your plan, include this house to be provided with some technology, may it be a soap pit, maybe a leach pit or whatever, or drain. Can you ensure that this water goes to that treatment unit? You cannot. That is why some improvisation is essential. Just have a washing or bathing platform. This pre-arrangement is also important, and that's why in our survey, this also needs to be covered. Whether that house has a structured bathroom or a structured place whereby we can ensure the flow of grey water into the treatment unit. So this is also very important. The next one, this also, see the picture. This was the previous scenario, and now it is changed with a structural platform. Very simple and low cost intervention, but very effective. The second one is nanny trap. People always forget this. A very simple again, but very effective tool for avoidance of what? What is the role of this trap? You're hesitant to answer my questions. Let it be. This avoids entry of mosquitoes and exit of foul gases. So at every discharge point, if the house has multiple discharge points, at every discharge point, if it is a single one, at that point, you need to have a tool like this nanny trap. It was like a P-trap in the toilet. So this is also an essential pre-arrangement. And the third one is silt chamber. So this silt chamber is not required everywhere, but if you are going for a kitchen garden, if you are going for a community grey water management, and if you are going for a centralized system, silt chamber is a must. Now, in the second community grey water management and centralized systems, 2 levels of silt chambers are required, one at the household level and one at the treatment unit. So this is also a very important component of grey water management system as a pre-arrangement. Okay.
So we have 2 to 3 minutes for you.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry, we're running almost an hour.
Just run through the slides. No problem. Sorry for my. Okay. Now, what are the technologies? At household level, there are 3 very simple technologies all of us know: kitchen garden, soakage pit, and dish pit. The beauty of this technology is they are based on local skills. It requires local material only. It's a low cost, low tech technologies, easy operation maintenance, and impact is very high. Now you know what kitchen garden is, but I will just draw your attention that kitchen garden is possible in any terrain, may it be hard rock, high water table, anything, kitchen garden is possible. Again here, 3 things needs to be taken into consideration: availability of space, quantity of grey water, and choice of plantation. So each kitchen garden is a separate unit and needs to be planned accordingly. The second one is soakage pit. This is also a very simple and low tech technology for rural areas. You know the technology, I will not go into the details. Again, look at the pictures from the field. That is why hands-on training is very essential. Although the technology is very simple, there is a technology which needs to be done very scrupulous. The third one is leach pit. This is a brick-lined structure, just like a pit of a toilet, which also works very wonderfully. That means I call it a fit and forget technology. This works very well, and this can be a decentralized solution for the management of grey water. This is the case study. I will not go into that detail. The third one is magic pit. You all know. Many states are adopting this technology. This is also a combination of soak pit and leach pit, and it also works very good in a decentralized manner. Now, the second part is cluster level technologies. That means if it is not possible to deal with that individual household, for a group of houses, this can be done. For example, if these houses do not have enough space or adequate topography for this management of decentralized wastewater, you can take this to a centralized place and utilize in plantation, the gardens or roadside plantation, so that the entire wastewater from these houses can be utilized. Just like a light kitchen garden, this is a community garden. And if the space is the constraint, again, this can be replaced with a larger scalar leach pit. Now, this is the community leach pit, which can be used for the broader group of houses, and this works very well. Of course, again, I will insist that by itne ghar hai to bada bana denge. ऐसे नहीं होगा. You have to calculate the volumes, and accordingly you have to plan. Then and then only it will work. Otherwise, the scenario is like this. पैसा तो खर्चा हो गया, बेनिफिट नहीं मिला क्योंकि गलत तरीके से बना दिया. दिस इज ऑल्सो बना दिया, लेकिन पानी कितना आ रहा है, कितना पानी इसमें सोखना है, इसका हिसाब नहीं लगाया. ठीक है. Now there are other technologies as well, which I think some of them will be DWATS, constructed wetland factory technology. These are generally recommended for centralized systems, but a smaller versions can also work for a cluster level technology management. Why decentralized? You know all. From point of generation to point of treatment, any waste, if we go on increasing the distance, these are the repercussions. Land requirement is high, capital cost is high, operational cost is high, and adverse impact on environment is also. That is why we should first opt for what could be the algorithm. Very simple. First try whether decentralized systems are okay. If that is not possible, go for semi-centralized. And if that is not possible, then and then only think for centralized ones. This is a very simple algorithm which you can follow. This is my last slide. How do we go? Generally, the trend is selection of technology and actual implementation. Nothing in between. इसमें सिर्फ होता है डीपीआर होता है और डीपीआर भी एक्सटर्नल एजेंसी बनाती है और बना के देती है और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन शुरू होता है. नो, if we want to have a sustainable grey water management or any waste management system, you have to follow this. Selection of Gram Panchayat, rapport building and demand generation. Many of us are doing this actually. Transact opt and TRA. This helps a lot. Then survey, waste mapping and resource mapping. That is also important. Fifth one is very important. Plan of action involving community. हम इंजीनियर्स को बुलाते हैं भाई क्या करना है. नो, लेट द कम्युनिटी टॉक फर्स्ट, सिट टुगेदर, डिस्कस and evolve a plan of action. That may not be a very engineer plan, but that is important. Then DPR, then actual implementation and follow. This is very important. You must follow. You must have heard this sentence. There is no rocket science in toilet. My anti-question was: is there anything like toilet science? There is. So there is a science in soap pit, there is a science in wish pit, there is a science in everything. You have to follow that. That may not be a rocket science, but there is a science. You have to follow it. And therefore, this is my last slide. How do we go? Selection of right technology, very important. And the second one is strict adherence to technological standards. Soap pit बनाएंगे, लेकिन कैसा बनाएंगे? As per the standards. Involvement of community from level 0. This is also important. Technical training prior to implementation. ODF का हमारा प्रोग्राम, हमारा अनुभव क्या बताता है? प्रोग्राम आगे चलता है, ट्रेनिंग बाद में होता है. No, technical training prior to implementation. भले उसमें देरी हो, लेकिन अच्छा होगा. Effective O&M. O&M should be a part of the entire DPR. And concurrent quality monitoring and handholding support. हम मॉनिटरिंग कब करते हैं? पूरा प्रोग्राम होने के बाद, एक साल के बाद मॉनिटरिंग बनाते हैं. ये गलत हुआ, ये गलत हुआ, वो गलत. अब क्या करेंगे? सुधरेंगे नहीं. इसलिए कंकरेंट मॉनिटरिंग जब भी काम चल रहा है उसी वक्त क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग होना बहुत आवश्यक है. Then and then only we can have the desired results. So thank you and sorry for exceeding the time limit.
Thank you, sir. Finally, representing HCL Foundation here, Mr. Sadana, I request you to kindly share your work with us.
Thank you, everyone. And I assure I'm not taking too much time. So first of all, I would congratulate and appreciate the IC team to choose this effective topic. Subject line is very important for everyone. So if I'm talking about SL Foundation, so SL Foundation is the CSR wing of SL Technologies. So under the SL Foundation, we are covering our reach is in 90 plus districts across country, including 20 states and 3 UTs. And as far as currently, if we are talking about in numbers, so we are impacting 5.5 million people directly or indirectly through other ways. This is the strategic framework program. Excel Foundation is trying to reach at every part of program which is required with us to the sustainable development goal. In our rural programs, if we are seeing, so we are having the Samudaya program and the HCL Tech Grant program, which covers all the aspects in the rural area. And we are having the urban program, namely My Clean City and Uday, and we are having the environmental program called HCL Hari. And apart from that, to promote the sports and all other components, so we are having different special initiative like sports for change, power of one, my year, etc. So these are the thematic areas which we are covering under different kinds of program. If I'm talking about the specific point where I'm representing from HL Samudaya, so under the HL Samudaya, we are covering all the thematic area, which includes water and sanitation, health, education, livelihood, agriculture, panchayati raj institution, and clean energy, etc. The whole objective of this ethical Samudaya initiative is actually we have the MOU with the cabinet of Uttar Pradesh, and we are developing a source code which is being a replicable model to across country. And some of the model ethical foundation Samudaya has already developed, which is being replicating in the other area of the states and in the districts of Uttar Pradesh as well. This is the topic which we are assigned. So my earlier friends already defined all the technical components. So I'm not this time going to the more technical components. So these are the like integrated waste management process. हम एक integrated waste management process पे काम करते हैं जिसमें कि हम स्टार्टिंग करते हैं क्योंकि अब इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट जल जीवन मिशन के आने के बाद से और बहुत बढ़ गई है बिकॉज क्योंकि अभी तक क्या था कि गांव में हम देखते थे शैलो हैंडपंप और इंडिया मार्केट टू हैंडपंप का यूजेस था तो वाटर का डिस्चार्ज भी कम होता था अभी जल जीवन मिशन हर घर जल की योजना आने से लोगों को हर घर जल टैप वाटर सप्लाई मिल रहा है और इवन एचसीएल ने भी इस तरह की 30 वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स डेवलप करी है जिसके माध्यम से हम टैप वाटर सप्लाई प्रोवाइड करते हैं तो जिन जिन एरिया में हमने वाटर टैंक सप्लाई के माध्यम से पानी दे रहे हैं वहां पे हमने इंटीग्रेटेड लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम को भी डेवलप करा है which integrates system management through drainage network channel, through silt chamber, through filtration chamber, and through rejuvenation of the water bodies. So this is the entire process of the integrated system of the liquid waste management system. So through this integrated system, the around 37,000 plus household is benefiting to the hygienic behavior of liquid waste management. And in terms of if I'm talking about the capacity building component, which is required for sustainability purpose, so 2,000 plus individual trained through the different technologies, which my earlier colleagues have already discussed about that technologies. ये कुछ की ऑब्जेक्टिव है हमारे इस लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम के कि bring the improvement in the general quality of life of area and water conservation through safe liquid wastewater management, strengthen water sustainability in the Gram Panchayat, create support system for Jal Jeevan Mission and capacity building and stakeholder identification and their capacity building. At a glance देखेंगे हम अगर ये हमारा जो वाटर बॉडीज वाला इंटरवेंशन है तो ये इसका एट अ ग्लांस डैशबोर्ड है ये 30 लोकेशंस पे हम काम कर रहे हैं करंटली वी हैव रिजुविनेटेड 18 वाटर बॉडीज कवरिंग अप्रोक्स 45,000 स्क्वायर मीटर ग्राम पंचायत लैंड 16 साइट्स में लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का काम हम कर चुके हैं थ्रू ड्रेनेज नेटवर्क चैनल 14 साइट्स में अभी ये वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस है एंड इसमें 5,000 प्लस हाउस होल्ड का ग्रे वाटर थ्रू इन सिस्टम के थ्रू मैनेज हो रहा है टोटल हमने जो कैचमेंट एरिया ट्रीट करा है थ्रू 18 पॉइंट्स एज ऑफ नाउ वी हैव ट्रीटेड 12 हेक्टेयर प्लस कैचमेंट एरिया थ्रू दिस इंटरवेंशन ओनली this is the entire process of this defining. If I am talking about entire process, so we are deep into the entire process. एक एंगल को हम डिफाइन करते हुए चलते हैं चाहे वो प्री फिजिबिलिटी का कंपोनेंट हो फिर प्री फिजिबिलिटी के बाद चाहे वो जैसे अभी तक हम बहुत देर से बात कर रहे हैं ओनरशिप और सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, तो ओनरशिप कैसे ग्राम पंचायत से आएगी, कैसे वो तहसीलदार जिस गाटा संख्या की लैंड है वो उस पे कैसे लीगली वो ग्राम पंचायत को असाइन करते हुए जीपीडीपी में ये फिर आएगा काम होने के बाद, एंड किस तरह से वो सारी चीजें डीपीआर में इनकॉर्पोरेट होंगी प्री एंड पोस्ट। तो ये पूरा ये डिटेल्ड प्रोसेस है, जिस प्रोसेस में कम्युनिटी से लेकर ग्राम पंचायत के जितने प्रतिनिधि हैं उनसे लेकर और तहसीलदार से लेकर ऑल द स्टेक होल्डर्स आर सपोज टू इन्वॉल्व टू कंप्लीट ऑल द प्रोसेसेस to ensure the ownership। ये कुछ पिक्टोरियल में दिखेगा कि प्री एंड पोस्ट का कंडीशन क्या था। जैसे आप ये देख रहे होंगे डिसिल्टिंग और इन सब के बाद पोस्ट कंडीशन में ये हमारा पॉन्ड इस तरह का निकल के आया। एज पर दी असेसमेंट जहां पे जिस तरह की जगह मिलती है पॉन्ड का, उस तरह से उस पॉन्ड को अपार्ट फ्रॉम टेक्निकल वर्ड कि वहां का सीओडी इंक्रीज हो रहा है, बीओडी इंक्रीज हो रहा है, टीएसएस में सुधार आ रहा है, पीएच वैल्यू इंक्रीज हो रही है, हम ये भी कोशिश करते हैं कि वहां पे पॉन्ड के आसपास सराउंडिंग कुछ ब्यूटिफिकेशन का वर्क भी करें, कुछ ग्रीन एरिया डेवलप करें, बंडिंग साइट्स पे कुछ प्लांटेशन कराएं, कुछ बच्चों के लिए वहां पे लाइक झूले लगवा दें, कुछ वैसा करें कि उनका एक अटैचमेंट रहे कि उसी बहाने वो पॉन्ड्स पे आए, कि उनके बैठने की कुछ अरेंजमेंट हो, सोलर लाइट्स हो। जैसे यहाँ पे देखिए कुछ क्रिएटिविटी है कि यहाँ पॉन्ड्स के बीच में टापू बन गया, तो ये विद इन पॉन्ड्स है, तो वो लोग आ रहे हैं, शाम को बैठ रहे हैं, ओनरशिप डेवलप हो रही है, तो इससे उसकी सस्टेनेबिलिटी भी इंश्योर हो रही है कि अगर वहां पे रेगुलर बेसिस में लोग आ रहे हैं तो फिर कोई वैसा नहीं कि तालाब के किनारे बैठ के पत्ते खेल रहे हैं, काइंड ऑफ जैसा यूजली हो जाता है कि हमने डिसिल्टिंग कर दी, पॉन्ड जनरेट कर दिया, बाद में पत्ते खेल रहे हैं। और हम ये जरूर इंश्योर करते हैं कि जितने भी पॉन्ड्स पे हम काम कर रहे हैं उनमें लास्ट 3 साल में मनरेगा से काम ना हुआ हो, मनरेगा की आईडी जनरेट ना हो, सो दैट हमारा और गवर्नमेंट का दोनों का पैसा वेस्ट ना हो, रेप्लिकेट हो, लेकिन मनरेगा का काम वहां पे ना हुआ हो, वो पॉइंट पट्टे पे ना हो। तो दीज ऑल कंपोनेंट वी हैव इंश्योर्ड बिफोर इनिशिएटिंग द वर्क। ये हमारा लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट स्ट्रक्चर का पूरा प्रोसेस है कि किस तरह से हम ड्रेनेज नेटवर्क चैनल का असेसमेंट करते हुए, उनकी प्री फिजिबिलिटी करते हुए, किस तरह से हम ड्रेनेज नेटवर्क चैम्बर्स, फिल्ट्रेशन चैम्बर्स और कम्युनिटी सोक पिट्स के थ्रू ये पानी किस तरह से हमारा पॉन्ड्स में डिस्चार्ज होता है। तो ये उसका हम लोग ने पूरा प्रोसेस डिफाइन करा है। अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट वी आर ऑल्सो वर्किंग इन द रूफ वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग, जिन जिन स्कूलों में इसकी रिक्वायर्ड होती है, और वो वाटर टैंक से कनेक्ट हो जाता है, विच I have tried to explain all the component through the pictorial journey। ये एक इसके बाद छोटा सा वीडियो इसमें चलेगा, जो कि ये वीडियो पूरा एक एक्सप्लेन करेगा कि किस तरह से ये ड्रेनेज नेटवर्क चैनल का पानी होते हुए सिल्ट चैम्बर और फिल्ट्रेशन चैम्बर से पॉन्ड में जा रहा है। और हमें इसी साल रिसेंट में एचसीएल फाउंडेशन को गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जल जीवन मिशन जल शक्ति मंत्रालय की तरफ से फर्स्ट बेस्ट इंडस्ट्री इन सीएसआर कैटेगरी में नेशनल वाटर अवार्ड भी इस साल हमको मिला है। ये मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति, ये इस वीडियो से पूरा समझाने की कोशिश करी गई है कि किस तरह से पानी सिल्ट चैम्बर, फिल्ट्रेशन चैम्बर और ये होते हुए पॉन्ड में जा रहा है। तो जस्ट टू ऐड, जितनी भी हमने वाटर बॉडीज रिजोनेट करी है, तो अपने काम को खुद बताने से अच्छा हमने जितने भी वाटर बॉडीज रिजोनेट करी है और जिनको हमें रिजोनेट करे 1 साल या उससे ज्यादा का टाइम हो गया है, तो एक थर्ड पार्टी एजेंसी है, इंटरनेशनल एजेंसी है डीएनवी। तो हमने डीएनवी से अपनी वाटर बॉडीज का वाटर ऑडिट भी कराया है कि सो दैट उनका जो टेक्निकल टर्म्स, वाटर क्रेडिट्स और ये सारे होते हैं, वो थर्ड पार्टी एक ऑथेंटिक रिपोर्ट भी आता है। तो जितनी वाटर बॉडीज रिजोनेट करी है सबका हमने वाटर ऑडिट भी करवाया है। ये कुछ पिक्टोरियल जर्नी है जो विच इन्वॉल्व्स ऑल द कंपोनेंट स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम सिविल वर्क, community work, and all component which is being covered under the grey water in grey water management intervention. So these are some pictorial glimpses to explain what are the process we are adopting, including all the component. So here now I am summing up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So in the interest of time, we are not having a Q&A directly after this session, and perhaps we can, if you have any questions for our speakers, you can connect with them over Team. So we are really trying to wrap up this workshop on time. I would request you to take your question during the tea break with our speakers. So because some of our speakers have flights to catch, some of our guests have to leave and they have connecting flights. So I'm so sorry. Q&A can be moved right at the end, and we are right away getting into our fifth and final session, which is on. Sorry. Yeah. Right, so like I said, we are straight away getting into our final session on fecal sludge management. I'm requesting all the speakers for this session to kindly take their place on the dais. We have Ms. Anju Dwivedi, Senior Social Development Specialist working in Scaling City Institutions for Asia and India. Okay, hello ma'am. Then Ms. Sandhya Haribal, Senior Project Manager from CTD. And finally, Ms. Anuya Bide at Primove Infrastructure Development. She's very fast. Yeah, ma'am. Oh, I thought. Sure, sure. Yeah, I'll just. For this session, we were always also supposed to have. So we were also supposed to have Professor Srinivasachari with us for this session, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, he cannot be with us. We will start with this session, and ladies and gentlemen, tea break is going to be right after this session so that we can, catch up on time, and those with connecting flights are not put in a spot. Just say. I did. Yeah. Right. So before we begin, I'm very quickly and briefly introducing our panelists for this session. Our first panelist is Ms. Anju Dwivedi. Ms. Dwivedi is a senior social development specialist working in Scaling City Institutions for Asia and India in Global Water and Sanitation Center at AIT Thailand on sanitation. She has an experience of 28 years in the field of gender, inclusion, FSM, urban poverty, and livelihoods. Prior to her current engagement, she has actively engaged with Center for Policy Research in Scaling City Institutions for India, project to support policy research work in areas of FSM. Then we have with us Ms. Sandhya Haribal. She is Senior Project Manager from CDD Society. Sandhya brings over 22 years of experience in infrastructure development with focus on the sanitation sector. She's a civil engineer and MBA by education, and she has assisted several government departments, agencies, municipalities, foundations, and multilateral agencies in planning and implementation of projects across sectors. finally, we have with us Ms. Anaya Bhide, Senior Design Expert at Trimove Infrastructure Development Consultants. She is MTech Environment and Water Resources Engineering and has more than 10 years of experience in designing and modeling of urban wastewater and water supply networks and low-cost sustainable solutions for SLWM in rural scenarios. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel. I would begin by inviting Ms. Trivedi to kindly come and share her work with us.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's always a challenge to be last, Yes. So, but what happens is the audience, the attendance becomes thin, and I think this is a very interesting session. Not that we all are working and have been very passionate about working in India on decentralized wastewater solutions, especially the black water, and considering there was a very slow pace and how India was portrayed internationally was very different as a co-pontification, country and all that. So seeing the journey from 2000, early 2000 and now moving to this is a great joy. So let me explain to you that what we did. I don't, this is basically because this is a session on black water and we heard about plastic waste and grey water. Here, what I am going to present is about a very unique and innovative idea that we could work with the Odisha government on how their urban infrastructure projects, including FSTPs, were leveraged by the rural. So it was a unique model in the sense that we're not talking about building FSTPs in rural areas, which I'm not saying is not essential. That I'll explain. That is also that also needs to be done. But also looking at if, as you know, if not all, let me just give you a very brief background. That Odisha is one of the states in India which has actually adopted fecal sludge management in all their urban local bodies. And not only one or two, maybe some cities you will find more than one FSTPs. So it's like all 116 ULBs are covered with almost 120 FSTPs. So there was this infrastructure which was ready. So it was what we thought was necessary to honor Chief Minister's clarion call on Swachh Odisha, Swasth Odisha, by also leveraging rural households, connecting rural households with it. So just that example, I'll just quickly run through. Oh God, what happened? Yeah. So basically, as you may all be aware, that SDM Grameen framework tells about this thing, which is a decision making metric, which says that when water table level is below 3 meter, hard strata below 1.2 meter, and soil is permeable, then single pit retrofitting to twin pit is a good solution. And if not, then closest STP, FSTP, less than 10 kilometers, which in fact now has increased to 15 or 20 if you see recent guideline, where the co-treatment can be the best solution with the FSTP. If not, then if the water table is below 10 meter, land is 50 meter away from the surface water body, then there could be some possible solutions of deep row entrenchment and planted drying bed. So if you see this quadrant, in fact, the screen is very good. It has actually, fitted these quadrants there. Is that all this right side is the greenfield area where you have to, build something new. And while the left side is where you can have these tag-in or plug-in models where already there is an infrastructure, you can do it without spending too much on infrastructure. So if you see just a framework for actually, when we were working in Odisha, there was this thing: why do you need FSM in rural area? Twin pit hota hai, twin pit mein zarurat nahi hoti, all that. So but what we found that even in the districts which claim that there is no need, you also need to have a very clear cut strategy based on whether the water table is high or low. So if you have a water table which is high, like we've heard our previous panelists speaking, or whatever you have, you still need FSM. And when there is a water table which is below, then you may go for high twin. If they are, dominance of twin pit, it's okay. They're considered safe if they are built properly. Where we have found issues with the twin pits also. And high single pit can be converted, they can be retrofitted, But if there are septic tanks, you have to go for FSM. So there is a case of FSM. So if you hear that why rural needs FSM, you should just remember this slide. So what we did in rural, as I mentioned already, Odisha has gone and scaled up this model of urban FSM. So what we did, that we were working even supporting Odisha government and with help of CDD, who helped us in the technology there in Dhenkanal. We had this plant, which was a small town, first small town plant in the city. Otherwise, they had the big ones in Amro. They started constructing together. So that's the brief background, that the Dhenkanal rural side has 212 bodies and this population as per the census. So since this plant had come, we thought that let's pilot this idea, because sometimes piloting and then scaling up helps. So rather than going and saying that this is a solution for all your city, since it was built, it was operational, this plant in urban areas, we thought let's put rural local bodies connect these local bodies. Just to give you an example, that Odisha is a very high water table state. Generally, if you see this map, you'll find various these areas, the dark blue colors of Dhenkanal has very high water table, and Odisha in any case most of the districts lie in that area. So, like as I said, so FSM had a case there. And what we did was, like earlier we heard our presenters, that we did a very just not one is that secondary sources situational assessment, also went to the ground to test what people do, where are their toilets built, what kind of toilets. So we did during COVID, when COVID was there, just lockdown was opening up, we did a survey with 1,000 household population in 8 blocks. And just quickly, I will not take too much time, but like I just can brief it. So in the map, let me just take you. So in these places, we have seen urban, in any case, FSTPs, on these. So we looked at the 10-kilometer area and said, this is an area which we call plug-in. And the areas which were lying beyond 10, we were calling them greenfield. So in our survey, we actually looked at which are the panchayats falling into. So you see, just quickly, I'll run through this, not wasting too much time on this. There's a full-fledged report in all our CPR website. It's just that we wanted to say that the access to toilet had increased, definitely, after SDM. And if you see the Dhenkanal complete district, it had gone up. But, if you see, the single pit was the predominant mode of, on-site sanitation system. It was not twin pit. So we challenged the government there that it is not twin pit, it's actually single pit. Therefore, FSM is required, and followed by, septic tank and, very few twin pits. And twin pits actually started growing only after 2018. Before that, it was always the single pit which were being constructed on the fewer localities. So even all these things, how many people said about the retrofitting, not many people were aware, and they did not want to spend money and all that. So this survey was very important for the government to realize that, this whole thing of saying that rural mein zarurat nahi hai. So that was actually completely, challenged. So on the desurging providers, also we found that the municipal service providers and the private cesspool operators were there. And people were relying heavily on the manual labors, which is, of course, a bad practice, but still we found that poor people were doing that. And in any case, they were putting a lot of cost also. It's not that it was actually feasible. So that we did spatial analysis also to figure out that, which are the areas that can be plugged in. So if you see on the right side, we said these are the clusters because there were already FSTPs present. So we mapped which are those 10 kilometer, and then we moved to 15 and 20 as per the government advice. And which are the retrofitting and greenfield areas where you have to either go for retrofitting or have new FSTPs or whatever, low cost or affordable, where you cannot, because it won't be viable financially for the truck to go so far and even in the topography. So all that we did. Just also seeing that, in our case, in our urban FSM, how the, utilization of the plant was, what was the average. So as I was saying, that we need to do all the calculations. You can't just go and build something or start doing something without taking a full-fledged picture. So we did all that. And our decisions were completely, that if you, you have to estimate spare capacity. When there is a spare capacity, which is more, you have to increase the distance threshold. If you have proper desludging vehicles, not proper in the sense, significant amount. If not, then if the demand is more and the spare capacity is low, then you have to reduce the distance threshold, because then you can't, go to 20, 15. Then you have to, actually saturate 10-kilometer areas and all. So these were some decision-making points and we discussed a lot. So I'll just quickly take you through the top-down process of situational assessment, GIS analysis and infrastructure capacity and all that was assessed. But a lot of workshops, consultations with rural local bodies as well as the urban local bodies was done. A proper MOU was signed between the two. That what will be the tariff structure, whether the trucks will go, whether the regulations will fall, because when you go into the rural jurisdiction, urban regulations may not work. So all those kind of things were done and facilitated. And I'm glad to share, it is May 23 data. I mean, since then a lot must have, changed. But total trips of rural have increased. If you see, there was total, it was just the rural sector is 1608 KL, and which was huge in the sense because there was a lot of work on demand side, awareness building and all that. And this initiative has got a lot of recognition. The Himkanal municipality has also got the FICCI award. We at CPR Cypher last year, December we got, and there were many attractions from the government, even at the national level. Lots of state governments have already visited to study this model. And now what we also did is soon after that, we scaled up this model because this was picked up and it had got a lot of traction. So with UNICEF support, this was taken up by us with the government. And what is enabler is that you need to have a very strong political will at the state level. And we gladly had that because that was considered as an enabler because even the chief minister and both ministries were together and regular reviews and all that. And one important thing happened was that urban, for the first time in the history of India, I'm not talking about maybe reform also because I'm not sure about the road projects, but any waste management projects and programs where the SBM Grameen, or if not SBM earlier, I did not come across any program which has funded SBM Urban. So SBM Grameen funds are being utilized by SBM Urban in Odisha to upgrade their service because now the rural surge is coming, so you have to improve the fleet, you have to improve, maybe add more drying beds into your FSTP. So all that is being done. So this was something that was a very unique model. And when we were here, we presented this to also Winnie Mahajan, Madam Secretary, and she went there also from Odisha, from Ministry to see this in Odisha. So just that how you decentralize the nature-based low technology solution O&M by the community, because Odisha is also one state which is employing self-help groups to take up O&M. So it's not a private thing. It's very low cost and very easily operable. And surplus capacities of FSTPs and MRS, because I forgot to mention that in the second phase when I told launch, it was not just not FSM, but also MRS. But since this session is on FSM, so I'm only focusing. But this was like, how the rural, waste was also being catered here. So I'm not going into the detail. Just that you need to have a proper model based on who are your providers, where is the call center, how call center will work, where the panchayat, how the complaints from the panchayats will come, and whether the call center will cater to it, where there is a register. So, so like I told you, the data that has been captured because they are very proficient and skilled call centers and, which is mobilizing vehicles movement, where to go, where's the demand, and whom to cater and all that. So, and what is also happening is that a strong monitoring and evaluation system is generated. Safa app is a kind of an application used by Ganjam because that was very specific to Ganjam at that point of time. So when we were scaling up from Himkanal to other, in Ganjam, what we found that they are using that Safa app to monitor so that was only for urban. So through this program, we integrated rural also. So all rural demands, etc., coming and properly being managed. So these dashboards are being generated where secretaries and their departments can see. So there's a lot of focus on monitoring because we found that monitoring is something which is required. Otherwise, everything, every hard work can just fall through cracks because no data, nothing is there. Because if somebody wants to know how much sludge these plants are, treating, then we did a lot of capacity building and awareness generation. Some very innovative interactive communication materials in English and Odia both are available on how Gram Panchayats have to manage fecal sludge and what are the options, and very lucid, comprehensible languages used so that people can understand. A lot of awareness happened. And the last slide, which was very impactful in the sense that other than the data, which is written there, where all these, like I was saying, 115 FSTPs across the state are now linked to rural Gram Panchayats. So it is a very achievement by the Odisha government. And I mean, these numbers are a little old in the sense because we then from CPR are not working on the ground like that. But there are lots of trips have been increased. FSTPs are being rebuilt and rebuilt, not rebuilt, maybe augmented. Fleets are augmented. Successful vehicles are augmented. And I think from FICCI, this is something that I want to urge to the corporates that they can really invest in supporting gram panchayats in these kind of mechanisms where they can generally without too much cost and those successful vehicles etc. aboard they can be supported and all that because we found that the ULB successful vehicles were limited. They had to buy. Now with Odisha they are buying because now the SDM Grameen fund is going there. But other states if they want to practice, these are some things which really need attention. And the biggest thing that we achieved recently is that this letter is 27 June only. We are based on Odisha model. Now the SBM Grameen guidelines specify and have mentioned, revised in their guidelines and put this. I mean, I've just taken that excerpt, but it's a big 2-3 page guideline where they have mentioned that how other states can learn from it and SBM Grameen funds can be utilized by SBM Urban to integrate or to upgrade the FSTPs as well as the successful vehicles and all that, so that you don't have to build every time. It is just that rationalizing what has already been done at the urban. So this is something that I wanted to share with you that how with these innovative ideas and with convergence, because a lot of work is required from the ULBs at the panchayat level at all 3 tiers, at the state level, even at the central level. It's a perfect example of convergence at all levels. So this was something I wanted to share. And a lot has already been written by our colleagues in various kinds of journals and programs too, and has been recognized internationally also. So yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm now requesting Ms. Sandhya to kindly come and share her work with us. Thank you, ISC and FICCI team for having me over here and to giving me an opportunity to share our learnings and experiences. Good evening to everyone. I know I am looking at angry or pleading eyes to finish it. Either way, finish it soon. So I try to be as brief and crisp as possible. Because as much as it is a disadvantage to speak in the last, it's also an advantage that a lot of things get covered. So I'll not have to speak too much in terms of what work we are doing or what are the issues. There are a lot of common issues which have already been discussed and debated in detail. So before I start off, I would like to just highlight some of our marquee projects which were instrumental in us learning new things and trying to take these learnings at a scale level. So whether it was India's first urban level, town level FSTP or the highest FSTP or the first rural FSTP, we also had one very unique case of a village situated at the confluence of Kaveri where there was high water table, every year flooding kind of situation, and we had to set up an FSTP there. So these were challenging. There were a lot of problems that we faced, a lot of blockages on the way. But these have also given us a lot of insights into what can be improved as we move ahead. So I'll try to focus on those things. I won't delve too much on why really this is important. Why do we speak so much about FSM or about grey water today? But this is not just the issue of Swachh Bharat mission as a scheme or as a government program, but this links to a larger issue that we have, right? We are speaking of water stress today, water security issues today. We are talking about climate change. And what we are doing at a small level is also going to contribute in a positive way to the larger issues that we are facing as a planet. So, of course, we did have a water and a nutrient cycle, which over the years we have disrupted for all the wrong reasons. We started abusing our surface water bodies. We started discharging a lot of wastewater into it, untreated wastewater. We started going for chemical fertilizers instead of the organic ones. And all those runoffs are also ending up into our water bodies. And since the surface water bodies are so polluted, we are then going to the next level of sucking out water from the underground aquifers. But this has added not only to stress of water availability, but also to a lot of pollution. And that's the reason we need to be so much on our toes to tackle this issue.
And we are not speaking of an issue just at a village or a district level, but at a country level. So, of course, the scale is huge. And to achieve this kind of scale, maybe not just this room full, even if it was full, it wouldn't have been sufficient. We need many more people from across districts, across states, and across all the stakeholder groups to work with us. So I'll try to put these into 4-5 questions that we started asking ourselves, saying what should be our strategy, how should we go about it, and who should be the people who are doing it, and when. The when is also equally necessary because this was in discussion with the Rural Drinking and Water Supply Department in Karnataka. And for them, the targets were also equally important. And I'm sure the government officials sitting here would agree with me. So I'll go one by one and I'll make it as quick as possible. I'll not delve too much into why FSM is required. Of course, our toilets have not been constructed the way they had to be. And this is what we had been facing for some time back. I can't say that now, luckily, because there have been a lot of efforts across many states. We have Odisha who's been showing us the way, not only in terms of just the technical issues, but also the administrative, finance, and the social impacts, right? So this was just to create an image of, what is the scale of the kind of pollution that we do by discharging our untreated human waste or fecal sludge into the water bodies, equal to 5,000 people going out in the open, relieving themselves in the open. So this is also to highlight why so much we delve and we speak about fecal sludge because of the pollution potential. And you can just focus on the last column, which says how many times it is more polluting than the normal sewage or even grey water. So yes, our question first was that when we go at a Gram Panchayat level, when we started with the first cluster, we said, is it really required at a Gram Panchayat level? Not really, because we know that we don't get so much sludge. The practices are quite different from the urban counterparts. And that's why we had to do exercises using certain scientific methods, projection methods, whether it was in terms of population or in terms of the desludging practices themselves. And we were over the first few projects convinced that nothing matters as much as the practical learnings. We might have a scientific ways of assessing the capacities, assessing the kind of modules, but also what eventually makes it work or break is the way it is maintained and it is managed. And it has to be as simple as possible. The simpler the system, the better it is managed. That was the ethos that we really followed. So one of our ex-commissioner's favorite statement used to be, just make it idiot-proof. That even if an idiot is put on a job, I know it sounds a little regressive, but anyone who just doesn't know anything can also not mess up the system. So our effort was to keep it as simple as possible. So yeah, approaches were different compared to the urban counterparts. Firstly, we saw across our different geographies, across the different geoclimatic conditions, the kind of developments also in rural area, that the old containment systems were large. They were as large as we've seen places where they were equal to a room size. So they really didn't worry about emptying. And when we would say that, ask them that why it's a room size and the opening would have been given in the hall, right in the hall in the middle of the house, they'll say, no, we never worried because we didn't empty it. So, of course, in the recent toilets that have been constructed, they are feeling the pinch after the first 3 or 4 years because they need emptying. And that's where there's a lot of discussion saying, okay, where do we get it emptied from? There were some Gram Panchayats or villages which did not have the comfort of having a town nearby. So they had to rely on private operators. And private operators were charging them exorbitantly. So this is another thing that we have also tried to address in the process of scaling. So yes, what could be the solutions? I will not delve too much on the decision metrics as Anju has already covered. Co-treatment, we did work in terms of preparing a state level kind of study. We studied 4 different kinds of STPs across different administrative zones and came up with some kind of a agreement, kind of a structure saying that we could do co-treatment in these cases. We've given them certain guidelines. And this have been also disseminated through a lot of training. So I'll speak also a bit about the training later on. So co-treatment as the first option at the nearest either urban STP or FSTP. But also we help them in understanding in what condition should the STP be used for co-treatment based on its kind of technology, its current usage, its current utilization percentage, and on the distance from the villages. Second, of course, was trenching. But here in trenching, what we did is that instead of the regular conventional trenching where people had challenges of finding the ideal kind of site, we said, why don't you do like an alternate trenching? We made a guideline for it saying that you take a 30 by 20 meters plot And in that, you can do alternate trenching by making trapezoidal kind of rectangular trenches instead of the row trenches. So that is another easy update that we provided an option with. In terms of technologies, of course, there are a few technologies over the past, I think, whole decade. We've seen many newer technologies being implemented in fecal sludge treatment as well. But we try to bucket them into, for ease of understanding, into active and passive ones. So active are the ones which are usually conventionally, as Sir had earlier said, highly engineered ones. They would be suitable, maybe in certain places where the ULBs or the PRIs can afford them, and where there's a lack of space availability, and there is enough electricity and enough human resources to manage it. So in these cases, maybe the conventional could be tried, but in the rural, largely, we are going for passive systems. These are the nature-based systems which require very little maintenance, very low amount of maintenance, and if you site them in the solid waste treatment facility area itself, it becomes easier. And that's how we've tried to reduce the operating costs also in some cases by utilizing the same team and training them to operate these plants. So, of course, as for the guidelines, we have stuck to the first two largely across the state, whether it's planted drying beds or unplanted drying beds. And we have also given certain guidelines to the district officials along with the training, saying if you have to select a technology, please don't be limited to just the ones that are running on ground. Because usual government statements would be that I want to do something that's already working. I don't want to take the risk of something new. So in that case, of course, it is okay to take new risks with new technologies, but certain questions should be answered, saying, what is my intent for treatment? Is there any end use or reuse option that I have available? What are the resources available with me? And lastly, what is the input and input quality and quantity? That also matters even in fecal sludge treatment. So yes, this I'll just quickly skip through the kind of reuse potential we are speaking, because our general assumption is that when it's rural, you can just use it for agriculture or horticulture or whatever. But then we also have seen certain villages, especially peri-urban villages, which didn't have much uptake for reuse. So they came back saying, no, we don't really want to do this because it's adding a burden on us to figure out about what to do with the treated sludge and the additional water that is being generated. Though these are small quantities, they could largely use it in their landscaping itself. But again, it set us thinking that, yeah, we should not limit reuse to just a certain kind in the rural areas. So next is the how. Really, how did we go about? We have just 2 minutes for you. I'm so 2 minutes and we're done. Don't worry. So the how, I just wanted to say that the state has come a long way, whether it is in terms of policy formulation. We also prepared a lot of guideline documents. The general tendency would be in scale up to just copy whatever is being done in a place, replicate. We said, no, this will not work. We even prepared technical workbooks. We prepared template documents. We've trained engineers, and luckily in Karnataka, we had the Panchayat Raj department having responsibility under one official for both NREGA as well as SBM. So that worked in our favor because in that sense, we could sit and plan out many activities where there could be convergence of funds, and that's how work happened faster. So whether it's in terms of technical support, in terms of training and capacity building, we provided about 3 years of service in technical handholding, which we felt is essential. You all would agree that, suddenly you can't provide a service and exit out of it. So we just tapered it down, saying that first we were full-fledged, we did pilots, we did training. We provided 2-3 people team just to help them out. And now we've exited, and now we see that the state is going ahead with implementation. And thanks to the LHI model, because these are the kind of supports which the governments also look forward from the corporates. As it was rightly said by one of the panelists, that there's enough money for construction, not to worry about it. The headache comes of how to spend the money properly, what kind of solution to put on ground, and how to make it running. So making it up and running, there are a lot of excellent examples that we've discussed in terms of SHGs, using SHGs, using the existing solid waste management facility team and training them to use to operate these FSTPs. So that's how we've been able to scale up. We've done a lot of use a lot of maps, GIS maps also to identify such locations and cluster the villages around. The state level, a lot has been done, and then it has been passed on to the district level authorities to take it up from there. So yes, one important challenge which we still face is understanding the business of FSM. And when I speak of business, it's about the desludging business. And this is where we are trying to talk about not just the government vehicles, of how to manage them, how to make them running, and be able to at least break even if not make profits, but also speaking up about small time private desludging operators and how we can bring them into the fold. So there have been many other states which have sort of used systems of licensing and empaneling, and that is the process that's still on in Karnataka. And we intend to take that up and make it a little more well-formed kind of a system. This is just to give a brief idea about what kind of documents were shared. There was a full-fledged team set up at the center state level itself, which was again trickled down to the district levels also. So we had SLWM consultants working from the state office as well as the district office, who are really quite instrumental in pushing things, in ensuring that the approvals are there on time, ensuring that the files are moving on time. In terms of capacity building and IEC, a lot of discussions have happened, but this was also likewise done for liquid waste, and very, very critical for liquid waste because this is something that we can't see. What we can't see can't be a problem. So in that sense, the state team also developed an empanel list of people from the media, organizations from the media, and got videos done from the district levels itself. So there were simple Gram Panchayat teams who came and prepared videos, and there was a lot of pride factor in them that, their messages going out to everyone. This just to show an example of the MOUs we made in two cases. One was for co-treatment with the urban local bodies, and the other was for the rural FSM projects where we did it at a cluster level. And yes, on regulation and monitoring also, there is still a team that is working from the state office to ensure that information is being passed out at the right time, and reporting is also done continuously. There are still some challenges. We are still not there. We still have a few steps to cover to be able to show some impact, and those are the ones which are listed down. Land issues still exist even in the rural areas. The desludging practices are different. There are a lot of aspirations to do whatever the urban counterparts are doing. We've had many villages on the peripheries of large cities who come to us and say, we had money, we put up a UGD, now please help us with a treatment system, but we don't have money for it. So we're trying to figure out ways to even work with such situations because even they need a solution end of the day. So that's about it. I hope I've not exceeded my time and happy to take any questions either now or later on. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. And now calling upon our final panelist, Ms. Sanyan Mahuya from Tribo Infrastructures.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Can I have the presentation, please? And continuing with what Sandhya ma'am said, that it's in a way good to be the last person, as even more things are completed. So I'll just cut short my presentation to a few things that I would want to talk about. So we have spoken enough about toilets and their functionality. The thing is, in the haste of achieving the ODF free status, we undertook toilet construction at a massive scale and missed out a few points. And that is why we require retrofitting at a higher level than that would have been expected. There are multiple components in the toilet that are found to be non-functional or not functioning up to the mark because of certain points that either were missed, as sir said, that the trainings took place later and the program had proceeded by that time, or generally lack of technical know-how, or trying to find a solution that is like one fits all. We know that our nation is very diverse and therefore we cannot have one fits all kind of a solution. So yes, there are issues with the toilet rooms, pits, and all the components of a toilet. I wouldn't want to focus on all the components, but pits is one thing that I would like to take up. And usually there are single pit toilets that have been built up at multiple locations. Also, there are single pit toilets that are built in locations which where the soils have low permeability or the water table is really high. In such considerations, like when the permeability of soil is low, the water does not get out and percolation does not happen, the decomposition time is really high. In cases where the water table is really high, there is a good chance of contamination. So there's one option called tiger toilet, which can be utilized in such cases where the earthworms are utilized for digestion of fecal sludge. As you can see in the picture here, okay. As you can see, down there we provide a gravel layer above which a biomedia is placed, which is basically a mixture of coconut husk and cow dung. And on the top of that, earthworms, a specific species known as tiger worms, are loaded. The fecal matter falls in the center of the pit, wherein the earthworms come, consume the fecal matter, and as they move aside, they convert the fecal matter into vermicompost, which is then accumulated along the periphery of the tank. So at any point of time, we really do not have to deal with the fecal sludge, and also we do not have to wait for the whole tank to be emptied. Also, if there is a water table which is really high, the water that gets down the gravel layer is treated, and there is very low to nominal risk of water contamination. In case the soil is not permeable or semi-permeable, then we can always channelize the water outside to nearby drains, whatever is possible. So this is just a diagram and some of the positive points of having tiger toilets. So these are found to be very useful in remote areas where there are also multiple excavations or sending teams for multiple times for construction is not really possible. In those locations, we tried having tiger toilets, which are performing really well. Also, we have tried tiger toilets in some raised tiger toilets in the areas which have high water table. So such are the locations where tiger toilets can be used. Now, septic tanks have, I would like to focus a bit on the points that we should take care in a septic tank. People have really gone far with their imagination in construction of septic tank. The septic tanks everywhere are not really watertight structures. They have honeycombed walls or not really a base slab or things like that. And then you really do not know what to do about it. So the first thing is we really need to retrofit it. When we call a septic tank, we have to have a septic tank which is watertight as per the design of IS 2470. And then if that is ensured, at least we can desludge it and have a septic management system. If we have something in between of a septic tank and a twin pit toilet, we'll never figure out what is it to go about it. So that is one thing that I would want to focus here. Now, even if you look at the percentages, this is the data that I took yesterday from the Swachh Bharat mission dashboard. The percentage might look really small, that only 12 to 13% of toilets are single pit and twin pits. However, if you look at the numbers are really high. So that gives us, as Anju ma'am was mentioning, that there is definite need of a fecal sludge management system and fecal sludge treatment plants. So what is fecal sludge management is sufficiently said about. I wouldn't want to repeat the things. There are certain things about the fecal sludge management chain, however, which are not put enough focus about. So firstly, the containment unit. If we are saying the containment unit, it has to contain the things sufficiently that it can be dislodged at least. The material should be pumpable at least. Then when we come to the emptying and transportation, this business is not really organized. There are a few malpractices that are going on, and we need some kind of licensing that ma'am spoke about. That needs to be done. This needs to be converted into an organized industry so that the people who are involved in the industry as well as the household owners both can get benefited from it. As we talk of the conversions model, the conversions can not just like what has happened in Renkanar or parts of Odisha. We do not need to restrict our conversions to the treatment only. We can extend the usage of vehicles also. About the treatment, there is quite a need for treatment. And last but not the least, people are not really aware of what can be done with the byproducts that are created out of the treatment. So these are some of the issues. Like people are not aware of septic tanks, as ma'am mentioned, that now they are somewhere figuring it out that yes, it is needing a desludging, or sometimes it is made so used that it will never need desludging. But either ways, it is a wrong practice. So IEC, massive IEC on this part needs to be undertaken. Then lack of services, lack of treatment facilities, and lack of knowledge about what can be done with the my products are the things that these are the challenges that majorly need IEC, but it is not sufficient to have IEC on that. We also need infrastructure so that we start walking from both the ends so that kahin na kahin beech raste mil hi jayenge with a positive hope that somewhere we'll meet up. So these are simple technologies that can be used. Most of them are already discussed by both of the speakers earlier. I would just like to focus on some points like depro entrenchment, typically being very simple, is also area intensive. And if the area is not like, if the land available is not selected properly, it can have a risk of water contamination, just like the pit system has if water table is high. Then coming to sludge drying beds, the sludge drying beds specifically provide solid liquid separation, and then both the leachate and the sludge needs to be stabilized. The leachate needs to be treated, and then both the byproducts can be used. As like the water can treated effluent can be used for non-potable purposes like agriculture, landscaping, or any other. If there is a chemical industry nearby, maybe that can be utilized, and the manure can be used in farms. Now coming to vermi based basically is use of earthworms and a consortium of earthworms and other bacteria. Earthworms, like it is known that the gut of earthworm contains quite a lot of variety of bacteria, and it is not restricted that if an earthworm is working, the other microbes won't work. So it is whole of the ecosystem in the tank that works on the fecal matter. As a result, the fecal matter is digested, stabilized, and vermicompost is formed out of it. But as this is like we are putting the fecal matter and it is to be consumed by earthworms. Now, one thing about earthworms is they cannot sustain flash loading. Therefore, if anaerobic digestion is given prior to that, so that the flash loading is avoided. Because earlier in some presentation, we have seen that the range of fecal sludge is from 10K to 50K. Now, that is quite a lot of variation for any microbe to digest, and specifically earthworms. They are really efficient, but they have their own concerns. So long as we are very friendly with them, they are very friendly with us. But then we have to see that they are not flash loaded. And then the organics are converted into vermicompost. Unlike planted or unplanted sludge drying beds, there's no separate time required for sludge digestion or stabilization. The process goes on continuously. The vermicompost is usually accumulated along the periphery of the tank, whereas the fecal sludge is discharged at the center of the tank. So with a simple safety gear like gloves and mask, any person can just take off the vermicompost and the tank is good to go. So there's no need to completely desludge the tank at any point of time. This is a flow diagram of vermi-based FSTP. So it starts with a screen chamber. As we know, anything that we do not want in our house is simply flushed in the toilet. And so the toilet, the septic tank contains anything like diapers, sanitary pads, plastic, paper, anything and everything. So screening is must. It is then followed by anaerobic digestion so that the waste is stabilized. It is then loaded over a vermi-based filter. This typical one is of the Tiger biofilters, which is a patented technology which was formed by Primove and is now implemented by TBF Environmental Solutions. So TBF bed 1 is a place where fecal sludge is discharged. The liquid components goes down the gravel media. The solids are retained at the upper portion. The composition is very similar to that of a Tiger toilet digester. So at the lower half, we have gravel media, then biomedia loaded with earthworms. So the water passes, the liquid portion passes through the gravel media and is collected in a tank. It is then loaded over the TPF2 tank, where again the earthworms act upon the organics and clear water is discharged out. It is then polished or and disinfected, and this water can be used for any non-potable purpose. In both the tanks, we get vermicompost at the periphery of the tank, which can be used for agricultural purposes. We also have seen the importance of co-treatment, and one such co-treatment plant is working in Malkapur in Satara district of Maharashtra, where the initial STP was constructed with which is based on MBBR technology, and the town has quite a lot of septic tanks also, and nearby gram panchayats are also now discharging into the same plant. So fortunately, we had space enough that we could install this plant. So firstly, the fecal sludge is unloaded into screen chamber, which is then transported to the holding tank. Now, because of the space crunch, we have to have a pumping system. If we are benefited by the terrain and space availability, we can always go for a gravity-based system. It is then sent to the anaerobic digester, followed by TBF filters, and then the water that comes out or the effluent that comes out from the TBF1 filters is now loaded into the raw sewage sum of the existing STP. So this is one example of co-treatment. We have number of plants in various districts like Kerala, UP, Maharashtra, and we are planning a few in West Bengal as well. So this is one of the outlet parameters that have been monitored by at the Kalpetta plant, which is in Kerala. So as you can see, the BOD was like the plant was commissioned in 2019. So after a month or two, when the whole of the biological activity full-fledged was set into the system, you can see that the BOD constant is well within the limits. The NGT limit is 10 mg per liter, and we are having something like 6 to 8. The recent result that I saw was of August 2000, like 21st August 2023, which gave a BOD value as low as 2 mg per liter. So almost potable. So this is also proven by the Mashilkar committee and is included in the CPHEO manual. These are the projects that we have already completed. As you can see, we have a few plants in various states, and we have a few going on. The technology is not very much terrain or climate. Like you don't have to really check out or tweak a lot with the technology depending on the climate variation. The earthworms are friendly enough, as I mentioned, that it is only about the retention time that needs to be changed depending on what is the temperature variation. The earthworms have sustained really well without any feed for a period of up to 2 to 3 months. The only part is the plant at any point of time cannot go under submersions is the only concern. If the plant is submerged, if the TBF filter basically is submerged, then there is a risk. But as during the site selection itself, we make it a point that the plant is always above the HFL. So none of the plants as of now have ever failed, and this is one nature-based good option, I guess, that can be utilized. So with this, I'll end my presentation. Thank you. I'll be up for questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I've just gotten to know that we have virtually with us State Mission Directorate Assam. And do we have any response from them virtually? Okay. So perhaps they're having a technical issue. So with that, we will be concluding this workshop. And for concluding remarks, I am calling upon and inviting my colleague at India Sanitation Coalition. She's Senior Program Manager, Ms. Mitali Agarwal Mehta.
Sorry, we are not taking any questions because of time shortage. Yeah. Thank you. Did you take a group photo of them? Thank you. And thank you, Nupur. I know we are late, so without taking much time, I'd like to wrap up our knowledge workshop on the crucial role of correct infrastructure in Swachh Bharat Mission Grameen. Throughout today's session, we've heard from a diverse group of participants, including state mission directors, sector experts, and corporate partners, all shedding light on the significance of infrastructure in achieving sustainability within the mission. Our discussions have emphasized that access to proper sanitation facilities, waste management system is not a luxury but a fundamental human right. Government representatives have shared their insights into policy implementation and state specific challenges, while sector experts have provided valuable technical perspectives. Corporate partners have demonstrated their commitment to corporate social responsibility by actively participating in these initiatives. In conclusion, it is evident that the collaboration between government agencies, sector experts, and corporate partners is instrumental in driving this mission forward. We must continue to work together, employing our collective expertise and resources to ensure that India has access to clean and sustainable sanitation facilities. So, with this, thank you all. Thank you for your active participation. And let us remain committed to the cause of cleaner and more sustainable India. Thank you.
So, on behalf of all my teammates at ISC FICCI, all our guests, participants, speakers, a heartfelt thank you to all of you for making it here today and making this workshop a success. Ladies and gentlemen, please move for refreshments. They're served outside. Thank you.